Chapter 3498. 3 Moves. Lin Yi was too confident. He thought that Fang Chen couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. As soon as he said this, even the new disciples around him were shocked. Lin Yi was facing a monster who had defeated Yintong with 1 punch. Didn't his words mean that Yintong couldn't withstand 3 moves from him? Someone murmured. Lin Yi had once said that the sound eye was nothing in his eyes. Yintong didn't deserve to be his opponent. When this news came out, everyone's hearts trembled even more. Such arrogant words were truly shocking. Just how strong is Lin Yi? The question of Lin Yi's strength spread like wildfire. Many disciples were discussing it. Truly invincible in the same realm? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows at Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen with a half-smile. Haha, how long has it been since someone dared to call themselves invincible in the same realm? Lin Yi sneered. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't as simple as saying, I once killed a 3rd-level peak Holy King when I was in the Yin-Yang origin realm. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant. I even fought with a 4th-level Holy King. Although I was at a disadvantage, I had no problem protecting myself. I want to know what you have to fight me. Where does your confidence come from? Buzz. Lin Yi opened his hands. A wisp of flame spread out from his palms. As soon as the flame appeared, the space at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain became turbulent. It was as if they were in the middle of a boiling sea. What a terrifying origin of fire! Countless disciples retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. Rumor had it that Lin Yi had mastered 2 types of origin. They were fire and metal. The reason why he refused to enter the Saint Realm was that he wanted to comprehend more origin forms. From this, it could be seen how ambitious Lin Yi was. First move. Lin Yi growled. He clenched his fist. Flames enveloped him as he punched lightly. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained 70% of Lin Yi's strength. 70% of my strength is enough. The flaming fist carried endless power as it rushed towards Fang Chen. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was even refined. Too powerful. 70% of his strength is enough to kill an ordinary 3rd-level Holy King. Many people were discussing this. Seeing Lin Yi make a move, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Since you want to be in the limelight, I'll let you be. As his voice fell, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin instantly condensed into a sword armor. The half-perfect blood in his body quickly circulated and merged into the armor. His invincible sword chi and sword armor worked together to form an invisible barrier in front of his chest. Boom! The terrifying fist radiance shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Fang Chen in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, Fang Chen was hit by the fist radiance without any resistance. The raging fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled. The strong man who defeated Yintong with 1 punch had no resistance against Lin Yi? Humph! How can you imagine Brother Ye's strength? Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, looking at the flame at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain with disdain. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples did not think so. This guy is interesting. What they saw was completely different from the new disciples. This guy's sword body is really powerful. It works together with the sword chi, raising his defense to the highest level. Yes, the power of Lin Yi's punch is enough to kill an ordinary 3rd-level Holy King, but it has no effect on him. The few of them were still quite shocked in their hearts. As they watched, the raging fire was extinguishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it over? Seeing this, many people shook their heads. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Oh no! Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were all stunned. After the raging fire was extinguished, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. He had been swallowed by the fire, but why was he unharmed? Moreover, when the crowd saw the invisible barrier around him, they were even more shocked than before. What? Lin Ye's attack did not even break through his defense? How did this guy do it? What a terrifying sword chi! I feel my primordial spirit trembling. Fairy Zixio frowned, very displeased. Humph, so what if he withstood it? Brother Yi only used 70% of his strength just now. If he had used all his strength, he would have lost without a doubt. Fang Chen gently patted the dust off his clothes. Is that all you can do? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Lin Yi. The latter roared, and with a jerk of his feet, his whole body rose into the air, suspended in mid-air. His whole body was covered in flames. In the sky above his head, a red sun instantly appeared. This is Lin Ye's unique fire element technique? The new disciples from the central domain thought of something, and their bodies suddenly shook. Gosh, Lin Yi is really angry. I've heard of this unique fire element technique. It is said that only those who have completely comprehended the origin of fire can cultivate it. But Lin Yi did not believe it and cultivated it for 300 years. No wonder he is the strongest genius of the Lin family. In the second move, Lin Yi showed his full strength. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Lin Yi displayed his unique fire element technique, and his hands suddenly rose up, grasping the red sun. Burn everything! His body flashed, and in an instant, he was in front of Fang Chen. The red sun in his hands pressed down on Fang Chen like a mountain. Once suppressed by the red sun, anyone below the 4th level Holy Emperor would be half dead, if not half dead. Lin Yi had the intention to kill, but he did not dare to do it openly because of the heaven-defying alliance. Ha ha! Fang Chen looked up and smiled meaningfully. He was still indifferent, and the sword chi linked together, and then injected his half-perfect blood, formed the strongest defense. My half-perfect blood can at least be ranked in the top 3. Combined with the sword body, my defense has greatly increased, and it is comparable to a 4th level Holy Emperor's body. You can't break it. Boom. The red sun pressed down, and it was above Fang Chen's head. Just as everyone was looking forward to what would happen, the red sun suddenly stopped moving. It was as if it was imprisoned in the void, and it did not move at all. Even the aura it emitted was restrained. What's going on? The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Even Lin Yi, who was hovering in the air, was somewhat astonished. Below, Fang Chen remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Burn! Lin Yi continued to increase his strength, and with a stomp of his foot, he controlled the red sun to press down. Crack! A crack had actually appeared on the red sun. Furthermore, the crack was still expanding. Finally, Lin Yi realized that something was wrong. The number 1 genius of the central domain is only SOSO. Fang Chen shrugged. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yi had used all his strength, and he had even condensed the strongest red sun with a fire elemental technique. But he still could not do anything to Fang Chen? Humph, he only has a strong defense. He still can't be compared to Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio tried to save Lin Ye's face. She saw Fang Chen as someone who was weak in offense but strong in defense. She thought that he was lucky to have obtained a powerful defensive technique that could restrain the red sun. Crack! The more Lin Yi pressed down, the more obvious the cracks in the red sun became. In the end, the red sun could no longer hold on, and it exploded. Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion forced Lin Yi to retreat. The latter landed on the ground, stabilized himself, and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen. Lin Yi did not know what to say at this moment. Fang Chen was unharmed, and even his defense was not broken. This was a huge blow to Lin Yi. 2 moves. Fang Chen reminded him lazily. I'd like to see how long your defense can hold on. Lin Yi opened his palm, and a long spear suddenly appeared. Buzz! The long spear exuded a terrifying aura. A pinnacle holy treasure. Boom! 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 Lin Yi held a pinnacle holy treasure and constantly bombarded the invisible barrier in front of Fang Chen. With every bombardment, the invisible barrier would weaken a little. Although ordinary people could not see it, Lin Yi could sense it very clearly. Oh my God! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Lin Yi had taken out a pinnacle holy treasure, and even with such continuous bombardment, he could not cause any harm to Fang Chen? Humph, wait and see. He can't hold on much longer. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, still looking down on Fang Chen. Halfway up the mountain, the faces of several veteran disciples were completely solemn. They looked at each other, their hearts full of shock. Is this still a new disciple? If he didn't hide his aura, then his talent is enough to join the palace. No wonder Elder Li arranged for him to be on the 9th step. After this battle, several veteran disciples were already convinced of Fang Chen's strength. I wonder what that person will think when he hears the news. While several veteran disciples were discussing, the invisible barrier finally could not withstand the bombardment of the long spear and shattered. Crack! The invisible barrier cracked inch by inch. Lin Yi held the long spear in his hand and looked down at Fang Chen. 3 moves have passed. Fang Chen suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Fang Chen would make a move next. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would mention this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression changed, and he glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Your defense is quite good, but that's all. Lin Yi put away the long spear and landed beside Fairy Zixio. I, Lin Yi, am a man of my words. Since you have withstood 3 of my moves, then today's matter is over. I hope you will take care of yourself. After that, Lin Yi turned and left. In fact, he was not calm at all. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. If he continued to fight, he might not win. In order not to lose face, he had to give up. You were the one attacking just now. Now it's my turn, right? However, Fang Chen did not intend to let Lin Yi leave just like that. Hearing his words, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked coldly at Fang Chen. 1 move, I will only use 1 move. If you can withstand it, today's matter is over. Chapter 3499. Lin Yi had been arrogant and claimed that he could defeat Fang Chen in 3 moves. However, the 3 moves that he unleashed with all his might did not hurt Fang Chen at all. His arrogance disappeared and was replaced by hatred. He hated Fang Chen for making him lose face in front of so many new disciples. His heart was burning with anger. But he knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at Fang Chen. 2 rays of light shot out from his deep eyes. The battle intent around him was rising rapidly. In the center of his palm, the flames condensed into a bewitching flower. Enough! Fairy Zixio spoke. She walked towards Fang Chen step by step. Her face was gloomy, and she was still disdainful of Fang Chen. Brother Yi fought with the Saint Emperor and suffered internal injuries. That's why you took advantage of him. Now, Brother Yi doesn't want to pursue the matter of Yintong, but you're so aggressive. Do you really think you're invincible in the same realm? Fairy Zixio deliberately said this to mislead the crowd. Sure enough, after hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. I see. No wonder Senior Brother Lin Yi was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. The strength of a Saint Emperor is extraordinary. Senior Brother Lin Yi's injury must have affected his battle strength greatly. No wonder. Many people nodded and began to support Lin Yi again. Even Lin Yi's expression kept changing. Some of the insiders knew that Fairy Zixio was giving Lin Yi a way out. Haha, Fang Chen sneered. Are you really injured or are you afraid? Fang Chen's words were sharp and pierced Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi was furious. He took a big step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. His lustful eyes stared at Fang Chen. Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio was worried about Lin Yi. She called out in a low voice, trying to stop him. Get lost! Lin Yi roared angrily. Today Lin Yi had lost all of his face. Rather than leaving quietly like this, he might as well start a fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The anger in Lin Ye's heart was unprecedentedly strong. Your arrogance will eventually bring you disaster. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving enough space for the two of them. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the yin and yang essence within his body began to crazily revolve. Dong dong dong. His body was brimming with fighting spirit. Above his head, yin-yang primordial energy rapidly condensed. What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Above Fang Chen's head, a black and white yin-yang fish was rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, it was already over 100 zhang tall. Yin-yang essence. After being stunned for a moment, everyone finally recognized him. Dong dong dong. A terrifying gust of wind reverberated in the air like thunder. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin energy ignored everyone's shock and continued to gather and strengthen. 10,000 feet. Before long, the yin-yang essence had already condensed to a height of 3,000 meters. Everyone present was completely shocked. Even Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Fairy Zixio, who was not far away, widened her eyes and exclaimed. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples curled their lips. 10,000 feet of yin-yang essence. In our heaven-defying alliance, he can be ranked in the top 5, right? No wonder Elder Li directly arranged for him to be in the cave abode on the 9th step. With this amount of yin-yang essence, he is qualified. That's right. His yin-yang essence is still growing. Suddenly, the black-robed disciple who had been silent all this time spoke. Several veteran disciples raised their heads and were stunned. The growth of yin-yang essence did not slow down at all. At this time, his yin-yang essence had already reached 2,000 feet. Can it break through 2,000 feet? Several veteran disciples were paying close attention to the situation. Boom boom boom. Since he was going to stand, he would fight to deter everyone. With Fang Chen as the center, a terrifying power swept through the world, and the yin-yang essence continued to soar. Soon, the yin-yang essence broke through to 2,000 feet. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. 2,000 feet of yin-yang essence was too rare. Even in the entire God's Fall battlefield, it was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, this was not the final result. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Fang Chen's yin-yang essence stopped at 3,000 feet, everyone was dumbfounded. They were tongue-tied. At this moment, their inner feelings could not be described with words. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence was unparalleled in the world. Such a genius was fully qualified to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. However, the funny thing was that Lin Yi had called himself the #1 genius. At this moment, his cheeks were burning. Mixed element sword art. Ignoring everyone's shock, Fang Chen directly performed the mixed element sword art. The power of the 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence combined with the mixed element sword art reached the extreme. Whoosh! The terrifying sword light stirred the world and pierced toward Lin Yi. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Seeing this, Lin Yi was shocked. However, he had no way out now. He could only fight to the death. He performed a fire elemental unique skill while activating his special body constitution to construct a powerful defensive armor. Boom! Fang Chen's hidden star sword arrived in front of Lin Yi as fast as lightning. With unparalleled power, it bombarded his armor. Crack! In the distance, everyone saw that Lin Yi had almost no power to resist. His armor shattered and one of his arms was cut off. His body barely dodged with the help of the spear, a top-tier sacred treasure. Whoosh! Lin Yi, who fell to the ground, suddenly lost his ability to fight. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, before falling asleep, his heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A breeze blew past, and in the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura in the sky was blown away. Fang Chen had returned to his original state, and the hidden star sword had been put away. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. If it were not for Lin Yi, who had fainted, proving that there had just been a shocking battle, everyone would have thought that what they saw was an illusion. This is his true strength? Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples were confused. At the foot of Jiuan Mountain, Fang Chen defeated Yin Tong and Lin Yi consecutively with absolute strength. Especially in the battle against Lin Yi, he showed an unparalleled posture. Lin Yi was known to be invincible in the same realm, but Fang Chen, with the same cultivation, seriously injured him with one strike. Who was truly invincible in the same realm? It was clear at a glance. This battle brought great prestige to Fang Chen, and it also brought about a great impact. The news spread quickly like a kite. All of the new disciples no longer dared to find trouble with Fang Chen. They recognized Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. The talent and strength that the latter had shown were too terrifying. In fact, they even had the misconception that facing Fang Chen was like facing a sage emperor. This battle made Fang Chen the leader of the new disciples. Even some veteran disciples who had been in seclusion were shocked and asked about Fang Chen. In front of an illusory palace, the deputy palace lord stood quietly. The wind whistled. Wang Daoyun had arrived. Deputy palace lord. The deputy palace lord nodded. That guy's potential is much stronger than you and I imagined. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unprecedented. The higher-ups of the palace have already held an emergency meeting. Wang Daoyun nodded and listened quietly. After a while, he left. After he left, the deputy palace lord's figure flashed and came to a mysterious space. Old Fang, what are you doing here? Several voices came from the mysterious space. Our heaven-defying alliance has a monstrous genius. Hearing the deputy palace lord's words, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. One was a white-haired old man in plain clothes, holding a walking stick. The other was wearing golden armor and had an eye on his forehead. The last person was a woman in green. These 3 were the 3 palace lords of the palace. The 3 of them had all survived from the ancient times and had experienced the battle of gods. Their cultivation was unfathomable. Usually they would cultivate in this mysterious space. Genius! The white-haired old man with a walking stick looked at the deputy palace lord in surprise. The heaven-defying alliance had originally selected geniuses from various domains in the battle of gods to cultivate. Their disciples were basically all geniuses. However, since the deputy palace lord had come to them personally, this genius must be extraordinary. How's the genius potential? Is he stronger than Wang Daoyun? This was because the palace had only added 1 disciple in the past 1,000 years, and that was Wang Daoyun. Therefore, the black-armored 3-eyed old man compared Fang Chen to Wang Daoyun. The woman in green smiled but didn't say anything. He's only strong, not weak. The deputy palace lord pondered. He organized his words and told the 3 palace lords the details of the battle between Fang Chen, Yin Tong, and Lin Yi. When the 3 palace lords finished watching the mirror image, they fell silent. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unparalleled in the world. I've never seen such a powerful yin-yang essence before, so I can't make a decision on my own. In the heaven-defying alliance, the leader was the strongest and most mysterious expert. He was known as the strongest in the battle of gods. However, the leader had disappeared for countless years and no one knew where he was. Now, the 3 palace lords were the true upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Phew! The white-haired old man with a walking stick breathed heavily. Have you investigated his identity? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert? The deputy palace lord shook his head. I'm sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert. He's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert and has cultivated for such a short time, but he has such monstrous talent. It's really rare in the world, the black-armored 3-eyed old man said. Even the green-clothed woman spoke up. Such talent can be considered one of the strongest in the ancient era. The three of them knew very well what Fang Chen's appearance meant. Perhaps a new era was about to arrive. After a brief discussion, the white-haired old man with a walking stick said, "Old Fang, this is a serious matter. We need to discuss it. During this time, you must ensure the safety of this guy. Should we bring him to the Dao Palace to cultivate?" The Dao Palace was safer and had more cultivation resources. The woman in green shook her head. Although his talent is strong, he hasn't experienced enough setback. Let him cultivate in Origin Gathering Mountain for the time being. The Deputy Palace Lord understood what the woman in green meant. Chapter 3500. Origin Gathering Mountain, the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. The cave abode was resplendent. Fang Chen sat on a cushion, comprehending the sky-severing alchemy technique. Now, his yin and yang energies had reached their limits, and he could not advance any further. So, he had already begun to break through. My yin and yang energies are so vast. If I want to break through, I will definitely consume a large number of yin and yang pills. Fang Chen murmured. He had obtained 1 billion yin and yang pills from the Tianqin family, and then from Yintong and Lin Yi respectively. This way, the number of yin and yang pills in Fang Chen's hands had reached 13 billion. For a new disciple, this was definitely a huge sum. Even the heaven-defying alliance's Saint Emperors were not much. That Lin Ye's talent is indeed not bad. It's a pity that I met him. Thinking back to that day's battle, Fang Chen sighed. He had originally thought that Lin Yi would be a strong opponent. Who would have thought that Lin Ye's strength was far from his? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He had yet to use his strongest trump card, the sky-severing alchemy technique. According to his estimation, if he really used it, even a 4th-level Saint Emperor would have to avoid it. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the few days after the battle, he had entered an epiphany and completely digested the experience he had gained from the battle. Now, he was even more determined on his path. The first origin to break through to the Saint Realm was the origin of metal. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were born, and the 5 elements were derived. There were 5 origins in the world, known as the origins of the 5 elements. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 origins complemented each other and used the 5 elements to maintain the stability of the chaos dimension. If he wanted to step into the Saint Realm, he had to comprehend the origins. My invincible sword Dao is abnormally fierce. It can cut through the sky. This is the sign of the origin of metal. Fang Chen continued. Along the way, the sword techniques he cultivated were known for their sharpness and fierceness. Now, he had even condensed a wrinkled origin from the hidden star sword. This made him even more determined to comprehend the origin of metal with all his might. Of course, he was confident in making this decision. After all, Fang Chen had a book on the metal origin source left behind by the invincible sage. With this realization, it would be much easier to comprehend. These days, the heaven-defying alliance was bustling with activity. Everyone was discussing the battle between Fang Chen and Lin Yi. Some new disciples even declared that they wanted Fang Chen to be their leader. They believed that only Fang Chen was qualified to lead the new disciples. Of course, Fang Chen ignored this. What he needed to do now was to break through with all his might. Fang Chen flipped open the Origin Perception book and read it carefully. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had never left the cave residence. Some veteran disciples had wandered in front of his cave several times, but in the end they returned empty-handed. Gradually, many veteran disciples began to lose patience with Fang Chen and threatened to have Fang Chen come to accept his punishment. He was just a new disciple. What right did he have to fight at the foot of Jiuan Mountain? This completely affected the cultivation of the veteran disciples. Of course, everyone knew that this was just an excuse to deal with Fang Chen. Senior Brother Chiu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Mad Saber Li and Princess Qin Yun. They were very anxious after knowing. Rumor has it that senior brother Qiu is a powerful 4th-level holy emperor. He publicly attacked brother Fang. Should we inform Fang Qin? Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Ever since Fang Qin defeated Lin Yi, Princess Qin Yun's resentment towards Fang Qin completely disappeared. In terms of sides, she chose to stand on Fang Qin's side. After all, the three of them were from the 9 Regions branch. Brother Fang is in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, he should be trying to break through to the Saint Realm. Mad Saber Li shook his head. At this critical moment, we must not disturb Brother Fang. Then, let them say what they want. I don't believe that senior brother Qiu dares to rush into Brother Fang's cave residence. The situation became more and more intense. In the end, everyone was looking forward to Fang Qin coming out of seclusion. However, during this period of time, some unexpected things happened. 4 months after the battle, Yin Tong successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. As soon as she broke through, she directly stepped into the 2nd-level Holy King realm. The confidence that she had lost was completely recovered. She was eager to seek revenge on Fang Qin. Boom! In the cave residence, in front of Fang Qin, there was an endless amount of powder. These were all fragments of yin and yang pills. In the past 4 months, Fang Qin had absorbed 5 billion yin and yang pills. The gold origin wrinkle in his body was becoming more and more substantial. He looked inside his body and found that the wrinkle of origin was rotating. The yin and yang vitality of 3,000 feet was gradually merging into the wrinkle of origin. Wow, 5 billion yin and yang pills is only half of the transformation. Fang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, 500 million yin and yang pills were enough for a yin-yang vitality realm warrior to transform the wrinkle of origin into an origin C. However, his yin and yang vitality was too large. It had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. Therefore, the amount of yin and yang pills he absorbed was also extremely large. According to Fang Qin's estimation, he needed at least 10 billion yin and yang pills to fill the wrinkle of origin and transform it into an origin C. Continue to absorb. With his previous experience, Fang Qin's speed of absorbing yin and yang pills increased significantly. Another 2 months passed. It had been half a year since he defeated Lin Yi. On this day, Fang Qin stopped cultivating. Looking at the yin and yang pill powder all over the ground, Fang Qin couldn't help but be speechless. In half a year, he had absorbed a total of 9 billion yin and yang pills. The wrinkle of origin was full and couldn't absorb any more. However, he realized something. His comprehension of the origin of metal had reached a bottleneck. He was only 1 step away from reaching the threshold, but he couldn't break through it. Golden Fire Herb? Fang Qin seriously flipped through the book on comprehending origin and learned about the Golden Fire Herb. He was now stuck at a bottleneck, and only the Golden Fire Herb could solve this problem. According to the book, I need at least 3 stalks of Golden Fire Herb. After thinking for a moment, Fang Qin got up and left the cave abode. When Fang Qin appeared at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, it instantly caused a commotion. The news spread quickly and countless warriors were watching him. Fang Qin frowned. What happened? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Li ran over, panting. Brother Fang, you've finally come out of seclusion. Mad Saber Li sized up Fang Qin and felt that the latter was becoming more and more unfathomable. What's going on? Fang Qin asked. Not long after you went into seclusion, senior brother Qiu, one of the veteran disciples, threatened to punish you. Mad Saber Li explained the situation in detail. Senior brother Qiu is said to have some relationship with Lin Yi and should want to stand up for Lin Yi. Brother Fang, don't be rash. Senior brother Qiu? A cold light flashed in Fang Qin's eyes. I don't care who he is. I don't have time to care. If he provokes me, I won't be indifferent. With that, Fang Chun left the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain. Soon, he found Elderly. Kid, you're really troublesome. Elderly looked at Fang Chun with a smile. What's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties? Elderly, I did encounter some difficulties in breaking through to the Saint stage. I'd like to ask Elderly for advice. Elderly waved his hand. Tell me, what's going on? I need the golden fire herb. Elderly frowned and muttered, You're comprehending the metal origin? After saying that, he recalled the battle half a year ago and added, That's right. Your sword technique is fierce and sharp, very suitable for the metal origin. The golden fire herb is very precious and there are many circulating in the market, but they're basically controlled by some large chambers of commerce. My heaven-defying alliance has a lot in stock, but they're all in the Tao Palace. You're not a disciple of the Tao Palace yet. You don't have it here? Fang Chun asked. There's one in the treasure pavilion. A 6th-level Saint Emperor disciple accidentally obtained it not long ago. He cultivates the water origin and the golden fire herb is useless to him, so he took it out to exchange for some treasures with my heaven-defying alliance. How can I get it? Fang Chun asked. The treasure pavilion's price is 5 billion yin-yang pills. Other than this one, there's nothing else. He needed 3, and now there was only 1. He was still short of 2. Don't tell me you want 2? Under normal circumstances, 1 would be enough if one was at a bottleneck. Fang Chun chuckled and did not hide it from Elderly. My situation is a little special, so I need 3. You, Elderly stared at Fang Chun with his eyes wide open. After a long time, he said, What a monster! He told Fang Chun that Peak Master Yun Luo also had 1. Apart from that, he did not know. Peak Master Yun Luo? Fang Chun muttered. After bidding farewell to Elderly, Fang Chun returned to his cave residence and called Princess Qin Yun and Crazy Saberly over. Brother Fang, why are you looking for us? Crazy Saberly asked. I need 1 billion yin-yang pills now. Do you have any way to get it? Fang Chun said bluntly. Crazy Saberly frowned and pondered. Princess Qin Yun spoke up. I can get it. Fang Chun looked at Princess Qin Yun in surprise. The latter explained, There's a Saint Emperor in the heaven-defying alliance who once had some ties with the Tianqin clan. I can borrow from him. Alright, I won't use the 1 billion yin-yang pills for nothing. When I recover, I'll definitely return it double. Yun Luo Peak was also one of the main peaks in the heaven-defying alliance. The Peak Master was a 7th-level sage, and there were many disciples in the peak. Fang Chun arrived at Yun Luo Peak. Who are you? The guard stopped Fang Chun and scolded. Disciple Fang Chun requests to see Peak Master Yun Luo. Humph, you think you can see the Peak Master just because you want to? The guard sneered. He did not know Fang Chun. If it were a disciple of the Tao Palace or one of the top disciples of Jiuan Mountain, he would definitely let him pass. Leave quickly or don't blame me for being rude. Just as the guard was about to chase Fang Chun away, a voice came from not far away. Fang Chun, is that you? A woman in a black dress walked over with a smile. Fang Chun was stunned. He did not know this woman. Chapter 3501. Fang Chun had reached a bottleneck in his attempt to break through to the Saint Realm, so he had to look for some rare sacred herbs. Because what he comprehended was the origin of metal, he needed the metal-type spiritual herb, golden flame grass. Because he had absorbed 9 billion yin and yang pills, he only had 4 billion left. With the 1 billion borrowed from Princess Qin Yun, he could go to the treasure pavilion to buy a golden flame grass. However, Fang Chun needed 3 in total. He came to Yun Luo Peak to ask to see the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak to see if he could get the golden flame grass from her. However, the sudden appearance of the black-dressed woman caused Fang Chun to be somewhat stunned. When he heard her words, he shrugged. He didn't expect that after half a year, they still remembered his battle with Lin Yi. I'm Lu Lanxi, a disciple of Tianjin Peak. The woman in the black dress introduced herself. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly realized that she was a disciple of Tianjin Peak. If he remembered correctly, there were disciples of Tianjin Peak cultivating in Jiuan Mountain. I saw the record of your battle with Lin Yi. You have great potential. I admit that I can't compare to you. The woman in the black dress smiled. What brings you to Yunluo Peak? I want to see the peak master of Yunluo Peak, Fang Chen said directly. You want to see the peak master of Yunluo Peak? The woman in the black dress asked in surprise. Logically speaking, Fang Chen was a new disciple and shouldn't have any interaction with Yunluo Peak. Could it be that the peak master of Yunluo Peak wanted to take Fang Chen as her disciple? Miss Lu Lanqi. The guard who had scolded Fang Chen earlier saw Lu Lanqi and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. At the same time, he also apologized to Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang Chen, the strongest genius among the new disciples. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Fang Chen didn't argue with him. Coincidentally, I'm also going to see the peak master of Yunluo Peak. Come with me, Lu Lanqi said. Fang Chen nodded and stepped onto Yunluo Peak with Lu Lanqi. There were many disciples on Yunluo Peak, and the strongest among them had already become a 7th-level saint. When he passed by the martial arts field, many disciples were cultivating. When they saw Lu Lanqi, they all looked over. Isn't that Ms. Lu Lanqi? Who was the man beside Miss Lu Lan? Could he be a senior brother from the Dao Palace? The seniors of the Holy Ji Palace are all famous. He shouldn't be a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Why does he look so familiar? Someone in the crowd recognized Fang Chen. He is the new disciple, Fang Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples were stunned. Soon after, they glared at Fang Chen in an unfriendly manner. Walking side by side with Lu Lanqi, Fang Chen could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Lu Lanqi was a gentle and elegant woman, a typical lady from a wealthy family. Graceful and generous. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate? Lu Lanqi asked curiously. Before Fang Chen joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had done a comprehensive test on him. His age could be faked, but his foundation couldn't be faked. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he had already reached such a level. Lu Lanqi was puzzled. Of course, it was more out of curiosity. She had a unique view of people and things. She rarely misjudged a person. She had been curious about the rumors about Fang Chen before. When she saw Fang Chen not long ago, she was even more convinced of her intuition. Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than the rumors said. She was happy to befriend such a genius with unparalleled potential. Fang Chen shrugged. It was indeed a hard journey. But how could it be so easy to reach the peak? Seeing that Fang Chen didn't answer, a meaningful smile appeared on Lu Lanqi's pretty face. Everyone had their secrets, so Lu Lanqi didn't continue to ask. Damn you! You just came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and you're already so restless. You defeated Yintong and Lin Yi consecutively. Now it's only been half a year and you want to hook up with Miss Lu Lanqi? Humph! He's not worthy of Miss Lu Lanqi's noble body. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and hated Fang Chen. Among them, a man with a folding fan walked out of the martial arts field and went straight to Lu Lanqi. Miss Lu Lanqi, long time no see. However, Lu Lanqi ignored his greeting and left with Fang Chen. This scene made the man's face darken. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Fang Chen and Lu Lanqi had already left. It seems that Miss Lu Lanqi is quite attractive. Fang Chen could feel that the people in the martial arts field hated him. It must have something to do with Lu Lanqi. Lu Lanqi pouted and took Fang Chen to a garden. Old man, I'm here. In the pavilion in the center of the garden, an old man with a white beard was drinking tea. You're here? Hearing the voice, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. However, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He felt a tremor from the depths of his primordial spirit. Just a look could make Fang Chen tremble? Peak Master Yun Luo? Fang Chen exclaimed. Other than Peak Master Yun Luo, who else could have such power? At the same time, he thought of how the guard called Lu Lanqi Miss Lu Lanqi and how Lu Lanqi dared to call Peak Master Yun Luo old man. He instantly understood. As expected, what the old man said next confirmed Fang Chen's guess. Girl, you're so rude. How dare you call your grandfather that? Who told you to force me to cultivate every day? Lu Lanqi pouted. Peak Master Yun Luo. The unfathomable old man in front of him was the legendary Peak Master Yun Luo. He was also the person Fang Chen wanted to meet this time. I didn't expect to meet Peak Master Yun Luo so easily. Fang Chen was surprised. Girl, you haven't come to me for a long time. This time, you brought someone with you. Let me guess, why did you bring him here? Peak Master Yun Luo looked at Lu Lanqi dotingly. Grandfather, it's not what you think. Lu Lanqi stomped his feet. Fang Chen was shocked. Did the old man think he was his grandson-in-law? His name is Fang Chen. He joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance half a year ago. He has great potential and once defeated Lin Yi with one strike. Today we met on Yun Luo Peak. He said he was looking for you, so I brought him here, Lu Lanqi explained. You're Fang Chen? Obviously, Peak Master Yun Luo had heard about what happened half a year ago. However, he had never left Yun Luo Peak and had never seen Fang Chen, so he didn't recognize him. Junior Fang Chen is here to meet Peak Master Yun Luo. Fang Chen saluted with his fist. Not bad. I didn't believe it when I heard the rumors, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're even more powerful than the rumors say. Peak Master Yun Luo was a saint with countless disciples. He could tell that Fang Chen was extraordinary at a glance. I met that kid from the Lin family when he was very young. He has great potential. If he continues to develop normally, he won't have a problem joining the Doctrine Palace. Peak Master Yun Luo stroked his beard and said, You defeated him with one strike. You're invincible in the same realm. I was just lucky. Fang Chen was humble. You weren't so humble when you fought Lin Yi. Lu Lanqi teased. I heard that someone is very arrogant. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. Now that you've met my grandfather, why are you looking for him? Can you tell me now? Lu Lanqi asked. Senior, I've reached a bottleneck in breaking through to the Saint Realm and need golden firegrass. I heard from Elderly that you have golden firegrass, so I'm here to ask for it. Fang Chen said seriously. Golden firegrass? It seems that you're comprehending the origin of metal, Peak Master Yun Luo said. There's a golden firegrass in the treasure pavilion. You can buy it with 5 billion yin and yang pills. To tell you the truth, I need 3 golden firegrass to break through. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. What? Lu Lanqi was shocked. Peak Master Yun Luo studied Fang Chen with his deep eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. Fang Chen felt uncomfortable. After a long while, Peak Master Yun Luo looked away. I can give you the golden firegrass. Peak Master Yun Luo waved his hand and a beam of golden light shot toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen instinctively reached out and saw that it was golden firegrass. This, Fang Chen was shocked. Golden firegrass was very precious and hard to find. He didn't expect Peak Master Yun Luo to give it to him so easily. Many of his disciples cultivated the origin of gold, but they couldn't get it even if they wanted it. Thank you, Senior. May I know what price this junior has to pay? Fang Chen asked after calming down from his excitement. He didn't believe that Peak Master Yun Luo would give him golden firegrass for no reason. I've been guarding Peak Master Yun Luo for countless years and rarely go out. There aren't many that catch my eye. You give me a strange feeling. Furthermore, Little Lucky is the one who brought you here. This stalk of golden flame grass is good karma. Okay, I've given you the golden firegrass. You can leave now. Peak Master Yun Luo asked him to leave. After Fang Chen left, Lu Lanqi stared at his grandfather with wide eyes. Grandpa, didn't you say that the golden fire grass was for Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan was a very talented disciple of Yun Luo Peak. Yun Luo Peak master thought highly of him. He's not simple. His potential is the strongest I've ever seen. Peak master Yun Luo sighed. If he doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an invincible saint. An ordinary saint and an invincible saint were two different things. It was different if he became an invincible saint. Lu Lanqi was surprised by his grandfather's words. He didn't expect his grandfather to think so highly of Feng Chen. Good granddaughter? The peak master of Yun Luo looked at Lu Lanqi with a smile. What do you think of Feng Chen? He's a good person. Lu Lanqi nodded subconsciously, but when she saw her grandfather's smile, she became angry and said, Grandpa, what do you think? Do you want to think about it? Peak Master Yun Luo said seriously, I raised you, and what I want most is to see you find a good cultivation partner. Many people on Peak Master Yun Luo are pursuing you, but you've never been nice to them. But today, you brought someone you've never met before to see me. Okay, stop. I'm just curious about him. Lu Lanqi ran out of Peak Master Yun Luo's sight. Chapter 3502. After leaving the garden, Feng Chen passed by the martial arts practice field again. Lu Lanqi hurriedly ran out after Feng Chen. She greeted Feng Chen and left. Miss Lu Lanqi. The man with the folding fan called out loudly. However, Lu Lanqi ignored him. The man's face darkened. He vented all his anger on Feng Chen. Feng Chen was about to leave when the man with the folding fan blocked his path. Kid, you better stay away from Miss Lu Lanqi, the man said fiercely. Feng Chen frowned. He was unhappy with the man. However, he didn't say anything and left. Stop. The man with the folding fan was completely enraged. A new disciple dared to disregard him like this? I said you'd better, boom. Before he could finish his words, he felt his body being hit by an extremely strong impact, and he was sent flying with a loud bang. Bang. His body landed heavily on the ground. His throat moved slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared at the sky in anger. However, when he got up from the ground, Feng Chen had already left Yun Luo Peak. Damn it. The man with the folding fan was furious. However, there was also a trace of shock in his heart. Is his strength really that strong? The other disciples in the martial arts practice field looked at each other. Although they were disciples of Yun Luo Peak, they were only the most ordinary disciples. They were all Saint Kings. The man with the folding fan was the strongest among them. He was already one step away from becoming a Saint Emperor. However, if even he couldn't withstand Feng Chen's attack, they wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone was talking about it. After leaving Yun Luo Peak, Feng Chen went to the treasure pavilion. After stating his purpose, he used 5 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a golden flame herb. At this point, he already had 2 stalks of golden flame grass in his possession. There was only 1 stalk left. If only I was in the Holy Ji Palace. Feng Chen pursed his lips. Elder Li had personally said that there were countless resources in the Holy Ji Palace. Spirit herbs like the golden fire herb were freely available to the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. However, there were only 2 of them here. Feng Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Let's return to Mount Zhiyuan first before thinking of a solution. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Very soon, Feng Chen arrived at the foot of Zhiyuan Mountain. He looked up and saw a group of disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain. Senior Brother Feng is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone immediately opened up a path for Feng Chen. Feng Chen. At the front of the crowd, Yin Tong glared at Feng Chen, gnashing her teeth in hatred. He was from the Central Weave, and in terms of talent and strength, he was second only to Lin Yi among the new disciples. The battle half a year ago was a humiliating battle for him. In the past 6 months he had been cultivating like crazy. Finally, the yellow sky did not disappoint the hard-working. He had broken through to the Saint Realm. Now, he was here for revenge. When I was in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, I could already fight against a third-level Saint King. Now that I've stepped into the Saint Realm, I fear no one below the Saint Emperor. In Yin Tong's opinion, he had stepped into the Saint Realm before Fang Chen and could suppress him. Thump, thump, thump. Every step Yin Tong took shook the ground. An extremely terrifying aura was released from his body. Countless martial artists retreated one after another. Half a year ago, Yin Tong was defeated by senior brother Fang with one punch. Now he's here for revenge. I don't think highly of Yin Tong. Senior brother Fang's strength is obvious to all. Even if he steps into the Saint Realm, it won't help. The battle half a year ago made all the new disciples acknowledge Fang Chen. Now they respectfully called Fang Chen senior brother Fang. Fang Chen glanced at Yin Tong and ignored him. He walked around him and walked toward Jiuan Mountain. What? You were so arrogant half a year ago, but now you don't dare to fight? Yin Tong took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen. I'm not interested in fighting a loser, Fang Chen said coldly. Yin Tong flew into a rage and slapped out. Buzz. Fang Chen didn't move. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin dissolved Yin Tong's power. Humph, so what if you're good at talking? Fight me if you dare. I'll avenge the humiliation I suffered half a year ago. Yin Tong's voice was thundering. Fang Chen looked up and studied Yin Tong seriously. After a while, he said, You were no match for me half a year ago, and you're still no match for me half a year later. After that, he didn't forget to add, It should be said that you'll never be able to surpass me. Go to hell, Yin Tong growled. Yin Tong growled and released a terrifying sound wave to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Boom. One punch, a simple punch. It was exactly the same as the battle half a year ago. Fang Chen's punch carried endless power as it landed on Yin Tong's body. There was a loud explosion. Everyone saw Yin Tong's body hit the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a big pit. Phew! Everyone took a deep breath, their hearts trembling. One punch and Yin Tong passed out. He's too strong. It's unimaginable. Although Yin Tong has entered the Saint Plane, he's far from being comparable to senior brother Fang. Senior brother Fang has become stronger. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in awe, watching the tall figure step onto Jiuan Mountain. On the 9th step of Jiuan Mountain, in the 8th cave residence. Yin Tong is courting death, madly said coldly. Half a year ago, brother Fang defeated him with one punch. He was already merciful. I didn't expect that he would dare to come looking for trouble now. He entered the Saint Plane and thought he could fight brother Fang to avenge his humiliation. Who would have thought? Princess Qin Yun thought for a long time and thought of a word to describe Fang Chen. Freak. The more she interacted with Fang Chen, the more she felt that the latter was unfathomable. He was simply a freak. Sometimes she even wondered what kind of environment could create such a terrifying freak. Help me spread the news. Say that I need a golden flame herb. Don't worry, brother Fang. Leave this to me. Princess Qin Yun and Mad Blade began to spread the news. Soon, most of the new disciples already knew that Fang Chen was trying to break through to the Saint Plane. A treasure like the golden flame herb is very difficult to obtain. I heard that the one in the treasure pavilion was also exchanged by senior brother Fang. Senior brother Fang's yin and yang energies have reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. It must be very difficult to break through. He needs a lot of energy. Many of the new disciples were busily trying to find out more information. This was a good opportunity to make friends with Fang Chen. How could they miss it? Some of the older disciples had also heard the news, but none of them had expressed their opinions. A few days later, Mad Bladely came to the 8th cave on the 9th step. Senior brother Fang, I've already asked around. The other senior brothers don't have any golden flame herb. Fang Chen nodded. He had already guessed this. Forget it. I'll think of something. He took out his communication token, ready to ask Elder Li. Just then, Elder Li's message came. You're so lucky. I didn't expect Peak Master Yun Luo to give her golden flame herb to you so easily, Elder Li joked. By the way, I heard that you've hooked up with Peak Master Yun Luo's granddaughter. I'm warning you. You should be careful. That old man is famous for being protective. If you break Lu Lanxi's heart, he'll fight you to the death. Fang Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. What the hell was this? Elder Li, I've only met Lu Lanxi once. It's not what you think. You don't have to explain. I understand. Elder Li's vulgar laughter came from the communication token. Fang Chen was speechless. At this time, Elder Li's voice became much more serious. The news that you got Peak Master Yun Luo's golden flame herb has spread. You should be prepared. The disciples of Yun Luo Peak will definitely make things difficult for you. After some explanation, Fang Chen learned that Peak Master Yun Luo had prepared the golden flame herb for her disciple, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He's already a saint king. He's been in seclusion all this time. He's also pursuing Lu Lanxi. If he comes out and knows that Lu Lanxi took you to see Peak Master Yun Luo and gave you the golden flame herb that originally belonged to him, he'll definitely hate you. Elder Li, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Fang Chen changed the topic. Of course not. I did come here for something important. Elder Li told him that the mission hall had issued an important task not long ago. It required 5 disciples to complete it. 4 of them had to be senior disciples, and the last one was a new disciple. In fact, this was the tradition of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Don't tell me that it's given to me? You defeated Lin Yi. There's no doubt that you'll be the first among the new disciples. Naturally, you have the priority to choose this task. Elder Li said, What? You don't want to go? If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Golden Flame Herb has appeared at the location of this task. Hearing the words Golden Flame Herb, Fang Chen stood up abruptly. His eyes shone. Elder Li, you must be joking. Since the sect has given me such an opportunity, how can I refuse? That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready. Come find me in 3 days. With that, Elder Li hung up the call. Wang Daoyun appeared behind Elder Li. This guy is immediately interested when he heard about Golden Flame Herb, Elder Li said with a smile. Although he was an elder, Wang Daoyun was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. His status was much higher than his. Thank you, Elder Li. Wang Daoyun nodded. I'm Daoyun. Since his potential is so high and he's already reached the threshold of the Holy Ji Palace, why didn't you take him in directly? Elder Li couldn't understand. Wang Daoyun's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of Origin Gathering Mountain. How could one succeed without tempering themselves? Geniuses tempered their will, tempered their bodies, polished their organs, and solidified their foundations in ice and fire. In Wang Daoyun's view, Fang Chen still had too little experience. No, to be precise, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. After all, some of the upper echelons had experienced the Battle of God. Chapter 3503. 3 days later, in the square. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, Elder Li was already waiting for him. Beside Elder Li stood 4 disciples. They were all veteran disciples. Fang Chen looked at the 4 of them and was surprised. He did not expect to see someone familiar. Not long ago, when he stepped onto Yun Luo Peak, he met the man with a folding fan. The latter looked at him with resentment. Fang Chen shrugged. It was all because of Lu Lanxi. All right, everyone is here, Elder Li said. Elder Li said, Fang Chen, let me introduce you. These 4 are your mission partners for this trip. The tallest and burly man was called Meng Ta. He was a 3rd-level holy king. He was skilled in the way of the saber. His saber skills were invincible. Nice to meet you. Meng Ta smiled at Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. Elder Li continued with the introductions. The warrior in gray beside Meng Ta was called Huatsong Holy King. He was skilled in the secret technique of fire. His cultivation was the same as Meng Ta's. The man with a folding fan was a disciple of Yun Luo Pi. He also came from the Central Territory. He seemed to be related to the family behind Lin Yi. This person was called Bai Yang. The last person was Meng Ta's sister. She was called Meng Sha. She wore a light blue dress and looked like a lowly. This is the content of the mission. After introducing the 4 disciples, Elder Li took out a file and handed it to Fong Chen. Fong Chen opened the file and quickly finished reading the mission content. Song Kingdom. The destination of their mission was a place called Song Kingdom. Song Kingdom is a big country in the northwest of the God's Fall battlefield. It may be a small country, but its territory is comparable to an ordinary territory, Elder Li said. The strongest person in Song Kingdom is Lord Song. His cultivation has reached the 5th level Holy King realm. He is not to be underestimated. You must be careful when you go to his territory. After hearing Elder Li's words, Fong Chen finally understood. The so-called Song Kingdom was established solely because of the Song Emperor. Fong Chen sighed. In the God's Fall battlefield, as long as you had enough strength, you could occupy a territory and establish your own sect. Not long ago, our heaven-defying alliance received news that Saint Kangyi's relics had appeared in the Song Kingdom, so we sent a few disciples to explore. Who would have thought that they would never return? In the end, after waiting for half a month, their life slips shattered. At this point, a cold glint flashed across Elder Li's eyes. The heaven-defying alliance was the pinnacle faction of the God's Fall battlefield. The disciples they recruited were basically the most monstrous geniuses since ancient times. In the future, they would definitely become top powerhouses and stand at the top of this world. The death of every disciple was a great loss to the heaven-defying alliance. The heaven-defying alliance was very protective and overbearing. No matter what happened, regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong, they had to fight first and talk later. They could not tarnish the reputation of the heaven-defying alliance. If a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was assassinated in the outside world, the heaven-defying alliance would spare no expense to seek revenge. Of course, although the heaven-defying alliance was protective, it was not to the point of blindness. If that was the case, it would definitely inflate the arrogance of the disciples of the sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance drew up a rule and announced it to the world. If a disciple was killed in a one-on-one fight, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. The heaven-defying alliance would not care. However, if they were outnumbered or used tricks to ambush the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance, the heaven-defying alliance would not let it go. This time, the disciples sent by the heaven-defying alliance to the Song Kingdom to explore Saint Kangyi's relics were killed. They suspected that it was most likely the Song Emperor's doing. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. The specific details of the mission are in the file, Elder Li said. When you go to the Song Kingdom, try not to clash with the Song Emperor. Focus on investigating Saint Kangyi's relic. Not long after, Elder Li arranged everything. Then, a breeze eagle carried the 5 of them into the clouds. Whoosh! Behind Elder Li, Wang Daoyun suddenly appeared. The Song Emperor is a 5th-level Holy Emperor. His strength cannot be underestimated. Although Meng Ta and the other 3 are 3rd-level Holy Emperors and can fight above their level, dealing with a 4th-level Holy Emperor is not a problem. But against the Song Emperor, they do not have much of a chance of winning. Not to mention, there is still Fong Chen. Wang Daoyun smiled and looked at Elder Li. What? Elder Li, do you think Fong Chen is a burden? No matter how strong Fong Chen's potential is, it can't be turned into actual battle strength. Now that he has not stepped into the Holy Realm, He cannot use his origin energy to fight. This is his weakness. No matter how strong his battle strength is, it is impossible for him to withstand the attack of a 5th-level Holy Emperor. Elderly said, "Who is the Tsang Emperor?" He single-handedly established the Tsang Kingdom, causing many surrounding territories to be wary of him. With such an iron fist, how can he not see the true strength of the 5 disciples we sent? With the Tsang Emperor's insight, he could see that Fang Chen was the team's weakness with a single glance. He would definitely use thunderous methods to continuously attack the team's weakest link. Only by targeting the weakest would he be able to achieve the best result. No matter if he can't even pass this hurdle, Wang Daoyun laughed. In the clouds, a huge breeze eagle soared. On its back, Fang Chen and the other 4 sat cross-legged. "I say, brother, aren't you a little too fierce? You just joined the heaven-defying alliance, and you already caused such a big commotion?" The burly man, Meng Ta, smiled at Fang Chen and said, "Junior brother Fang, you don't have to worry. With the 4 of us here, the Tsang Emperor can't do anything to us." Meng Sha had an unperturbed look. I don't know what the sect is thinking. This mission is already very dangerous, why bring a burden?" The one who spoke was the man with a folding fan, Bai Yang. He had some resentment towards Fang Chen, and his gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with hatred. To this, Fang Chen just laughed. There was nothing to say, and there was nothing to explain. The reason he participated in this mission was for the golden flame grasp. He glanced at Bai Yang indifferently, and then turned his head away. Seeing Fang Chen's casual attitude, Bai Yang stood up, and a violent aura spread out. He stared at Fang Chen and said word by word, "Kid, I don't like you. I hope you stay away from Miss Lu Lan, or I don't mind crippling you." "Bai Yang, you've gone too far." Meng Sha frowned and was somewhat unhappy. "We're brothers from the same sect, and we're going to do the mission together. How can you say that to junior brother Fang?" Meng Sha had a good impression of Fang Chen and hated Bai Yang. "You'd better not meddle in my affairs." Bai Yang didn't give Meng Sha any face. Bang! The burly Meng Ta suddenly stood up, and was half a meter taller than Bai Yang. He widened his eyes and said fiercely, "Bai Yang, show some respect to my sister." Seeing Meng Ta, Bai Yang's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, no longer speaking. From the beginning to the end, Huatsang Saint King didn't speak. He closed his eyes, and a layer of flame light surrounded his body. This person's control of flames is really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Huatsang Saint King's comprehension of the fire origin had reached an extremely high level. However, Fang Chen had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with his flames. After a long time, Fang Chen spoke. "You've been injured?" Hearing this, the others looked over, and Huatsang Saint King, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Fang Chen, but didn't speak. "You've injured your internal organs, causing a part of your meridians to reverse, which caused you to be unable to reach the perfect level when condensing the flame armor," Fang Chen said. "Every time you want to condense the origin armor, your 3-yin meridian and Sky Chong meridian will ache. Moreover, as time passes, the pain will become stronger." Buzz! The flames on Huatsang Saint King's body surged and dissipated in the air. His eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. "How did you know?" Not only the Meng siblings, but even Bai Yang was surprised. Not long ago, Huatsang Saint King had fought with him, and he didn't see that the other party was injured. This, for a moment, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Huatsang Saint King's meridians were in reverse, and he was unable to condense the origin armor, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. And his battle with Huatsang Saint King was only a mutual loss? Didn't this mean that he was no match for Huatsang Saint King at his peak? He couldn't accept this fact. "Humph!" Bai Yang snorted, waiting to see Fang Chen make a fool of himself. "You think you can see through everything just because you know a little about fire?" What Song Saint King ignored Bai Yang's sarcasm towards Fang Chen, and came to the latter's side, asking anxiously. That's right, just as you said, half a year ago, I fought with someone and was seriously injured. It was that time that my internal organs were damaged, causing my meridians to reverse. What Song Saint King said. Meng Ta and Meng Sha widened their eyes in disbelief. Junior brother Fang Chen was able to see through Hua Song Saint King's injuries. It was too abnormal. You major in fire, and your secret technique is fierce and overbearing. This has accelerated the reversal of the damage to your meridians. Now, every time you circulate your secret technique and condense your origin armor, it will cause serious damage to your internal organs. If you don't treat it in time, it will most likely affect your future cultivation. After hearing Fang Chen's words, What Song Saint King could no longer sit still and asked anxiously. Since you can see through it, you should have a way, right? What Song Saint King said. I know a little about fire. Let me take a look for you first. Fang Chen placed his hand on Hua Song Saint King's meridians to check his pulse. Big brother, isn't junior brother Fang too magical? Meng Sha looked at Fang Chen curiously. She always felt that Fang Chen was too mysterious. I never thought that Hua Song Saint King would actually be injured. I wonder how junior brother Fang could tell? Half a year ago, Fang Chen defeated Lin Yi with a single sword strike, and he had already shown his prowess. Now, Meng Ta believed the rumors about Fang Chen even more. This guy. Meng Ta grinned. Bai Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at Fang Chen with a cold, killing intent. Chapter 3504. Actually, there was a reason why Fang Chen was able to see through Hua Song's hidden injuries. Firstly, he was proficient in the Tao of fire and had almost comprehended the true essence of fire. Secondly, his half-perfect bloodline was different from the rest. He could sense that there was a problem with the flames around Hua Song's body. It was nothing to Fang Chen, but to the others it was shocking. Hua Song looked at Fang Chen excitedly. He had heard rumors about Fang Chen before, but he didn't believe it. In his opinion, even if a new disciple had heaven-defying potential, so what? Potential didn't represent battle strength. Many peerless geniuses fell midway. Only those who persevered to the end could be called true geniuses. Among the 5 of them, Hua Song was the strongest. Bai Yang was second, so he wasn't willing to get close to Hua Song. Pretentious. Seeing Fang Chen pretending to take Hua Song's pulse, Bai Yang sneered. Shut up. Hua Song frowned and scolded. His injuries had been hindering his cultivation. He looked at Fang Chen with a hopeful gaze, hoping that he could find a solution. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes and said with a smile, Your injuries aren't as serious as you thought. How is it? Hua Song asked anxiously. Your 3 Yin meridians and Sky Chong meridians are twisted and can't be stretched, causing your meridians to be blocked. This is also the most fundamental reason, Fang Chen said. The blocked meridians caused the blood clots in the internal organs to be unable to be discharged, causing the internal organs to be unable to recover for a long time. As a result, impurities appeared on the origin armor condensed by Hua Song. I once saw a description of this illness in an ancient book. He had seen this illness in the ancient books left behind by the blood cavalry saint, so he knew how to treat it. Do you have a way? Hua Song seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. There is a way, but you need a fire heartgrass. As long as you can get it, your injuries will most likely be healed. Hearing this, Hua Song was stunned and smiled bitterly. The fire heartgrass was a fire elemental spiritual grass, and was extremely rare. It would be extremely difficult to obtain it. I know about the fire heartgrass. The ancient god merchant guild seems to sell it. However, the price is ridiculously high. Meng Ta, who was standing aside, recovered from the shock and said, Fire heartgrass was a priceless treasure to fire-type cultivators. Moreover, this spiritual grass was extremely special. It grew in the northern part of the God's Fall battlefield, in a forbidden land known as the Endless Sea of Fire. Even saint kings did not dare to carelessly enter the flames of the Sea of Fire. Saints would think twice before entering. Therefore, there were very few fire heartgrass in the outside world. Ancient God Merchant Association? Fang Chen was astonished. He knew nothing about the ancient God Chamber of Commerce. But soon, Meng Ta explained to him. The battle of ancient gods involved far too many forces. It directly shattered the entire space. Countless powerhouses perished, but there were also some lucky survivors. A powerful village Azzi had established the ancient God Chamber of Commerce, which specialized in collecting treasures from every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. The ancient God Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the territories. As long as you had enough wealth, you could get anything you wanted. 10 billion yin-yang pills? Fang Chen sighed. A stalk of fire heartgrass was actually worth 10 billion yin-yang pills. It was simply frightening. Junior brother Fang, I'm afraid you don't know how popular the fire heartgrass is. 10 billion yin-yang pills is just the lowest price. The actual price is far above it. The fire heartgrass was something that could be encountered but not sought. Once it appeared, it would definitely be fought over. Fang Chen looked at Sacred King Huatsang, who had a grave expression. Senior brother Huatsang, don't worry. Our mission this time is to explore the ruins. We might be able to find other fire-type spiritual grasses. Although their medicinal effects are not as good as the fire heart grass, it's better than nothing. Fang Chen comforted. Sacred King Huatsang said, Junior brother Fang, if I get the fire heart grass, can you help me? Sacred King Huatsang found it hard to speak the latter part of his sentence. After all, he did not have any interaction with Fang Chen before. Why would he help him? It's just a small matter. As long as senior brother Huatsang needs it, I will definitely not decline. Sacred King Huatsang nodded heavily and looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Seeing this, Bai Yang was even more jealous. I say, Junior brother Fang, do you really have a way? Meng Sha was in disbelief. One had to know that Sacred King Huatsang had looked for many senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level, but none of them had a way. He was only at the yin-yang origin realm. Could it be that he was more powerful than senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level? Meng Sha looked at Fang Chen with suspicion. The latter grinned and did not explain. What is that? Just as Meng Sha was about to ask Fang Chen, Meng Ta suddenly exclaimed. In the distant horizon, black clouds rolled over. The black clouds were filled with terrifying fiendish energy. Roar! A loud and clear cry rang out. Following that, a golden-winged roc spread its wings and soared towards Fang Chen and the others. Crash! The breeze eagle that Fang Chen and the others were riding trembled. After all, the golden-winged roc was the king of birds. The breeze eagle was unable to resist its aura. There's someone. Meng Ta stood up and stared ahead. On the back of the golden-winged roc stood a man holding a saber. It's coming for us, Meng Sha whispered. The other party did not hide his killing intent. Under the pressure of the golden-winged roc, the breeze eagle stopped in the void, trembling. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Meng Ta asked. The man with a saber on the back of the golden-winged roc shot out a dazzling saber light. Bang! The saber light was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Sacred King Huatsang in an instant. Sacred King Huatsang, how have you been? The saber man sneered. A loser still dares to appear in front of me? Sacred King Huatsang was very calm. Last time, I lost to you by a single move. I can't accept that. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Fang Chen and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that he was here for Sacred King Huatsang. Boom! The saber man made his move and rushed towards Sacred King Huatsang. Seeing this, Sacred King Huatsang tiptoed and rushed into the void, fighting with him. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky. Fang Chen and the others looked up. It was dark and they could not see anything. Although senior brother Huatsang is injured, It shouldn't be a problem to deal with that guy. That's right. The Meng siblings were very confident in sacred King Huatsong. Dong. A moment later, a terrifying sound came from the sky, followed by a layer of powerful ripples that spread rapidly. Whoosh! The saber man swooped down, his body covered in blood. Damn it! He roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. He sped up and rushed towards the breeze eagle. Not good! Meng Ta exclaimed and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's body flew out involuntarily and collided with the Saberman. On the breeze eagle. Chapter 3505. The moment he was pushed out, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. However, it was too late and he was forced to make a move. Buzz. The sword Dao armor condensed, and terrifying sword Dao ripples covered the armor. Gotcha! The Saberman held the saber and fiercely slashed down, ruthlessly slashing at Fang Chen's sword Dao armor. Junior brother Fang. This sudden turn of events shocked the Meng Ta siblings. Meng Ta shouted and was about to make a move, but at this moment a crisp sound rang out. Some cracks appeared on Fang Chen's sword Dao armor, but it still blocked the Saberman's crazy counterattack. You're courting death. Huatsong's Saint King descended from the sky and sent the Saberman flying with a punch. Gotcha! Then, Huatsong's Saint King took a step forward and chased after the Saberman, smashing his head into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying aura in the sky gradually dissipated. Huatsong's Saint King returned to the breeze eagle and looked at Fang Chen. How was it? He didn't expect that the Saberman would choose to attack Fang Chen and the others after being defeated. Junior brother Fang, why are you so reckless? Meng Ta said. From Meng Ta and Meng Sha's point of view, Fang Chen flew out to block the Saberman's attack. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He glanced at Bai Yang not far away and didn't say anything. At this time, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Just now, when the Meng siblings were attracted by the Saberman, he took the opportunity to push Fang Chen out. Originally, he thought that the Saberman in a crazy state should be able to kill Fang Chen, but who would have thought, fortunately, Fang Chen didn't say this matter, otherwise, he would inevitably have a conflict with Huatsong's Saint King. Fang Chen's injuries weren't serious, which made the Meng siblings even more curious. How strong was Fang Chen? In such a powerful explosion, even the two of them would be injured. However, Fang Chen's sword Dao armor only showed signs of cracking. It was unbelievable. What a freak! Meng Sha muttered softly. After this incident, everyone was relatively safe on the road. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Tsang Empire. Phew, we've finally reached the border of the Tsang Empire. Meng Ta took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Along the way they were too bored. Sometimes, Meng Ta would even attack the ferocious birds that passed by. On the other hand, Meng Sha's beady eyes moved about curiously. I heard that the Tsang Empire has a lot of delicious food. Sister, we're here for a mission, not to eat, Meng Ta reprimanded. At this time, Holy King Huatsong's transmission token rang. Within the Tsang nation, someone had sent him a message, informing him of the details of the situation. Senior brother Huatsong, where are we going now? Manta asked. Let's go to Forgetful City first. The breeze eagle spread its wings and soared toward the Forgetful City. Forgetful City was located in the eastern part of the Tsang nation. It was an extremely prosperous city. After the group arrived at Forgetful City, they found an inn to stay in. Senior brother Huatsong, that's basically what happened. In the courtyard, a young warrior said slowly. He was the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple in charge of secular affairs, and also the Tsang nation's liaison. He was the one who received the group of disciples who came to the Tsang nation to explore the ruins. You're saying that they found clues to the ruins and were killed when they went to explore it? Holy King Huatsong pondered. Not long ago, there was a rumor in the Tsang nation's royal family that the Tsang emperor had reached a critical point in his cultivation and urgently needed some treasures. The royal family even ordered a large number of warriors to search for the ruins. The disciple said, "I'm guessing that the Tsang nation must have known that our heaven-defying alliance was also exploring the ruins. They didn't want us to know the location of the ruins, so they secretly killed them. No matter what, this matter must have something to do with the Tsang nation's royal family." Meng Ta said, "But that Tsang emperor knew that you were our heaven-defying alliance's disciples, yet he still dared to kill you? Isn't he afraid of the heaven-defying alliance's revenge? As long as we can't find any evidence, we can't do anything to him. Besides, when a Saint Realm warrior reaches a bottleneck, they will do anything. It's not easy to find a ruin. If the heaven-defying alliance obtains it, it will be equivalent to cutting off the Tsang emperor's cultivation path. He will definitely take the risk." The few of them analyzed. Only Bai Yang sat in the corner, not saying a word. Tsang nation's royal family. In a hidden secret room, the Tsang emperor, dressed in a yellow python robe, sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of him, there was a bright pearl. "Your Majesty, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance are here," the imperial preceptor whispered. "There are a total of 5 people this time. 4 of them are third-level holy kings, and 1 of them is in the Yin-Yang origin realm." Hearing this, the Tsang emperor's expression changed. Yin-Yang origin realm? This Yin-Yang origin realm is called Fangchen. He is a new disciple with unparalleled potential. He has the battle strength of a third-level holy king. The imperial preceptor said, "Among the other 4 disciples, there is Holy King Huatsang." The Tsang emperor heard this and nodded. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes. The heaven-defying alliance is really persistent. Do they think the Tsang kingdom is afraid of them? The Tsang emperor said, "Since you have brought the materials here, don't blame me for not being polite. I will leave them to you, imperial preceptor. Remember to do it cleanly. Don't leave any evidence behind." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Soon I will bring their blood." With that, the imperial preceptor turned and left. At this moment, a black figure walked out from a dark corner. The black figure was shrouded in a black aura and wore a fierce mask on his face. "These idiots from the heaven-defying alliance. We just threw out the news of a suspected relic, and they sent us so much nourishment." The black figure sneered. The Tsang emperor stood up and looked at the black figure. "The heaven-defying alliance is one of the top forces in the God's Fall battlefield. Is it really okay for us to hunt their disciples like this?" In fact, the Tsang emperor was a little worried about this matter. "Don't worry. It won't take long for the blood to be collected. When the time comes, I will help you break through and take you away from here to join us." The Tsang emperor was stunned and immediately became excited. "By the way, does the relic of Saint Kangi really exist?" They used the relic of Saint Kangi as bait to lure the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance to explore this place. In fact, the black figure didn't know if this relic really existed. "For countless years, I have searched every corner of the Tsang kingdom, but I didn't find anything. I think the rumor should be false," the Tsang emperor said. The black figure nodded and disappeared. Looking at the direction where the black figure disappeared, the Tsang emperor's eyes turned thoughtfully. "Saint Kangi," he whispered in his mouth. Fang Chun and the others who were far away in the forgotten city didn't know that a crisis was coming. As soon as they stepped into the Tsang kingdom, they were already known by the royal family of the Tsang kingdom. Even their every move was clearly known by the other party. Chapter 3506. After many inquiries, the place where the ruins appeared should be in a mountain range 100,000 miles west of Oblivion City. This mountain range was called the Death Mountain Range. Death Mountain Range? Oblivion City, inside the inn. Meng Ta was a little surprised after hearing the news brought back by the secular disciples. Before they came, they had a detailed understanding of the Tsang kingdom, so they knew about the Death Mountain range. You're saying that the ruins might be in the Death Mountain range? Meng Ta was puzzled. The last place where the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance were last seen was in the Death Mountain range. After that, their life slips shattered. The secular disciple nodded. If they didn't find something, why would they go to the Death Mountain range for no reason? One had to know that it was a forbidden area for humans. Legend had it that during the battle of the ancient gods, a terrifying stream of light fell from the sky and bombarded the Death Mountain range, causing the Death Mountain range to be formed. Because this power contained an extremely strong water origin power, it caused the soil of the Death Mountain range to mutate. In fact, every inch of the soil contained a terrifying golden corrosive water. If a Saint King martial artist entered, they would be instantly corroded by the golden corrosive water. Even a Saint King expert would find it difficult to resist the corrosion of the golden corrosive water. This was why Meng Ta was a little surprised when he heard about the Death Mountain range. "All right, you can leave first," Saint King Huatsang, who had been silent all this time, said. After the secular disciple left, Saint King Huatsang looked at the others and asked, "What do you think? The Death Mountain range is a forbidden area for humans. Even if Saint Kangyi's ruins are inside, how can we go in?" The five of them hadn't reached the Saint King level, so they couldn't resist the golden corrosive water. Meng Ta shook his head. On the side, Meng Sha rolled her eyes. "Think of a way to confirm if there really is Saint Kangyi's ruins in the Death Mountain range, and then confirm if the senior brothers died in the Death Mountain range. Maybe the Tsang King didn't do anything at all. They accidentally entered the Death Mountain range and were corroded by the golden corrosive water." Bai Yang said coldly. "That's right, I agree. Maybe the Tsang King doesn't even know where the ruins are." Meng Ta and Meng Sha nodded, agreeing with Bai Yang. Saint King Huatsang turned his head and looked at Feng Chen. "Before my senior brothers died, they didn't even have the time to send a message. If they died from the metal corroding water, they should have had the time to send a message, right?" Feng Chen shrugged. "Is it possible that Lord Song knew about our heaven-defying alliance's operation and lured our senior brothers to the Death Mountain range, and then secretly killed them?" Hearing Feng Chen's words, the others' expressions changed slightly. "You mean? Did the Tsang Emperor use the corrosive metal water to kill our heaven-defying alliance's disciples?" Meng Ta asked. Feng Chen stood up and said slowly, "Our heaven-defying alliance is a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. A mere Tsang kingdom naturally wouldn't dare to openly attack our disciples. But you also said that the Azure Emperor's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needs heavenly treasures. Furthermore, Saint Kangyi was most likely the ancestor of Lord Tsang. Based on the above, the Tsang Emperor must be searching for the ruins as well. He would never allow anyone else to get involved. Not even the heaven-defying alliance. Using the corrosive metal water to kill the heaven-defying alliance's disciples, even if the heaven-defying alliance investigated, they wouldn't find any evidence. If what Junior Brother Feng said is true, then the appearance of the Kangyi ruins in the Death Mountain range is most likely a scam." Huatsang analyzed. A scam targeted at the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. But isn't the Tsang Emperor afraid of inviting trouble? Meng Sha asked. "This is the purpose of our trip. Aside from exploring the ruins, the other mission is to confirm whether our senior brothers died in the hands of the Tsang kingdom." Huatsang's tone was heavy. No matter what, the trip to the Death Mountain range was unavoidable. "We'll rest for 3 days, then go to the Death Mountain range to investigate." Huatsang made his decision. Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. "Lord Imperial Tutor, why are you here?" The Oblivious City Lord greeted the Imperial Tutor with a smile and invited him into the meeting hall. At the same time, he waved his hand and dismissed the servants, leaving only him and the Imperial Tutor. "I'm here this time for an important matter. The imperial tutor told the oblivious city lord the plan in detail. The latter's expression changed when he heard the news. After all, they were hunting down the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Once the matter was exposed, they would die without a doubt. Lord Imperial Tutor, the oblivious city lord, was a little afraid. Don't be afraid. Just do as I say. The oblivious city lord was perturbed. In the end, he nodded and hurriedly left to arrange the mission. The next day, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance found Huatsong and the others again. He told them the news he had heard. What? Someone accidentally entered the Death Mountain range and found the Kangi ruins? Meng Ta stood up with a start. He was very surprised. Huatsong frowned and pondered, while Meng Sha asked curiously. Fang Chun and Bai Yang were silent, as if they were thinking about something. That's right. The news came from the Oblivious Chamber of Commerce. It said that 2 third-level holy kings accidentally entered the Death Mountain range and found the Kangi ruins. One of them died on the spot from the corrosive gold water, while the other abandoned an arm and dragged his heavily injured body to escape. The news came from the man with the severed arm. It seems that the Kangi ruins are really in the Death Mountain range. Huatsong stood up and glanced at the 4 of them. Get ready. We'll set off now. Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. Lord Imperial Tutor, the 5 disciples of the heaven-defying alliance have already left Oblivious City. They should be heading to the Death Mountain range, the Oblivious City Lord reported. The Imperial Tutor sat on the armchair, resting with his eyes closed. Everything was within his expectations. The Death Mountain range will be their burial ground, the Imperial Tutor said coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too nosy. The 5 of them rode on the Breeze Eagle, and the journey was unimpeded. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the Death Mountain range. Is that the Death Mountain range? Meng Sha cried out in surprise. As she gazed over, the area ahead was covered in a dusky expanse, and it gave one the feeling of a magnificent fairyland. Let's go. Huatsong jumped off the Breeze Eagle and approached the Death Mountain range. Buzz. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Death Mountain range. Huatsong looked down. The ground under his feet was shrouded in mist, forming a fierce conflict with the flame runes on the surface of his skin. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face aghast. It is said that the gold-corroding water covers the entire Death Mountain range. Once you enter it, you will be corroded. Huatsong took a deep breath and stabilized his body. I have 5 talismans in my hand that can resist the corrosion of the gold-corroding water for a short period of time, but it won't last for long. Once the talisman's power is exhausted, you must immediately withdraw. Huatsong took out 5 benefits from his bosom and distributed them to the other 4. This was a talisman that contained the origin of fire. After it was activated, it would release the origin of fire and form an origin armor to resist the gold-corroding water. In the distant horizon, whoosh, 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 dark clouds covered the clear sky, and it suddenly became dark. Numerous black shadows quickly traversed through the gloomy sky. Hee, what a bunch of idiot! The leader wore a black mask and black armor, and his body emitted a terrifying fiendish aura. He stood on a cloud and looked up and saw Fang Chen and the other 4. In a while, directly attack and kill them, then drain their blood and throw their corpses into the Death Mountain range. The masked man ordered. Boom. Fang Chen and the other 4 were discussing the matter of entering the Death Mountain range. All of a sudden, they felt a terrifying aura coming towards them. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. Fang Chen cried out, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Scam. He remembered something that he had guessed before. Song Emperor? Huatsong stared angrily at the black shadow that was shooting over. Kill. The masked man roared and slapped out. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a terrifying palm print shot toward Fang Chen and the others. Scram. Huatsong was furious, and he faced the attack head-on and punched the palm print. Crack! With almost no power to resist, Huatsong Saint King was directly sent flying. With a bang, his body smashed onto the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Saint Emperor! Meng Ta exclaimed, feeling fear. How is this possible? When did the Tsang Empire have so many Saint Emperors? Meng Sha couldn't believe it. In just one exchange, the strongest Huatsong was seriously injured, and Fang Chen and the others were in danger. What bullshit heaven-defying alliance disciples! The masked man sneered. Trash like you are worthy of us personally taking action? Who are you? How dare you plot against us heaven-defying alliance disciples? Aren't you afraid of heaven-defying alliance's revenge? The burly Meng Ta stood out and questioned. Stupid. Since we dared to deal with you, we have a foolproof plan. Now you want to scare us with heaven-defying alliance? The masked man flipped his hand and slapped Meng Ta away. Attack together, let's end this quickly. As soon as the masked man's voice fell, countless black shadows attacked. Too strong, I can't resist at all. Fang Chen thought. Whoosh. At this moment, a black shadow quickly approached him. Without thinking, Fang Chen directly swung his sword and forced the black shadow back. At the same time, his body was also retreating. In a flash, Meng Ta and the other two were repelled. They kept retreating and came to the entrance of the Death Mountain range. From behind, they could feel the terrifying corrosive power of the golden corrosive water, and in front of them, there was a Saint Emperor-level enemy. What should we do? We are no match for them at all, Meng Ta said anxiously. The Tsang Empire came prepared and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Escape into the Death Mountain range. Bai Yang, who had been silent, spoke. His eyes were filled with madness. They looked at each other, nodded, and then moved together into the Death Mountain range. Courting Death. Chapter 3507. Facing the Saint Emperor, Fang Chen and the others had no power to fight back. Their only hope was to escape into the Death Mountain range. Run! Huatsong Saint Emperor roared, and a terrifying flame aura emerged from his body. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky, entering the Death Mountain range. Let's go too. Meng Ta covered his sister Meng Sha and plunged into the mountain range. Bai Yang was the first to enter. In the end, only Fang Chen was left. Boom, boom, boom. Before Fang Chen could move, he was enveloped by the terrifying hand. The surrounding space was instantly sealed. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He gritted his teeth and executed the primordial chaos sword art in a frenzy. One after another, sword lights intertwined in the void, forming a powerful sword net, trying to block the attack of the giant hand. Crack! However, the sword net was too weak. The giant hand tore the sword net apart without any effort. Seeing that the giant hand was about to suppress him, Fang Chen's eyes shot out a cold light. He turned his head and saw that Huatsong Saint Emperor and the others had disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, he quickly took out the Saint Emperor from the Immortal Cave Mountain. Crash! With a shake of his wrist, 5 energy crystals appeared in the Saint Emperor's hand. Boom! The crystals rotated, and the Saint Emperor's hand quickly absorbed the energy. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Kill! Fang Chen stomped his foot and came to the top of the Saint Emperor's head. He controlled the Saint Emperor's hand and launched a counterattack. The leader seemed to feel that something was wrong. He continued to increase his strength, and the giant hand went straight down, trying to suppress Fang Chen. Crack! However, the power displayed by the Saint Emperor's hand was too violent. The giant hand couldn't resist it at all. In just one exchange, the secret technique that the leader was so proud of was mercilessly shattered by the Saint Emperor's hand. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. Oh no, this is the Saint Emperor's hand. He recognized the Saint Emperor's hand, but it was too late. The The Saint Mantis was Fong Chen's trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. But right now, he was facing a 4th-level peak Sage Emperor. In addition to his special techniques, his battle prowess was comparable to a 5th-level Holy Emperor. Fong Chen had no chance of winning at all. He could only use his trump card, the Saint Kiln. Poochie! The Saint Lion crazily attacked, violently tearing apart a weaker shadow. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he rushed into the crowd of shadows. Apart from the leader of the Black Shadows, the other Black Shadows were relatively weak. Rip! One shadow after another died under the holy light. This scene caused the leader of the Black Shadows to go completely mad. His eyes turned scarlet as he let out a long howl. "I want you dead!" The Black Shadow took a step forward, bypassed the Saint Kiln, and came before Fong Chen, intending to kill him. "As long as I kill you, the Saint Mantis will be mine." Thinking that he could own the Saint Fruit, the Black Shadow's heart was filled with desire. "Humph!" Fong Chen snorted coldly. With a thought, he recalled the Saint Kiln. With a boom, it blocked the leader's all-out attack. "Kill him for me!" Fong Chen ordered the Saint Kiln to attack with all its might. After a while, the Black Shadow could not hold on any longer. Bang! The Saint Kiln suppressed the leader of the Black Shadows with absolute strength. Poochie! The leader of the Black Shadows burned his origin source energy, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he encountered the Saint Kiln. 5 energy crystals could allow the Saint Kiln to display the battle prowess of a 5th-level peak Sage Emperor. Moreover, the Saint Kiln did not have any perception and would not feel any pain. It did not need to defend. It only needed to attack endlessly. Even a 5th-level peak Sage Emperor might not dare to fight the Saint Kiln. Dong! The Saint Kiln's palm penetrated the leader's chest, destroying his internal organs. At the same time, it also shattered the leader's primordial spirit. "Run!" Seeing this, the other Black Shadows were terrified and fled in panic. However, Fong Chen was already prepared. He chased after them with his sword. Under his and the Saint Kiln's joint attack, all the Black Shadows that came to attack them died. Huff! Fong Chen took a deep breath. He could not calm down for a long time. He looked up at the Saint Kiln and was quite surprised. It was a pity that there were only 9 energy crystals. After using 5 of them, there were only 4 left. However, when Fong Chen put away the summer rings of these Black Shadows, he was instantly overjoyed. "There are so many yin and yang pills," Fong Chen said excitedly. With just a cursory look, he found a mountain of yin and yang pills. With such a big commotion here, it will definitely alarm the Tsang Nation's royal family. Fong Chen suppressed the joy in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw all the corpses into the Death Mountain Range. At the same time, he brought the Saint Kiln into the Death Mountain Range. The Death Mountain Range contained an extremely strong illusion, and there was a natural illusion array. It was like a maze, and one would get lost if they were not careful. Bang! Suddenly, several large craters appeared on the ground. Then, there were a few muffled groans. Hiss! Huatsong and the other 3 fled into the Death Mountain Range. The moment they touched the ground, they felt the powerful corrosive power of the golden corrosive water. They stood up and jumped onto the towering tree. What a terrifying golden corrosive water! After a long time, they calmed down and looked at the Death Mountain Range seriously. Where's junior brother Fong? At this time, Meng Ta realized that Fong Chen did not come in. Could it be that junior brother Fong was intercepted by the Black Shadows? As soon as Meng Sha said that, Huatsong and Meng Ta's faces changed. The golden corrosive water here is too thick, and the talisman's power is rapidly consumed. It's not good to stay here for long. We have to explore as soon as possible and then leave this place, Bai Yang said. His meaning was obvious. There was no need to care about Fong Chen's life or death. Senior brother Huatsong, Meng Ta shouted. Our heaven-defying alliance is extremely united. How can we leave our fellow disciples behind? Meng Ta, are you trying to kill us all? Bai Yang scolded. Don't you know where we are? This mission is beyond our imagination. It's good enough that we can go back alive. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the heart to care about others? If you want to go back and find Fang Chen, go by yourself. I won't go with you to die. Bai Yang's attitude was clear. He wanted to explore the Death Mountain range as soon as possible and then leave. In the end, Huatsang and the other three went deep into the Death Mountain range with talismans. Not long after they left, Fang Chen entered the Death Mountain range. Phew! What a thick golden corrosive water! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The golden corrosive water in the soil could definitely kill a low-level holy king. Fortunately, he had talismans and the protection of the holy jade. In the previous battle, the 5 crystals had only consumed a little more than half. Fang Chen calculated that it was enough for him to explore the Death Mountain range. I wonder how senior brother Huatsang and the others are doing? Fang Chen murmured. He spread out his divine sense, and was shocked to find that his primordial spirit golden core was suppressed and could only explore within 100 meters. This, Fang Chen exclaimed, feeling that the Death Mountain range was unfathomable. Roar! Suddenly, Fang Chen vaguely heard the roar of a beast. He rushed in the direction of the sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the plains in front of the Death Mountain range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon, the Grand Tutor and the Oblivion City Lord had arrived. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. He scanned the ground and found signs of potholes. Lord Grand Tutor, there must have been a battle here, the Oblivion City Lord said. The 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance should not be a match for them. They are probably dead. The battle had caused a huge commotion. After the Grand Tutor sensed it, he came here to investigate. Just as the Grand Tutor was about to speak, the communication jade pendant suddenly rang. In an instant, his face darkened. Damn it! The Grand Tutor cursed. A terrifying aura emerged, and the sky changed color. Lord Grand Tutor, what's wrong? The Oblivion City Lord was a little scared and took a few steps back. We failed. What? The Oblivion City Lord exclaimed. A 5th-level Holy Emperor led a team of more than 10 3rd-level Holy Kings to encircle 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but they failed? Could it be that they have a Holy Emperor hiding in the dark? The Grand Tutor frowned and shook his head gently. Impossible. The entire Tsang Kingdom is under our surveillance. Once any outsider enters the Tsang Kingdom, His Majesty will know, the Grand Tutor said. 5 little fellows from the Heaven-Defying Alliance actually caused the Tsang Kingdom to lose a 5th-level Holy Emperor and more than 10 3rd-level Holy Kings. How interesting! The Grand Tutor's voice was cold. He was responsible for this matter. Now that they had lost so many people, he could not account for it. Lord Grand Tutor, I feel that this matter is strange. The Oblivion City Lord analyzed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance clearly knew that their disciples might have been killed by the Tsang Kingdom, but they still sent disciples of the Holy King level to investigate. This shows that they are very confident. We worked hard to lure the 5 of them to the edge of the Death Mountain range and prepared to hunt them down, but they killed us instead. It is very likely that the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance made a move. If a saint came here, how did the Tsang Kingdom discover his tracks? Saint? The Grand Tutor frowned. You continue to investigate here. I will immediately return to the royal family and report to His Majesty. Yes, Lord Grand Tutor. Tsang Kingdom's royal family. The Tsang Kingdom was very angry. They had lost so many strong cultivators, and they still did not know whether the 5 fellows from the Heaven-Defying Alliance were dead or not. Most importantly, those black figures who went to carry out the mission were not people from the Tsang Kingdom, but send people into the Death Mountain range to search. If they are still alive, they won't be able to last long in the Death Mountain range. The Tsang Kingdom said. But, no buts. Just do as I say. The Tsang Kingdom said in a deep voice. The Grand Tutor carefully left the secret chamber. In a dark corner, a black figure appeared out of thin air. Tsang Kingdom, you have disappointed me. The black figure said coldly. Losing a 5th-level Holy Emperor is a huge blow to my sect. I can't explain it to the sect leader. The Heaven-Defying Alliance may have noticed that the Tsang Kingdom is working together with the No-Demon sect. They may have sent disciples to explore the ruins on the surface, but it is very likely that they are secretly preparing to attack us. Chapter 3508 Death Mountain Range. Fang Chen passed through a dense forest and arrived in front of a swamp. Metal corroding water? Seeing the swamp beneath his feet, Fang Chen's pupils shrank in shock. The corrosive metal water in the swamp had reached an extremely terrifying density. Even Saint Kings would die if they accidentally stumbled into the swamp. Fang Chen could feel the blood in his body circulating rapidly. What's going on? The half-perfect bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for anything to cause it to move. But now, his blood was circulating rapidly. This surprised Fang Chen. But soon, he discovered something. As the blood in his body circulated rapidly, it seeped into the surface of his skin and formed a layer of blood-red armor. Most importantly, this blood-red armor was absorbing the metal corroding water in the swamp. Could it be? Fang Chen was shocked. A huge guess appeared in his mind. He stared intently at the blood-red armor on his skin, carefully sizing it up. Hiss. The metal corroding water in the swamp formed a faint mist and floated to Fang Chen's side. Boom! The flame talisman in his hand released a fierce flame, trying to stop the metal corroding water from getting closer. However, the mist formed by the metal corroding water was extremely destructive. It constantly consumed the power of the flame talisman. Crack! The flame talisman and the mist only resisted for a minute before its energy was completely depleted. At this moment, the faint mist finally reached Fang Chen's side and attached itself to the blood-red armor. Rip! The blood-red armor ignored the strong corrosive power of the mist and absorbed it in an instant. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not feel any discomfort. This scene completely stunned Fang Chen. The flame talisman contains a strong fire origin energy. It can temporarily resist the corrosion of the metal corroding water. The fact that the mist was able to instantly deplete the origin energy within the talisman shows that the metal corroding water contained within it is extremely dense. However, Fang Chen was surprised. A half-perfect bloodline can counter the metal corroding water? Fang Chen murmured after recovering from his shock. Hiss. With this guess in mind, Fang Chen slowly approached the swamp. The closer they got, the thicker the fog became. The speed at which the blood-red armor absorbed the fog also became faster. An hour later, Fang Chen could clearly feel the changes in the blood-red armor. The color of the blood-red armor changed. Fang Chen exclaimed. He carefully sensed the blood inside the blood-red armor, and found that it had become even clearer and smoother. What did this mean? Fang Chen's heartbeat sped up, and his eyes emitted an astonishing light. If a half-perfect bloodline wants to transform, it needs to absorb rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as a huge amount of energy. If I'm not wrong, the metal corroding water meets the absorption requirements of the half-perfect bloodline. After seeing the blood-red armor and the changes in the half-perfect bloodline in his body, Fang Chen was even more convinced of his guess. Phew! He took a deep breath, and his face was filled with excitement. If this is the case, can I use this to do whatever I want in the Death Mountain range? Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a step forward and jumped directly above the swamp. Whoosh! A biting cold wind blew from afar, blowing against the blood-red armor and making a rustling sound. The terrifying fog instantly engulfed Fang Chen, and a strong pressure pressed against the blood-red armor. Crack! Fang Chen could hear the sound of metal clashing as the blood-red armor and the fog clashed. A cold chill invaded Fang Chen's mind, and in an instant, Fang Chen's primordial spirit golden core turned snow-white, as if it was about to be frozen. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, and instinctively jumped out of the swamp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After stabilizing his body, he looked down and saw that cracks had appeared on the blood-red armor. How can this be? The blood-red armor was unable to withstand the pressure of the fog in the swamp? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen guessed that the fog in the swamp was too thick, and the density of the metal-corroding water was beyond imagination. Even a 6th-level holy emperor would not dare to enter the center of the swamp, right? He was a little rash just now, and the blood-red armor had only absorbed a little of the metal-corroding water, and had not completed its transformation. It was normal for it to be unable to withstand the dense metal-corroding water. Let's absorb it at the edge first, Fang Chen said. He sat cross-legged near the edge of the swamp, and the blood-red armor surrounded his body, blocking the attacks of the metal-corroding water. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood-red armor automatically absorbed the metal-corroding water, and Fang Chen did not waste this opportunity, and he took the opportunity to comprehend the water origin. There were a total of 5 origins in the world, and they were called the 5 elemental origins. The 5 elemental origins complemented each other, and none of them could be missing. They were also the core that stabilized this space. An ordinary saint could comprehend 1 origin at most, and that was already the limit. There were very few talented people who could comprehend 2 origins at the same time. As for those who possessed 3 origins, they were even rarer. Even in the ancient times there were only a handful of them. Such a monstrous talent would be fought over by any force. He might even reach the chaotic supremacy realm in the future. The reason why the metal-corroding water had the corrosive power that even saints feared was because it contained a very strong water origin. Fang Chen activated the half-perfect blood, and drops of blood appeared in his palm. He clenched his fist, and a drop of metal-corroding water covered in blood appeared in his palm. 1. The metal-corroding water emitted a cold aura through the blood. It's so cold. Fang Chen's body trembled, and then he gradually calmed down. Comprehending the origins was a long process, and Fang Chen was not in a hurry. Compared to Fang Chen, Huatsong Saint King and the others were not so lucky. After a few days of exploration, the flame talisman in their hands had been exhausted. Senior brother Huatsong, we can't explore anymore, Meng Ta said anxiously. The talisman's power is about to be exhausted. We must leave or we will die here, Meng Sha said. Bai Yang had already left. According to him, although he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it was not worth it to give up his life for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Bai Yang is right. As long as there is life, there is hope. With our current strength, we can't explore the Death Mountain range. Let's save our lives first, Meng Ta said. Humph. Huatsong Saint King snorted. He was furious at the mention of Bai Yang. When I go back this time, I will definitely go to Yunluo Peak to challenge Bai Yang and expose his ugly face. However, even though he was angry, Huatsong knew that it would be too late if he did not leave now. Chapter 3509. Outside the Death Mountain Range, on the barren plains. At this moment, there were many experts hiding in the dark, observing the situation inside the Death Mountain Range. Imperial Tutor, do you want to go in and take a look? Sitting Oblivion City Lord asked. There was a natural barrier around the Death Mountain Range, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Right now, the Tsang Emperor was furious, so they could only find out the truth as soon as possible. The Imperial Tutor's gaze fell on the exit of the Death Mountain Range. He was thinking about how to avoid the golden corrosive water and enter the Death Mountain Range smoothly. Of course, he wouldn't be reckless. After all, life was the most important thing. In fact, he had some precious items that could temporarily protect him in the Death Mountain Range, but he didn't want to use them for the time being. Firstly, he didn't know who killed those people from the no-demon cult. Secondly, he couldn't be sure that the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had really escaped into the Death Mountain range. Considering all the above factors, he decided to wait. "Let's wait a little longer," the Imperial Tutor muttered. Right now, he didn't have any other choice. The Heaven-Defying Alliance might have sensed that something is wrong. "Perhaps there are already experts watching us," the Imperial Tutor muttered. At this moment, a ray of light flashed at the entrance. Huatsong Saint King and the other two escaped from the Death Mountain range in a sorry state. They had used up all the talismans in their hands. Damn it! Meng Ta couldn't help but curse. One of his arms was stained by the golden corrosive water when he was escaping. He made a prompt decision to cut off half of his arm to prevent the tragedy from happening. "Big brother!" Meng Sha's eyes were red as she bandaged Meng Ta's wound. "After returning to the sect, I will ask Master to help you reconstruct your arm." Meng Sha's master was also a peak lord. He was extremely powerful and had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Meng Ta used his other hand to caress his sister and comforted her. "Sister, don't worry about me. It's just half an arm. It's nothing compared to my life." Sob. Sob. Meng Sha cried as she bandaged his wound. The Imperial Tutor's eyes lit up when he saw Huatsong Saint King and the other two. "They're not dead." Obviously, the Imperial Tutor was shocked, but he soon became excited. "Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me." The Imperial Advisor laughed heartily. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying power swept across the heavens and earth, trapping Holy King Huatsong and the others. "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Instead, you barge into hell." Originally, the mission was already a failure. Who would have thought that the three of you would be so lucky to survive after entering the Death Mountain range? The Imperial Preceptor said, "That's good too. His Majesty will be very happy to bring your blood back." Boom! A vast and mighty power whizzed over. Huatsong's Sacred King cursed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Trapped, the three of them tried their best to calm down. The state preceptor of the Tsang Empire? Huatsong's Sacred King was furious. "Your Tsang nation sure has guts. You actually dare to touch my heaven-defying alliance's disciple? Haha, how laughable. You're about to die, and you're still trying to scare me with the heaven-defying alliance?" The state preceptor took a step forward and looked at the three of them mockingly. Huatsong's Sacred King glanced at the Meng Ta siblings, and secretly sent a sound transmission to them to escape first. "Run!" Huatsong's Sacred King bellowed. His entire body was burning with flames. He clenched his fists tightly and took a step forward, rushing straight towards the Imperial Advisor. Knowing that he could not escape, Huatsong's Sacred King was prepared to risk his life to stall for time for the Meng Ta siblings. "Senior brother Huatsong!" Meng Ta roared in anger, wanting to help. Bang! In just one exchange, Huatsong's Sacred King was defeated. The state preceptor was too strong, and he was not his opponent at all. You cultivate evil techniques?" Huatsong's Sacred King was shocked and furious. "No demon cult, your Tsang nation actually colluded with no demon cult." The three words "no demon cult" caused Meng Ta's face to change. He quickly helped Huatsong's Sacred King up. "Senior brother Huatsong, take my sister and leave first." He pushed Huatsong's Sacred King away, ignited his origin, and risked his life to fight the state preceptor. Boom! A terrifying power swept through heaven and earth. The state preceptor did not fight Meng Ta head-on and quickly retreated. "Let's go." Huatsong's Sacred King took Meng Sha and quickly fled. "No one can leave." The state preceptor formed a seal with both hands, and a black halberd quickly condensed in the void, piercing through the void, and shot towards Huatsong's Sacred King. "Die for me." Meng Ta's attack that ignited his origin was broken by the state preceptor. He had the determination to die, and ignited the power in his body, wanting to perish together with the state preceptor. At the same time, Huatsong's sacred king and Meng Sha, who had already fled far away, felt the shroud of death. Let's go. Almost at the same time Huatsong's sacred king pushed Meng Sha out, the black halberd shot out. Huatsong's sacred king could not block it at all, and the black halberd carried endless power, piercing through his chest. Bang! Huatsong's sacred king died. Crash! After the black halberd killed Huatsong's sacred king, it exploded, and a terrifying chi wave blasted Meng Sha away. In front of the Death Mountain range, the thick smoke dispersed, and the state preceptor's clothes were somewhat tattered, his face gloomy. Lord State Preceptor, that woman seems to have escaped. The Forgotten City Lord said solemnly. Once that woman escaped back to the heaven-defying alliance, his Tsang nation would definitely suffer the endless anger of the heaven-defying alliance. Seal the border of the Tsang nation. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. The state preceptor was very unhappy. Meng Ta's self-destruction was beyond his expectations. Collect blood, he ordered. The Forgotten City Lord led a group of people to search for Meng Sha, while the others were collecting the blood of Huatsong's sacred king. Death Mountain Range Swamp. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, did not know that Huatsong's sacred king and Meng Ta had already fallen. He had been cultivating and comprehending the origin of water. Perhaps it was because the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation, but Fang Chen felt that his speed of comprehending the origin of water had actually increased by a lot. In just a few days, he vaguely had a feeling that he was about to condense the origin of water. Whoosh! On this day, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, because the semi-perfect blood in his body had already reached a saturated state. He subconsciously raised his head to look, and the swamp in front of him had changed greatly. Could it be that it has absorbed all the metal-corroding water in the swamp? Fang Chen was stunned. Originally, the swamp was shrouded in fog. Now it was bright, and the fog was so thin that it could be ignored. He could clearly feel that the aura of the metal-corroding water was getting thinner and thinner. Fang Chen shook his head, somewhat in disbelief. The semi-perfect blood has indeed undergone a transformation and is getting closer to the perfect blood. The only thing that made Fang Chen feel gratified was this. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly got up. He was shocked to find that after the semi-perfect blood had undergone a transformation, his body could actually resist the corrosive power of the metal-corroding water. Is this an ability given by the blood? Fang Chen exclaimed, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 35:10. Bai Yang vaguely remembered the message senior brother Xiao Fan gave him before he left. Xiao Fan was an outstanding disciple on Yunluo Peak. If Bai Yang wanted to gain a foothold on Yunluo Peak, he could only seek Xiao Fan's protection. Everyone knew that Xiao Fan had always admired Lu Lanxi, while Fang Chen was close to Lu Lanxi. Lu Lanxi even took the initiative to take him to see the master of Yunluo Peak. When this news reached Xiao Fan's ears, the latter was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen. He thought that he was just a new disciple who was so arrogant that he needed to be taught a lesson. However, not long after, he learned that the Jinyan herb that his master had prepared for him was given to Fang Chen. Thinking of Lu Lanxi's attitude towards Fang Chen, Xiao Fan was even more furious. Regarding Fang Chen as a potential opponent, he had already secretly arranged for people to teach this new disciple who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Coincidentally, during this mission, he sent a message to Bai Yang. Boy, you can only blame yourself for being too close to Miss Lu Lanxi. This was the Death Mountain Range. Even if he killed Fang Chen, the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance would not know. On the one hand, he could make senior brother Xiao Fan happy and gain his recognition and protection. On the other hand, he could kill a potential opponent. This was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Bai Yang quickly walked to the swamp. Fang Chen. Bai Yang's voice pulled Fang Chen back from his thoughts. It's you? Where are senior brother Hua Tsang and the others? After seeing Bai Yang, Fang Chen asked anxiously. And Meng Ta and his sister. Have you seen them? Bai Yang sneered. You're about to die. Why are you still concerned about this? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and then frowned. You want to kill me? Because of the small conflict on Yunluo Peak? Bai Yang stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. As a new disciple, you're unusually arrogant. You don't know how to keep a low profile. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. It's only a matter of time before you die. You dare to attack a fellow disciple? Haha, what a joke. This is the Death Mountain Range, isolated from the outside world. Even if I kill you, the upper echelons of the Heaven-defying Alliance won't know. Bai Yang said, I also want to know what you are capable of. You are known as this year's #1 new disciple. Bai Yang had also heard that Fang Chen had defeated Lin Yi, so he didn't dare to be careless. He directly used his ultimate skill and used his source energy to suppress Fang Chen. A narrow-minded person like you is not qualified to be in the same sect as me. Fine, since you want to kill me, I'll clean up the mess for the sect. Fang Chen said indifferently. Boom. A powerful chi wave soared into the sky, completely enveloping Fang Chen. Bai Yang held a long spear in his hand, and with a tap of his foot, he shot over. Die. Bai Yang roared, and the void exploded inch by inch. Fang Chen shook his head, his eyes filled with mockery. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Bai Yang seriously. What was laughable was that the latter had used his status as a senior disciple to oppress others. I'm invincible under the Saint Emperor, Fang Chen said softly and then punched out. Dong dong dong. The terrifying fist collided with the long spear, and a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen's power was suddenly activated, attacking the long spear. Die. Bai Yang roared and continued to strengthen his attack. Buzz. At this moment, a breeze blew over the swamp, blowing a cloud of mist in front of Fang Chen. Go. Seeing this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and under the guidance of his blood, the mist enveloped Bai Yang's long spear. Crack! The long spear was corroded by the gold corrosive water, and directly shattered. This is gold corrosive water? Bai Yang exclaimed, threw away the long spear, and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The mist had already attached to his arm. A miserable scream came out of Bai Yang's mouth. His arm was instantly corroded, and the gold corrosive water seeped into his internal organs at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He was very unwilling to give up. Until his death, Bai Yang did not understand how Fang Chen could control the mist condensed by the gold corrosive water. Bang! Bai Yang's body began to crumble. Fang Chen's heart was unperturbed. He took Bai Yang's ring and turned to leave. No matter what, he was a veteran disciple of the Heaven-defying Alliance, so he should have a lot of wealth. However, there were many things to check now, so he first looked for Huatsang and the others. Since Bai Yang appeared here, then Huatsang and the others should also be here. Fang Chen had a bad premonition. He even guessed that Huatsang and the other two had been killed by Bai Yang. I hope the three of you are fine. Fang Chen prayed inwardly. After the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation, Fang Chen could now freely travel through the Death Mountain Range. A few days later, he came to a valley and stopped. In the valley there was a herb bathed in flames. This is a fire elemental spiritual herb. Fang Chen was happy. He entered the mountain range and picked the fire elemental spiritual herb. With this fire elemental spiritual herb, senior brother Huatsang's injuries can be healed, Fang Chen said. Then, he continued to explore the Death Mountain range. After a few more days, Fang Chen saw some corroded bones. He stopped to observe and finally determined that these corroded bones were the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance who had disappeared in the Tsang nation. Because, beside the bones, there were a few mottled tokens. These tokens were specially made by the heaven-defying alliance. Even the gold corrosive water could not completely decompose them. What is the Tsang nation planning? Fang Chen pondered. Knowing that the heaven-defying alliance was a huge monster, they still dared to attack them? What was the Tsang nation relying on? Fang Chen felt that the god-falling battlefield was more and more mysterious. He bowed to the corroded remains and left. After going around for half a month, Fang Chen finally found the golden flame grass. On a mountain peak, the golden fire herb was shining with golden light and a sharp aura. The golden fire herb grew proudly. There was no gold corrosive water in the soil around it. From this, it could be seen that the golden flame herb contained a terrifying amount of gold origin energy. The third one. Arriving at the mountain peak, Fang Chen was a little excited. He had two, and with this one, there were three. It could help him break through to the Saint Realm. At the completion of the Yin-Yang origin realm, he could kill a third-level peak Holy King and was invincible under the Holy Emperor. Fang Chen was also curious. How strong would his combat power be after entering the Saint Realm? The process of picking the golden fire herb was relatively smooth. There were not many obstacles. Rip. When Fang Chen held the golden fire herb in his hand, he laughed heartily. With the 3 golden fire herbs gathered, Fang Chen did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and prepared to break through. The Death Mountain range is deserted. The surrounding soil is filled with endless gold corrosive water. Very few people come here. It's quiet enough. I can refine the golden fire herb in peace. Chapter 35:11. The Death Mountain range was as peaceful as ever. However, the Tsang kingdom outside was unusually depressing. The imperial family suddenly ordered to seal off the entire border of the Tsang kingdom. No one was allowed to leave. Moreover, under the leadership of the sitting Oblivion City Lord, they had to find Meng Sha, who had escaped. The citizens of the Tsang kingdom were curious about what had happened. Why would the imperial family mobilize so many people? Of course, they were just guessing. As for Fang Chen, he knew nothing about the outside world. He was refining the golden flame grass on a mountain peak. He had obtained all 3 stalks of golden flame grass and chose to refine them on the spot. Buzz. He already knew how to refine the golden flame grass, so everything was logical now. Fang Chen held the golden flame grass in his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Soon, the flame spread and completely enveloped the golden flame grass. Hiss. After a while, Fang Chen heard a rustling sound coming from the flame, and his face lit up with joy. The refining process of the golden flame grass was very smooth. Perhaps it was because he had condensed the powerful origin of gold, so he could quickly absorb the power of the origin of the golden flame grass. In just 3 days, he had finished refining the first stalk of golden flame grass. At this time, the origin of gold in his body became more and more substantial. It rotated slowly, as if it was going to devour the yin and yang energies. Continue. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued refining. It took him about 10 days to completely refine the 3 stalks of golden flame grass. At a certain moment, a terrible cry came from Fang Chen's body. This was a state that appeared when the origin of gold reached a perfect state. Fang Chen knew that everything was ready. He could break through to the Saint Realm. He spread out his hands, and the 3,000 feet yin and yang energies stood above his head. A terrible aura swept through the entire Death Mountain range. Then, a palm-sized origin of gold floated in front of Fang Chen, releasing an ancient aura. It was absorbing the yin and yang energies. The biggest change from the yin and yang energies to the Saint Realm was to condense the origin star, break down the yin and yang energies, and integrate them into the origin star. Boom, boom, boom. The half-perfect blood in Fang Chen's body circulated crazily, helping to condense the origin of gold. Time trickled by. This state lasted for an entire month before the origin star finally condensed completely. Origin star. Fang Chen was excited. However, the origin star had just been formed and was not stable enough. It needed to absorb the yin and yang energies. Decompose. Due to the help of the half-perfect blood, the yin-yang primordial qi was decomposed much faster than expected. In just 2 hours, the yin-yang primordial qi was completely decomposed, turning into majestic energy that completely merged with the origin star. Rip. After the origin star absorbed the vast power, it quickly entered Fang Chen's body. At this moment, a change occurred. The origin star was actually disintegrating. Fang Chen was slightly startled, but he soon felt relieved. Ordinary warriors could only condense one origin star upon entering the Saint Realm. Those with slightly stronger potential could condense 2 origin stars. Being able to condense 3 origin stars was already extremely rare. Such potential was enough to join the heaven-defying alliance. The more origin stars one condensed during a breakthrough, the deeper one's comprehension of the origin. 1 star, 2 stars. Fang Chen's origin star was slowly condensing. In the blink of an eye, the huge origin star had already split into 4. 4 stars. Fang Chen murmured. Buzz. At this moment, the 5th origin star was condensed. Finally, after condensing the 5th origin star, the power in his body completely stabilized. 5 thumb-sized origin stars formed a circle and floated in Fang Chen's body, continuously providing Fang Chen with origin energy. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and felt the changes in his body. Is this the Saint Realm? The 5 Elements Saint Realm was an expert who stood at the peak of the world. They could control the most powerful energy in the world, the origin energy. Therefore, entering the Saint Realm meant soaring to the heavens. From then on, the sea was boundless. Throughout history, there had been countless yin-yang origin realm experts, but only a handful of Saint Realm experts. The number of saints was already very small, and in the battle of gods in the ancient times there were even more casualties. Since then, the number of saints had fallen to an underestimate. Now, Fang Chen had finally entered the Saint Realm. 3rd level. Fang Chen clenched his fists and was extremely excited. It was a qualitative leap from the yin-yang origin realm to the Saint Realm. Some people with monstrous potential could enter the 2nd level Saint Realm in 1 step. Fang Chen had unparalleled potential and could enter the 3rd level in 1 step. There were 3 notches on each of the 5 suspended metal origin stars. These 3 notches represented the 3rd level Saint Realm. In fact, Fang Chen had also guessed this. After all, he could kill a 3rd level Saint King in the yin-yang origin realm. Entering the Saint Realm and entering the 3rd level in 1 step was also considered tidying up. Phew! After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down from his excitement. He concluded that entering the Saint Realm not only meant a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a transformation of the primordial spirit. Now, his primordial spirit gold core had reached the peak, and the strength of his primordial spirit was comparable to that of a saint emperor. His physical body had completely integrated with the half-perfect bloodline, and the grade of the chaotic sword body had increased by a level. With my current physical body, no one below the Saint Emperor can break through my defense. Even a Saint Emperor would have to put in a lot of effort. Fang Chen was very proud. Just this physical body alone was enough to make him look down on all heroes. Swoosh! He flicked his finger. The 5 primary stars of the metal element shuddered. The brilliant primary force of the metal element gathered at the tip of his finger and turned into a terrifying ray of light that fired at the mountain in the distance. Boom! The finger radiance hit the mountain and instantly flattened it. The void in that area shattered bit by bit. Most importantly, the golden corrosive liquid contained within the soil of that region was instantly evaporated. This, Fang Chen was shocked. he truly felt the terror of the origin power. The wrinkle of origin and the origin star are like heaven and earth. The funny thing was that he had thought that although there was a difference between the wrinkle of origin and the origin star, there was not much difference. Now that he thought about it, it was really childish. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and stood up, looking down at the Death Mountain range. His every move could change the trajectory of the origin aura in the surrounding void. In merely a dozen days, he had been reborn and reached an unimaginable level. His primordial spirit was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, his physical body was comparable to a Saint Emperor, and his cultivation had reached the level of a third-level Holy King. Fang Chen's strength had reached an unprecedented level. Before I broke through, I could easily kill a third-level peak Holy King. Now that I have reached the level of a third-level Holy King, with my many tricks, killing a fourth-level Holy King is not a problem. I can even fight a fifth-level Holy King and even defeat him. As for a sixth-level Holy King, Fang Chen did not dare to say anything. After all, the difference between each level of the Saint Realm was huge. Although there was only a difference of one level between a fifth-level Holy King and a sixth-level Holy King, the difference was like heaven and earth. After entering the Saint Realm, Fang Chen was even more fearless in the Death Mountain range. He began to search for the legendary relics of Saint Kangi. After several days of investigation, Fang Chen finally found a suspicious place. It was a valley, located in the deepest part of the Death Mountain range. The surrounding soil was filled with the thickest golden corrosive water. At the entrance of the valley, there was a very terrifying array. Fang Chen tried it. With his array skills, he could not break the array. He could not even shake it. This scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. This shouldn't be. Fang Chen frowned and continued to form seals, trying to break the array. Buzz. When he used his most powerful array skills, golden ripples suddenly appeared on the array at the entrance of the valley. Upon closer inspection, there were complicated patterns on these ripples. This, Fang Chen cursed inwardly and instantly retreated. After retreating far away, he stopped. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the ripples on the formation. His heart was filled with shock. "Invincible Saint?" Fang Chen exclaimed. The golden patterns on the ripples were the legendary saint patterns. Only a saint could carve such patterns. At this moment, Fang Chen's face became completely serious. Saint Kangi is an invincible saint? Fang Chen's heart raced. If that was the case, then he had to leave this place as soon as possible. With his strength, it was impossible to break the array. Moreover, it was very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Whoosh! After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down. The array in the valley had been hidden. Fang Chen sighed. If not for his half-perfect bloodline, which allowed him to sense something extraordinary, he would not have been able to discover this formation. No wonder even the royal family of the Tsang Kingdom could not find the remains of Saint Kangi. I can't break the saint patterns. There's no point in staying here. In an instant, Fang Chen had made a decision. He was ready to leave the Death Mountains and return to the heaven-defying alliance. I think Senior Brother Hua Tsang and the other two have already returned? He stared deeply at the valley and quickly disappeared into the Death Mountains. Forgetful City in. After Fang Chen disguised himself and changed his breath, he sneaked into Forgetful City to gather information. Have you heard? There's a thief who dared to break into the royal family to assassinate. He was severely injured by the imperial advisor and escaped. Now the entire border of the Tsang Kingdom is sealed. The Forgetful City Lord is leading a carpet search to find the thief. I also heard that the thief seems to be a woman. She has the cultivation of a third-level Holy King. Her potential is terrifying. This time, the Tsang King seems to be angry. The world is changing. Sitting in the inn, Fang Chen's face darkened when he heard the discussions of the warriors around him. A woman assassinating a third-level Holy King? Chapter 35:12. When he heard that the woman had escaped, Fang Chen's expression became serious. He was almost certain that the assassin they were talking about was Meng Sha. Meng Sha was injured and was hunted down. What about Meng Ta and senior brother Huatsong? Fang Chen's heart was in a mess. He was extremely worried when he thought of the black shadows that had lured them to death in front of the Death Mountain Range. I hope you're all safe. Fang Chen clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. After leaving the inn, Fang Chen found the secular disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance to ask for information. However, the actions of the imperial family were very secretive, so he didn't know. In the end, Fang Chen began to secretly observe the City Lord's mansion, hoping to find some clues from the sitting Oblivion City Lord. Heaven-Defying Alliance, Yunluo Peak. Yunluo Peak Master, who was teaching the disciples, suddenly had a slight change in expression. She got up and walked straight to the main hall where the life slip was. When she saw Bai Yang's life slip shattering, she frowned. Father, what happened? Today, Lu Lanxi also came to the class. Seeing her father leave with a strange expression, she quickly chased after him. Bai Yang is dead. What? Lu Lanxi exclaimed. Didn't he go on a mission with senior brother Huatsong and the others? How could he be dead? What happened? Yunluo Peak Master shook her head and tried to calm down. Go to the other peaks and see if Huatsong and Meng Ta's life slips have shattered. Yes, soon, many peak masters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance gathered in the hall. A heavy aura filled the air. Everyone's expression was not good. Meng Ta, Huatsong, and Bai Yang's life slips have shattered. Meng Sha's life slip has countless cracks and is on the verge of shattering. Fang Chen's life slip is intact. After a long time, Elderly spoke. This meant that Fang Chen and Meng Sha were still alive while the others were dead. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had developed for countless years and had many disciples. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for disciples to die outside. But today was different, because the 5 of them went to the Tsang Kingdom to carry out a mission. Before this, there were disciples on a mission who died in the Tsang Kingdom. What's going on? Have you sent a message to Fang Chen? Yunluo Peak Master asked. She had a deep impression of Fang Chen and had even gifted him a stalk of golden flame grass. She was very optimistic about Fang Chen's potential. I've already contacted her. Meng Sha's transmission token should have been shattered. As for Fang Chen, there is no response from him, said Elderly. He was responsible for the affairs of many disciples. Now that something like this had happened, he was also responsible. Everyone, what do you think? Peak Master Yunluo looked around and asked. This matter must have been done by the Tsang Nation, said a Peak Master. Even if it wasn't done by the Tsang Nation's royal family, they can hardly absolve themselves of the blame for the death of our disciples in their Tsang Nation, said another Peak Master. This matter is a little strange. I think that the most important thing right now is to send some people to the Tsang Empire to investigate the truth and rescue Fang Chen and Meng Sha. As one of the top forces, the Heaven-Defying Alliance would never give up on any of its disciples. Just as the Peak Masters were discussing, Elder Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He flipped his hand and took out a transmission token. Fang Chen has sent a message back. Elder Li hurriedly said. Everyone's eyes were all on Elder Li. What did he say? Elder Li relayed Fang Chen's words to everyone. He said that all of this was a conspiracy of the Tsang Nation's royal family. The disciples of our Heaven-Defying Alliance that died were also killed by the Tsang Nation's royal family. Tsang Nation. The Peak Masters were furious. A small Tsang Nation dared to go against the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They were courting death. If I remember correctly, the king of the Tsang Nation is only a 5th-rank holy emperor, right? Who gave him the courage to go against our Heaven-Defying Alliance. Ask him what happened to Huatsong and the others? What did they go through? Asked Yunluo Peak Master. Elder Li nodded and continued to negotiate with Fang Chen. A moment later, Elder Li knew everything. When Fang Chun and the others entered the Tsang nation, they were monitored by the royal family. Then, the imperial advisor personally lured them to the Death Mountain Range. At the edge of the Death Mountain Range, many mysterious experts suddenly appeared and wanted to kill them. Elderly said, the leader's cultivation had reached the Holy Emperor realm. They were no match for him, and had no choice but to escape into the Death Mountain Range. After that, he was separated from the other four. He was lost in the Death Mountain Range, and went through a lot of hardship. As soon as he came out, he heard that the royal family of the Tsang nation was chasing after Meng Sha. After Elderly finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Then why are we still talking nonsense? The evidence is conclusive. Send troops to attack the Tsang nation. The Sky Sword Peak Master said angrily. Our heaven-defying alliance has always been aloof and unwilling to fight for worldly power. I'm afraid the world has forgotten about us. He even dares to assassinate the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance. I want to see how capable the Tsang nation is. After that, a terrifying sword intent emerged from the Sky Sword Peak Master's body. He lifted his sword and was about to leave. Sky Sword Peak Master. Elderly suddenly called out to him. Fang Chen is secretly keeping an eye on the Forgotten City Lord. He told me that the Tsang nation's assassination of the heaven-defying alliance's disciples is most likely related to another force. He told us not to act rashly and alert the enemy. It won't be too late for us to act after he's done investigating the force. Now that the Tsang nation has sealed the border, he and Meng Sha are in great danger. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. Our heaven-defying alliance can't be indifferent. The Sky Sword Peak Master shook his head. No matter what force was behind the Tsang nation, the heaven-defying alliance had nothing to fear. If the Tsang nation makes a move, let alone him, even the other senior disciples won't be able to resist. Tell him not to be impulsive. We should go support him as soon as possible. I agree with Fang Chen's suggestion. Elderly said. Everyone was puzzled. Elderly continued. Daring to attack the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance is enough to show that the force behind the Tsang nation is not to be underestimated. Our heaven-defying alliance doesn't make a move, but once we act, we must uproot this force. Right now, our heaven-defying alliance should secretly send experts to the Tsang nation and wait for news from Fang Chen. We can't alert the enemy. Everyone objected, especially the Sky Sword Peak Master. Everyone has seen Fang Chen's potential. It's almost certain that he will enter the Holy Ji Palace. We can't afford to make any mistakes. This method is too rash. The Sky Sword Peak Master said in a deep voice. Even the Yun Luo Peak Master nodded gently, agreeing with the Sky Sword Peak Master's words. Fang Chen, he stepped into the Saint Realm not long ago. After that, Elderly didn't forget to add, he stepped into the third stage in one go. What? Exclamations rose one after another in the main hall. He stepped into the third stage in one go. Chapter 35:13. There was complete silence in the main hall. Everyone present was the peak masters of their respective peaks, and their cultivation had reached the level of a saint. Even though they were knowledgeable and had seen countless heaven's favorites, when they heard this news, their hearts trembled and their minds were in turmoil. Reaching 3 levels in one step was already considered an incredible genius in the Tao Palace. What frightening potential! Yun Luo Peak Master sighed after a long while. He guessed that Fang Chen must have found the third golden fire herb in the Death Mountain Range, and successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Yun Luo Peak Master's voice broke the silence in the main hall. The other Peak Masters also spoke and sighed. I remember that when he was at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, he was invincible among the Saint Kings, and he even condensed an unprecedented Yin-Yang Origin Realm of 3,000 feet. Now that he has entered the Saint Realm and reached 3 levels in one step, how powerful is he? At least, a 4th-level Saint King should not be his match, and a 5th-level Saint King should not be able to kill him. Sky Sword Peak Master laughed heartily. It had been a long time since such a genius had appeared in the heaven-defying alliance. In that case, let's do as he says. I will personally go to the border of the Tsang Kingdom, and if there is any trouble, I will immediately take action. Sky Sword Peak Master said. Okay, it's decided. After knowing Fang Chen's insane strength, the Peak Masters were much more relieved. They also wanted to know who the faction behind the Tsang Kingdom was. Soon, the news reached Wang Daoyun's ears. The latter was obviously stunned and then smiled bitterly. The number 1 genius of the 9 Regions Division is well deserved. Sitting Forgetful City, City Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen stood in a restaurant not far from the City Lord's mansion. He looked down at the City Lord's mansion. His powerful divine sense covered the entire City Lord's mansion. Rustle, rustle, rustle. One night, Sitting Forgetful City Lord returned. City Lord, have you found it? The steward came up and asked anxiously. Sitting Forgetful City Lord nodded. I have found the approximate location. Help me get the Saint Ascension Compass, I want to take it away immediately. The Sainthood Compass was a top-tier saint treasure, but its sealing ability was comparable to ordinary Chaos Heavenly treasures. Once it sealed space, no one below Saint Emperor could escape. After hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the meditative City Lord with an extremely cold gaze. From elderly, he found out that Meng Ta and Sacred King Huatsang had both fallen. Out of their group of 5, only he and Meng Sha were left. And now, Meng Sha was seriously injured, and her hiding place had been discovered by them. Just in case, they didn't hesitate to use the Saint Canonization Compass. Humph! Fang Chen snorted coldly. He hid in the dark and followed the City Lord. Hoo! Under the night light, the cold wind rustled. Sitting Oblivion City Lord was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. There was nothing but darkness. He frowned slightly, feeling that someone was following him. The borders of the Tsang Empire have been completely sealed off. If someone from the heaven-defying alliance comes, the Imperial Advisor will definitely know. Sitting Oblivion City Lord continued on his way. It must be an illusion. After traveling continuously for 7 days, Sitting Oblivion City Lord stopped in front of a sea region. At a glance, the sea region was extremely wide. The surrounding area was filled with Tsang Empire's imperial family martial artists. They were on guard, surrounding the sea region. Imperial Advisor. Sitting Oblivion City Lord hurriedly walked to the Imperial Advisor and took out the Saint Canonization Compass. The Saint Canonization Compass has been brought. That thief will definitely not be able to escape. The Imperial Advisor nodded. When she rushes out later, don't kill her. You must capture her alive. I want to drain her blood. Yes. Next, the Imperial Advisor began to activate the Saint Canonization Compass. A terrifying array enveloped the entire sea region. In the dark, Fang Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, he was also observing the strength of the Tsang Empire's imperial family martial artists. Currently, the Imperial Advisor was the strongest. He should have reached the level of a 4th-level Sacred King. As for Sitting Oblivion City Lord, he was at most a 3rd-level peak Sacred King. There was no need to fear him. Once I make a move, I must kill the Imperial Advisor in one strike, seize the Saint Canonization Compass, and destroy it. Fang Chen secretly planned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the distant horizon. Following that, 3 black figures descended from the sky. After seeing them, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The aura of these black figures was exactly the same as the black figures that attacked them previously. It's them? Fang Chen said. Lord Bai, we have already trapped the person. The Imperial Advisor was very respectful towards the newcomers. The three of them were surrounded by a terrifying energy vortex. Their aura was very terrifying. Don't make any mistakes. We must capture this girl. Her blood is not only useful to the Tsang Emperor, it is also very important to our Sans Demon Sect. Sans Demon Sect. Fong Chen secretly remembered this name. Now, Fong Chen finally understood. The forces behind the Tsang Empire and the Tsang Emperor assassinated the heaven-defying alliance's disciples for their blood. However, Fong Chen could not send a message to elderly. The Tsang Empire's borders were sealed. Normal means were impossible to send a message. Previously in the Forgotten City, he had to use the heaven-defying alliance's special means to barely send a message back. Now, with the Imperial Advisor and the three from the Sans Demon Sect around, he did not dare to use such means. Once discovered, Meng Sha's life would be in danger. Splash! The Saint Ascension Compass sealed the sea, rolling up monstrous waves. At the bottom of the sea, under a reef, Meng Sha's body was covered in blood. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of death. Rumble! A deafening sound came, and Meng Sha tried to lift her eyelids to look above. Am I going to die? Meng Sha smiled bitterly. Big brother, your sister is unfilial. I can't avenge you. At this point, she could only wait for death to come. Tsang Empire's trash. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me. Thinking of this, she tried to use the last bit of strength in her body to dive to the surface of the sea. She's out. The moment he saw Meng Sha, the Imperial Advisor controlled the Saint Ascension Compass to completely seal the void around her. Do it. Sitting Oblivion City Lord let out a low roar and charged towards Meng Sha. Whoosh! Meng Sha flipped her palm and a seal shot out. Boom! After the seal hit the Forgotten City Lord, it directly exploded, and a terrifying shockwave blasted the Forgotten City Lord away. Sky-flipping seal? Seeing this, the Imperial Advisor exclaimed. As expected of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. You can even give out a treasure like the sky-flipping seal so casually. The Sans Demon Sect sneered. However, do you think a mere sky-flipping seal can reverse the situation? Your Tsang Empire, wait to suffer the endless anger of my heaven-defying alliance. Meng Sha said coldly. As her voice fell, Meng Sha spread out her hands, and spots of red blood appeared on her white dress. The origin star in her body was spinning wildly. She was accumulating strength, preparing to self-destruct. Self-destruct? The Sans Demon Sect's people said disdainfully. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to self-destruct. Do it, capture her. Senior Sister Meng Sha. Chapter 35:14. The moment he saw Meng Sha, Fong Chen was enraged. He recalled the first time he met Meng Sha. She had smiled faintly and chatted with him. Although she was a senior disciple, she was not arrogant at all. At that time, Fong Chen had a good impression of Meng Sha. Later on the way to the Tsang Nation, Bai Yang had been targeting Fong Chen, but Meng Sha had been on Fong Chen's side. The once sweet girl was now covered in blood. Her face was pale and she was on the verge of death. She activated the remaining energy in her body and wanted to detonate her source star to take these people down with her. Suppress. The sage rulers led by the Oblivion City Master worked together and trapped Meng Sha on the surface of the sea. At the same time, countless terrifying rays of light shot out and pierced through the void, turning into a long rainbow that blasted toward Meng Sha. Trying to detonate yourself? Dream on. The Oblivion City Master sneered. He took the lead and arrived in front of Meng Sha before the others. He reached out his hand and grabbed the countless rays of light in the void and slapped them toward Meng Sha. Crack! Just when everyone thought that Meng Sha would be suppressed by the Oblivion City Master, something strange happened. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Sha. As soon as the figure appeared, he threw out a powerful punch and sent the Oblivion City Master flying. Die! Fong Chen's eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. After sending the Oblivion City Master flying, he did not stop. He took a step forward and caught up with the Oblivion City Master. The hidden star sword flashed and pierced the Oblivion City Master's head. Boom! Fang Chen shook his wrist and the Oblivion City Master's head exploded instantly. He died instantly. Whoosh! The world fell into dead silence. Even the Imperial Advisor and the people of the Sans Demon cult were stunned. But very soon they woke up from their shock and stared at Fang Chen with incomparable fury. After killing the Oblivion City Master, Fang Chen returned to the surface of the sea and supported Meng Sha, who was on the verge of collapsing. He placed his palm on her back and injected energy into Meng Sha's body. At the same time, he forcefully suppressed Meng Sha's source star and prevented it from exploding. Junior brother Fang, the extremely weak Meng Sha revealed an excited smile when she saw Fang Chen. But soon, he began to worry about Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang, leave quickly. Meng Sha urged. They killed my big brother and senior brother Huatsong. I'm heavily injured and can't escape. Don't worry about me, run back to the Heaven-Defying Alliance and find reinforcements. Meng Sha knew that her injuries were too severe. If Fang Chen carried her, they wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement. In that case, even Fang Chen would die here. Saint Kangyi's relic was an elaborate trap set up by the Tsang nation to lure and kill our Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. Meng Sha was extremely anxious. In just a short moment after Fang Chen's infusion of energy, Meng Sha's injuries had already stabilized, and her complexion had also become much better. Senior sister Meng Sha. Fang Chen stopped Meng Sha from speaking. I'm here, you'll be fine. Rest well, I will take you back to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Fang Chen solemnly promised. I will also avenge senior brother Meng Ta and senior brother Huatsong. After saying that, without waiting for Meng Sha's reaction, he kept her in Immortal Cave Mountain. It's you. After seeing Fang Chen, the Imperial Preceptor roared with a ferocious face. You're still alive? Back then, the people of the No Demon cult forced Fang Chen and the other four into the Death Mountain range. In the end, only Huatsong and the other two came out. The Imperial Preceptor believed that Fang Chen and Bai Yang must have died in the Death Mountain range. After all, that was the Death Mountain range, filled with terrifying golden corrosive water. A mere Saint King couldn't resist at all. However, at that moment, Fang Chen had appeared completely unharmed, and what shocked him the most was, not only did Fang Chen break through to the Saint Realm, but he also stepped into the third stage. This scene shocked him too much. You! The Imperial Preceptor stared coldly at Fang Chen. If you hadn't appeared, it would have been really difficult for us to find you. You walked right into our trap. Today, this will be your burial ground. On the side, the people of the No Demon cult stared at Fang Chen with interest. He's also a third-level Saint King, but he can kill Forgetful City Lord in seconds, as expected of a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If I'm not wrong with his potential, it's enough to enter the Doctrine Palace, right? Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor and the others were moved. The Doctrine Palace. That was the core place of the Heaven-Defying Alliance to cultivate disciples. Even in the entire God's Fall battlefield, it had an incomparably resounding reputation. Every disciple who entered the Doctrine Palace, if they didn't die midway, would definitely be able to step into the invincible Saint Realm in the future. This was also why the Heaven-Defying Alliance was able to firmly occupy the position of a top force in the God's Fall battlefield for countless years. Phew! The people of the No Demon cult licked their dry lips and said eerily, originally, I just wanted to suppress you, drain your blood and then kill you. But now I've changed my mind. After a slight pause he continued, your potential is too shocking. If I refine you into a demonic puppet, it should be very interesting. The demonic puppet was a kind of war weapon of the No Demon cult. It was very powerful and very cruel. Song Kingdom. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. This was the blood of the forgetful city lord. You dare to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. Are you ready to bear the wrath of the heaven-defying alliance? Hearing this, the imperial preceptor sneered. Humph, don't use the heaven-defying alliance to scare us. Kid, you'd better think about escaping this place. For the sake of your ambition, you've killed innocent people. You're really cruel, Fang Chen said word by word. At this moment, he was furious. So what? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin, the imperial preceptor said. Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin. Weakness is the original sin? Take him down for me. Obviously, the imperial preceptor did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Chen and directly ordered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The saint kings who had attacked together with the forgetful city lord swarmed over. Attack together and kill him. Someone roared. Although Fang Chen had killed the forgetful city lord in one blow, they were still very frightened. But thinking about it carefully, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. With so many of them, why would they be afraid of a 3rd-level Saint King? Kill. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Saint Kings brought by the imperial preceptor attacked together and surrounded Fang Chen. Buzz. The hidden star sword trembled slightly and let out a sword cry. Fang Chen looked at everything coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Senior brother Huatsang, senior brother Meng Ta, I'll avenge you today. In order to take revenge, Fang Chen did not hesitate to start a massacre. Moreover, these people were all heinous and deserved to be killed. Swoosh. The Hunyuan sword principle was used directly. A terrifying aura swept through the heavens and the earth. The 5 origin stars in Fang Chen's body rotated rapidly and burst out with shocking power. At the same time, rays of bright and terrifying sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The Hunyuan sword principle had a total of 3 moves, and each move had 3 styles. A long time ago, Fang Chen had mastered the first move's 3 moves. Not long ago, he had broken through the shackles in the Death Mountain range and stepped into the Saint realm. At the same time, he had also comprehended the second 3 styles. Sky-breaking sword. Fang Chen roared. This was the first style of the second move. Puff puff puff. Once this sword was used, it was almost invincible under the Saint King. Wherever the sword light passed, it directly penetrated the chests of the Saint Kings who were rushing over. Their bodies fell to the ground with a plop, losing their vitality. Sky-shaking sword. The second style of the second move of the Hunyuan sword principle. Immediately after, Fang Chen used this move. The hidden star sword carried the dreadful metal origin. It rotated in the void and drew a golden arc buzz. Fang Chen's finger gently flicked on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the tip of the hidden star sword directly touched the golden arc. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the roar of beasts erupted from the golden arc. It was as if a beast tide had arrived. Along with the roar, the Hunyuan sword chi also rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi rose to the peak. Puff. Those Saint Kings who were lucky enough to escape the first sword light watched helplessly as the second sword light penetrated their chests. No. Countless screams echoed on the surface of the sea. Splash. When Fang Chen withdrew the hidden star sword, the Saint Kings brought by the imperial preceptor were all dead. Their bodies fell into the sea and the sea was dyed red with blood. The heavens and the earth were filled with an extremely solemn aura. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the imperial preceptor coldly, like a killing god. The imperial preceptor's body involuntarily took a few steps back. He was shocked and looked at Fang Chen with some fear. How can he be so strong? He's too strong. There's no way to stop him. Only His Majesty can suppress him. The imperial preceptor was about to send a message to Prince Tsang, but he was stopped by the no-demon cult. "Humph, a mere third-level Saint King is nothing to be afraid of," the leader said. "That's right. With us here, he can't do anything. Continue to control the sainthood compass. Don't let him escape." The last person licked his lips and sneered. "I'm more and more interested in refining him into a demonic puppet." The three from the no-demon cult stepped forward and stood on the shore, facing Fang Chen from a distance. "Although these people are ants in our eyes, they are after all the vassals of our no-demon cult," the leader said. "If you kill them, you will be going against our no-demon cult. Since ancient times, those who go against our no-demon cult have never had a good ending." "No-demon cult," Fang Chen muttered. "The assassination of the heaven-defying Alliance's disciples was orchestrated by your no-demon cult?" "Yes, it was us. Not only them, but you will also become a ghost under the blade of our no-demon cult." Although he didn't know what kind of power the no-demon cult was, Fang Chen felt that the situation was tricky. But now, if there were only these three from the no-demon cult, he had nothing to fear. "I've just broken through. I can use this battle to test my power." Fang Chen looked up and shot a cold gaze. Chapter 35:15. To be honest, Fang Chen did not think much of this motley crew. When he was in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, he could already kill a third-level peak Holy King. Now that he had entered the Saint Realm, his strength had increased in all aspects. "Die!" the Imperial Advisor scolded coldly. His body was filled with murderous intent. He knew that he had to kill Fang Chen today. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. A month ago, he was just a Yin-Yang Origin Realm warrior. Just a month later, he had entered the third-level Holy King realm. Such an unimaginable improvement was simply shocking. With such potential, if he was allowed to escape, not to mention the heaven-defying alliance, he could destroy the entire Tsang Kingdom if he was allowed to grow. Azure Fire Technique. The Imperial Advisor stomped his foot and flew into the air. His hands quickly formed a seal. He controlled the sainthood compass and used the seal to compress the void around Fang Chen. Crack! The motionless space around Fang Chen was directly torn apart. A berserk hurricane blew over, stirring up huge waves on the calm surface of the sea. At the same time, the Grand Master's figure turned into a long rainbow and charged towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. The Imperial Advisor will probably kill this guy. The three from the no-demon cult were all fourth-level Holy Kings. Last time, the no-demon cult targeted Fang Chen and the other four and wanted to kill them. However, there was an accident that led to the annihilation of the entire group. The no-demon cult was enraged. This time, they specially sent out three fourth-level Holy Kings to kill the heaven-defying Alliance disciples and eliminate all future troubles. When they saw Fang Chen's previous attack, they knew that his strength should be comparable to a fourth-level Holy King. Even as an enemy, I have to admit that this fellow's potential is truly formidable. Yes, even Wang Daoyun's potential back then was not as good as his. The leader's eyes were cold. When he heard the name Wang Daoyun, he was slightly moved. Speaking of Wang Daoyun, many people were not familiar with him and had never heard of him. After all, he came from the 9 Regions Division and did not receive much attention. However, almost everyone in the entire Godfall battlefield knew about the Dao Palace. His identity as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace was enough for the saints of other forces to treat him with respect. But now, they had to face a disciple of the heaven-defying Alliance who had greater potential than Wang Daoyun of the Dao Palace. They put away their previous contempt and gradually became serious. On the surface of the sea, Fang Chen stood with his sword in hand, looking at the Imperial Advisor who was shooting towards him. Although the masterminds behind the scenes are the Skyless Demon Cult and Lord Tsang, you are also the executor. You have to bear all the responsibility for the deaths of Senior Brother Hua Tsang and Master Meng Ta. Fang Chen muttered. I'll start with you to avenge my 2 senior brothers. As soon as he said that, Fang Chen struck out with his sword. Although the strike seemed ordinary, it quickly condensed into a terrifying sword light in the void. This sword light contained the incomparably sharp power of the origin of gold. Die. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't dodge and instead welcomed his attack, the state preceptor sneered. Break for me. He sneered and gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Your strongest attack has been shattered by me. What else do you have? When his fist collided with the sword light, the state preceptor's aura was oppressive. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chen dying in his hands. Crack. However, as soon as his voice fell, the arrogant smile on his face came to an abrupt end. It was replaced by a miserable cry. With a crash, his entire arm shattered and blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. Ah! The state preceptor panicked. He endured the pain and quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the sainthood compass to block Fang Chen's attack. Origin sword art. However, Fang Chen didn't give him a chance and continued to strike with his sword. The origin sword light carried infinite power as it pierced through time and space and pierced the state preceptor's chest. No! The state preceptor didn't even have time to speak before the sword light pierced through him. Not good. The three from the No Demon cult wanted to save the state preceptor, but it was already too late. When they dispersed the terrifying airflow, the state preceptor's body had already fallen into the sea. The three from the No Demon cult's face turned extremely gloomy. Although the state preceptor was like an ant to them, he was still a member of the royal family of the Tsang country and also the representative of the Tsang emperor. The Tsang country was still useful to them. Would the death of the state preceptor cause a rift between the Tsang emperor and the No Demon cult? Kid, you're courting death. The leader reached out his hand and sucked the sainthood ascension compass floating in the air into his pouch. 1. He channeled the energy in his body into the sainthood compass. Immediately, the wind howled and the seal around the sea shrunk rapidly. Very good. I was planning to let you live a little longer, but it seems like there's no need for that now. This kid is a little evil. Let's kill him together. In an instant, the three from the No Demon cult released a violent energy and trapped Fang Chen on the sea. There are many people in this world who can kill me, but the three of you are not qualified. Fang Chen was calm. Facing the three saint emperors of the No Demon cult, there was no fear. Instead, there was an invincible confidence and dominance. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have no enmity with the No Demon cult, but you want to kill senior brother Hua Tsang and senior brother Meng Ta. Fang Chen continued, since you've done it, then you must be prepared to pay a heavy price, right? Fang Chen's gaze fell on the three of them. The Tsang country had mobilized a large force to kill senior sister Meng Sha. Now only the three of them were left. The others were all killed by him. Facing those who deserved to die, Fang Chen would never show mercy. Even if the other party had a great background, he was fearless. Kid, I admit that you have great potential. But if the three of us work together, we can even fight against a 5th-level Saint Emperor. What do you have to fight against us? Surrender obediently. After we drain your blood, we can refine you into a demonic puppet. You can continue to live in this world in another way. Otherwise, once the three of us attack, you won't even have a corpse left. Fang Chen's potential was too great, causing the three of them to covet Fang Chen's treasures and his blood. His blood is at least of the heaven grade. If we bring it back, we will definitely be heavily rewarded. The three from the No Demon cult secretly calculated. In their opinion, Fang Chen only had one way out today, and that was to be suppressed by them. There was no other way. However, Fang Chen did not mind at all when faced with such a hopeless situation. There was not even a trace of nervousness on his face. He looked at the three of them with ridicule. A month ago, my cultivation was only at the complete yin-yang origin stage, Fang Chen said. The three of them sneered and did not speak. Now, not only have I stepped into the saint realm, But I've also stepped into the third level. So what? The no-demon cult said disdainfully. Fang Chun chuckled and added, You must be wondering why the fellow disciples you sent to kill us in front of the Death Mountain Range died so tragically, right? Chapter 35:16. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the three men from the no-demon sect. They were burning with rage and bared their teeth. Their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Damn you! How dare you kill the people of my no-demon cult? Your crime is unforgivable. No one in the world can save you. The other two men from the no-demon sect had already gone mad. They were ready to kill Fang Chun. However, at this moment, the leader suddenly woke up and called out to the other two. Big brother. The two of them did not understand why their big brother called out to them. The leader's expression changed. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun as if he wanted to see through Fang Chun. You finally figured it out? Fang Chun sneered. It seemed that the people from the no-demon sect were not idiot. The leader turned his head and looked at the other two. He was in a trance and had the illusion that he could not defeat Fang Chun. However, the three of them quickly shook their heads. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The other two did not believe that Fang Chun could easily kill a third-level holy king in the Yin-Yang origin realm. You must have a treasure on you. They looked at Fang Chun with greedy eyes. They licked their lips and attacked at lightning speed. 3 kills formation. The three of them flickered and kept changing their positions. They had used their strongest moves the moment they arrived. The 3 kills formation was a trump card that they were proud of. Once an enemy was trapped in the 3 kills formation, unless the enemy was a 5th-level holy king or above, they would not be able to escape. Moreover, the 3 kills formation contained a terrifying bloody force. After a long time, the martial artists trapped in it would be corroded alive by this force. What an overbearing formation! Seeing the 3 kills formation, Fang Chun was also somewhat astonished. He did not expect the 3 of them to have such a move. It seems that I need to put in some effort. Fang Chun shook his head. Then, he held his sword and rushed into the core of the 3 kills formation to find the center of the formation and break it. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You're just a mere 3rd-level holy king. It's impossible for you to break the 3 kills array. After Fang Chun was trapped in the 3 killings formation, even the leader of the group heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. Boom. However, their excitement only lasted for 3 seconds before it completely froze. Violent energy surged out from within the 3 kills array and destroyed the array foundation of the 3 kills array. No. The 3 of them seemed to have realized something. They roared hysterically and crazily controlled the 3 kills array. However, the base of the formation was shattered, and the core of the formation was also destroyed by Fang Chun. The collapse of the 3 kills formation was already irreversible. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion was heard. In just a moment, the triple kill formation was completely shattered. The 3 of them from the no-demon cult were pushed back by the strong impact. As the smoke dissipated, Fang Chun once again appeared in their line of sight. If that's all you've got, then you can die now. Fang Chun walked over step by step. The hidden star sword in his hand rotated, and the immemorial sword art was fully displayed. Swoosh! 3 sharp and domineering sword lights pierced towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but their strength was suppressed. They could not do anything to Fang Chun. Die. After forcing the 3 of them back, Fang Chun continued to attack, wanting to kill the 3 of them. A 4th-level Holy Emperor is only SOSO. Fang Chun, who displayed the immemorial sword art, was too powerful. A 4th-level Holy Emperor was no match for him. The 3 of them from the no-demon cult had never expected Fang Chun's potential to be so terrifying. The members of the no-demon cult looked at Fang Chun timidly. Just one face-to-face and they were already terrified. You're indeed very strong. The 3 of us can't do anything to you, but you still want 4. The leader said. I've already sent a message to the Tsang Emperor. He's on his way. You're dead meat. The Tsang Emperor, the strongest person in the Tsang country, was also the only 5th-level holy emperor. Moreover, he was the oldest 5th-level holy emperor. He had many tricks up his sleeves. Under his rule, the Tsang country was worshipped by the heroes. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene. A sword light flashed, and 3 corpses fell into the sea. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his sleeves and collected the summer rings that were scattered on the sea. Then, he quickly left. At the same time, he used a special method to send a message to Elderly. Soon, he received the latter's reply. Fang Chen, be careful. The Sky Sword Peak Master is already breaking the seal. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Elderly exhorted. After receiving the reply, Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. The Tsang Emperor? Fang Chen murmured. His powerful primordial spirit had already sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the northwest direction. That pressure should belong to the Tsang Emperor. On this day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Tsang country. A terrifying rainbow light traveled through the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the void would tear and the cities would tremble. All the warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. Their hearts were filled with fear as if the end of the world was coming. Oh my God, what happened? It's too terrifying. That aura is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Could it be that someone wants to challenge the Tsang Emperor? Soon, a piece of news spread. Someone started a massacre in the Tsang country. The Tsang Emperor was enraged and chased after the culprit. Everyone suddenly realized that the terrifying aura they had felt earlier was actually created by the Azure Emperor. The Tsang Emperor is too strong. He was a 5th-level holy emperor a long time ago. His foundation is too deep and he is invincible in the same realm. I'm really curious. Who is the person that made the Tsang Emperor angry? At this moment, everyone was unaware that outside the borders of the Tsang country, there was an even more terrifying existence breaking the seal with brute force. Tsang country. The Sky Sword Peak Master muttered, his eyes cold. A mere Tsang country dared to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. It seemed that the God's Fall battlefield had been peaceful for so many years that the world had forgotten the power of the heaven-defying alliance. You want to stop me with a mere seal? The Sky Sword Peak Master attacked in anger. He punched out, and wherever his fist passed, cracking sounds could be heard. When he retracted his fist, the seal that enveloped the Tsang country disappeared without a trace. The Sky Sword Peak Master spread out his consciousness and instantly found Fang Chen and the Tsang Emperor. Tsang Emperor, you dare to touch a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice rang in the sky above the Tsang country. Not good, it's the Sky Sword Peak Master. The Tsang Emperor who was chasing Fang Chen felt his heart tighten. That guy's potential is too strong. He must be killed. Although the Sky Sword Peak Master is fast, he is still far away from me. Before he arrives, I must use the power of thunder to kill him and then leave. Since the matter had been exposed, the Tsang Emperor was even more determined to kill the heaven-defying alliance's monstrous disciple and suck his blood. The No-Demon cult had already made arrangements. Once this matter was over, the Tsang Emperor would disappear from the world's sight. Kill. Thinking of this, the Tsang Emperor increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Fang Chen. You're finally here? Fang Chen said. At the border of the Tsang country, the Sky Sword Peak Master who was rushing over was furious. Tsang Emperor, if you dare to make a move, I guarantee that your Tsang country will be completely destroyed. The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice was heard. The entire Tsang country was in an uproar. Many people did not understand why the Tsang Emperor had a grudge with the heaven-defying alliance. Chapter 35:17. Lord Song was a 5th-level Holy Emperor expert, and he had already reached the pinnacle. He was only a step away from the 6th-level Holy Emperor. Now, he was attacking Fang Chen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Go to hell. The Sky Sword Peak Master was strong, but there was still a distance between him and Fang Chen. This distance was enough for Lord Song to kill Fang Chen and escape. Kiki. Lord Song gloated when he saw the Sky Sword Peak Master's angry face. He was even more sure that Fang Chen had a high status in the Heaven-defying alliance. Killing such a monstrous disciple would definitely cause the Heaven-defying alliance to suffer a great loss. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, killing a few more people did not matter. Die. Lord Song punched out and the sky changed color. The space around Fang Chen crumbled. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The chaotic sword body was fully activated, and a terrifying sword radiance formed a layer of sword armor around his body. His defense was raised to the highest level. At the same time, his golden primordial spirit was spinning crazily, and a powerful spiritual consciousness spread out, distorting the space, trying to break through the sealed space. 5 origin stars broke out from his body and floated above his head. His wrist shook, and the hidden star sword danced in the air as he executed his strongest killing move. Mixed element sword art. With a slash of his sword, 6 different sword lights shot out. Within the sword radiances, there was a terrifying aura of sword Tao and an indestructible gold origin energy. Boom! Lord Song's fist radiance clashed with the 6 sword radiances, and the sound of an explosion was endless. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard, and the fist radiance engulfed everything, destroying 4 sword radiances in an instant. The remaining 2 sword radiances were easily blocked by Lord Song. Lord Song was slightly surprised, and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen, and his eyes turned cold. A 3rd-level Holy King can actually block my fist? At this moment, the killing intent in Lord Song's heart intensified. After countless years of cultivation, although he had yet to reach the level of a 6th-level Saint Emperor, he had already reached the peak of the 5th level. It was no exaggeration to say that under the 6th stage, he was almost invincible. However, facing a 3rd-level Holy King, he actually did not manage to kill him instantly with a single punch. There's a secret on this guy. Instantly, the Tsang Emperor thought of this. His bloodline. The Tsang Emperor's gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with greed. Kill. With a stomp of his foot, the entire void trembled. This time, he had used all his strength. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the void. I can't. Fang Chen kept retreating, using the 5 origin stars to block the Azure King's frenzied attacks. Pucci. Finally, after blocking a few attacks, one of the origin stars suffered a heavy blow and showed signs of cracking. Fang Chen was heavily injured as a result. He was blown away and slammed into the ground. Voila! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen felt that his body could no longer move. The cracks on the origin star were still spreading. He wanted to use his strength to stabilize the origin star. However, the Tsang Emperor did not give him the chance. Whoosh! The Tsang Emperor threw out a punch across the void. Fang Chen could only watch as the punch came towards him. Stop! In the distant horizon, the void was torn apart. The Sky Sword Peak Master's huge figure appeared out of nowhere. He roared and bared his teeth. His entire body turned into a ray of light and shot towards Yi Shiwen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, he executed a heaven-shaking technique. Just as the Azure Emperor's fist light was about to collide with Fang Chen's body, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master stretched out his hand, blocking the incoming fist light. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Even though the Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak blocked the fist of light, there was still some gray power that leaked out and struck the origin star above Fang Chen's head. Crack! The cracked origin star could no longer hold on and shattered with a loud bang. No! Seeing this, the Sky Sword Peak Master roared hysterically. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a powerful force wrapped around the unconscious Fang Chen. Damn it! He turned his head and looked at the Tsang Emperor. At this moment, the Tsang Emperor had already escaped. The shattering of Fang Chen's origin star meant that he had fallen from his pedestal. Even if his potential was heaven-defying, his path of cultivation had come to an end. In just a day, he had turned from a genius to a cripple. Even if he could survive, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Sometimes, letting a person live was more torturous than killing them. Even though they did not get Fang Chen's blood, it was worth it to cripple him. How dare you touch a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Your entire Tsang country will be buried with me. The Sky Sword Peak Master was completely enraged. He floated in the air and looked down at the entire Tsang country. With a wave of his hand, lightning dragons danced in the sky. Terrifying light shone on the entire Tsang country. Countless cultivators could not stand the terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground. The weaker ones even fainted on the spot. On this day, the entire Tsang country was dyed in blood as if it was hell. Everywhere the Sky Sword Peak Master passed by was in ruins. You can't escape. Even though the Tsang Emperor was a 5th-level Holy Emperor and the strongest in the Tsang country, he had nowhere to run under the Sky Sword Peak Master's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, he felt a cold force coming from behind him. In a panic, he quickly dodged. With a bang, the force hit his shoulder. The Tsang Emperor screamed and got up to continue running. My lord, save me! The Tsang Emperor's heart was filled with fear. The Sky Sword Peak Master was too strong. He was so strong that he did not even have the courage to fight him. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, he could only ask for help from the Sans demon cult. Just as he was about to catch up with the Tsang Emperor, a long sword suddenly appeared in the Sky Sword Peak Master's hand. The aura on the sword was like a rainbow as he slashed out. Rip! The void was torn apart as a 1,000-feet-long sword shadow swooped down. At this moment, a pitch-black illusory door appeared in front of the Tsang Emperor. Seeing this, the Tsang Emperor stepped into the illusory door without saying a word. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 1,000-feet-long sword shadow slammed down, the illusory door had already disappeared. Sky Sword Peak Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your personality is still so fiery. A mocking voice came from the void far away. Humph, back then, my heaven-defying alliance wiped out your no-demon sect. If it wasn't for the Alliance Master's mercy, you would have been completely wiped out. The Sky Sword Peak Master said coldly, Now, you are secretly killing my heaven-defying Alliance's disciples. Who gave you the courage? Humph, the rise of my no-demon sect is just around the corner. As for you, Sky Sword Peak Master, one day I will pay you back double. The Sky Sword Peak Master's consciousness covered the entire Tsang country, but he could not find any trace of the no-demon sect. He frowned as he looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Void Shift? Void Shift was a technique that only invincible saints could use. The person who saved Lord Tsang was obviously not an invincible saint. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had a Void Shift token. Humph! The Sky Sword Peak Master snorted coldly. In order to save Lord Tsang, he did not hesitate to use a priceless Void Shift token. The other party used the Void Shift token, and the Sky Sword Peak Master could not track him down. Thinking of the destruction of Fang Chen's origin star, the Sky Sword Peak Master was furious. Although Lord Tsang had escaped, he vented his anger on the Tsang country's royal family. Lord Tsang's subordinates are unforgivable. On this day, the entire Tsang country was shaken, and none of the royal family members survived. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The entire Tsang country was dyed red with blood. Heaven-defying alliance, Origin Gathering Mountain. Many peak masters gathered in the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. Even Wang Daoyun of the Dao Palace was there. "How is it?" Wang Daoyun walked in from outside and asked in a low voice. Behind him was a very low-key middle-aged man. When the peak masters saw this person, they were in awe. "Greetings, Vice Palace Master." This person was the Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace, and one of the most powerful people in the heaven-defying alliance. Once, he personally appointed Fang Chen as a disciple of the Dao Palace, but he needed to go through training before he could enter the Dao Palace. However, such a thing happened in such a short period of time. The Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace waved his hand and walked to the bed. He looked at the unconscious Fang Chen with a complicated expression. "Vice Palace Master, I am mainly responsible for this matter, and I am willing to accept the punishment." The Sky Sword Peak Master felt guilty. If he had arrived earlier and treated the enemy more seriously, perhaps Fang Chen would not have suffered such a heavy injury. Sigh. After a long time, the Vice Palace Master sighed. Originally, Fang Chen's potential exceeded the Vice Palace Master's imagination, and he even thought that Fang Chen had a high chance of becoming a chaotic supremacy in the future. However, the Origin Star was the most important source of energy in the Saint Realm. Once the Origin Star was broken, it meant the end of the path of cultivation. A genius was reduced to an ordinary person in one move. Even an outsider like the Vice Palace Master could not accept it. Since the Sky Sword Peak Master brought Fang Chen back to the heaven-defying alliance, many Peak Masters had been discussing how to help Fang Chen repair the Origin Star. However, all their efforts ended in failure. The culprits of this matter are Lord Tsang and the No Demon cult. "It has nothing to do with the Sky Sword Peak Master," said Elderly. "Damn the No Demon cult. Back then, they were defeated by the heaven-defying alliance, and now they dare to target our disciple. They are courting death. No matter what, this matter is not over. The No Demon cult will pay a heavy price for their foolish actions." Many Peak Masters expressed their opinions. After the Vice Palace Master checked Fang Chen's injuries, he told Elderly to do his best to treat him, and then left in a hurry. There were many people, and the Vice Palace Master did not have any hope. After all, it was the shattering of the Origin Star. Wang Daoyun's expression was complicated, and his heart was not calm. "Junior brother, I hope you can survive." The Sky Sword Peak Master was very angry and left the heaven-defying alliance on the same day, declaring that he would find the No Demon cult's lair to avenge Fang Chen and the disciples who died in the Tsang Kingdom. The other Peak Masters also returned to their respective peak. Mad Saber Li and Princess Tianqin stayed to take care of Fang Chen. "I'll go get him some treasures. You two take good care of him," said Elderly. Although the higher-ups kept it a secret, what happened in the Tsang Kingdom still spread in the heaven-defying alliance. Chapter 35:18. For the first time, the Sans Demon cult appeared in the eyes of many ordinary disciples. They began to collect information about the Sans Demon cult, asking about Fang Chen and what had happened in the Tsang Kingdom. In the end, they found nothing. The Sans Demon cult was too mysterious, and there was very little information circulating in the outside world. Very few people knew of their existence. Even the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance avoided talking about it. A few days later, the disciples stopped talking about the Sans Demon cult and focused their attention on Fang Chen. He was once a proud son of heaven. As soon as he entered the heaven-defying alliance, he defeated the new disciple Yintong and Lin Yi. What a pity! Senior brother Fang has unparalleled potential. He stepped into the Saint Realm, and even reached the 3rd level in one step. Now, his Source Star has shattered. Yes, the Source Star is too important for a Saint Realm warrior. Once it shatters, the path of cultivation is almost over. No one can reform it. Back then, he defeated Yintong with one punch and Lin Yi with one sword. He was in high spirits, and was called the strongest among the new disciples. Now, he has become like this? Everyone sighed. Of course, there were some who gloated. Among them were Lin Yi and Yin Tong. Now, both of them had stepped into the saint realm. Although they were not as monstrous as Fang Chen, their combined strength was not weak. Lin Yi even thought that his strength was enough to challenge Fang Chen. Time passed. Since Fang Chen's source star shattered and he was brought back to the heaven-defying alliance by the Sky Sword Peak Master, he had been cultivating in the cave and never came out. Everyone was guessing whether Fang Chen had given up on himself because he couldn't bear such a heavy blow. One day, at the foot of Jiuan Mountain in Lin Ye's cave, Lin Yi, dressed in white, was sitting on a stone bench. Beside him was Fairy Zixio. "Brother Yi." Fairy Zixio was a little puzzled. Lin Yi asked her to come here. Why did he not say a word? At this moment there was a knock on the door. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the door. Fairy Zixio got up and walked to the door with light step. She opened the door. She saw Yin Tong and a large group of new disciples. Fairy Zixio. After greeting Fairy Zixio, Yin Tong and the others walked straight to Lin Yi. "Senior brother Lin Yi," Yin Tong said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Chen, he had been preparing for revenge. Now the opportunity had finally come. The Sky Sword Peak Master said it himself. One of that guy's origin stars shattered. Yin Tong grinned and said, "Humph. Even if his potential is unparalleled and his yin-yang energy is unprecedentedly powerful, so what? In the end, didn't he still end up in such a miserable state?" Within the cave, countless disciples agreed. They all chose to stand on Lin Ye's side. "Senior brother Lin Yi, ever since Fang Chen became the new chief disciple, he has been hogging a lot of resources. The resources we have received are pitifully little. Now that he has been crippled, senior apprentice brother Lin Yi should replace him and become the new lead disciple." The chief disciple received more cultivation resources than the average disciple. Moreover, the chief disciple had the right to prioritize the distribution of cultivation resources. Therefore, many disciples hoped that Lin Yi could become the lead disciple again. That way, they would be able to receive more resources. In just 1 month, most of the new disciples have already joined senior apprentice brother Lin Ye's side. Only Mad Bladely and Princess Tianqin from the 9 regions are on his side. Everyone chimed in one after another, denouncing Fang Chen. Yin Tong stared at Lin Yi. "You'll be in charge of this battle." Finally, Lin Yi spoke. "Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Lin Yi. I won't let everyone down." On the 9th step of Origin Gathering Mountain, in the 8th cave residence. After half a month of recuperation, Fang Chen finally woke up. However, his body was still extremely weak. Cough cough. The sword qi around him suddenly dissipated. His throat moved and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. "Senior brother Fang." Mad Bladely hurriedly walked over and helped Fang Chen up. "Your injuries haven't healed. You can't use the power of the origin." He had just entered the Saint Realm and had already formed 5 origin stars. This was considered outstanding in the Dao Palace. If he hadn't been killed by the Tsang Emperor, his future would have been limitless. But now, one of his origin stars had shattered. The remaining 4 couldn't be continued. He couldn't use the power of the origin in his body at all. Bang! Fang Chen punched the ground. The origin star shattered. "I'll just continue to form more. I, Fang Chen, have encountered countless setbacks in my life, but I have never fallen. What's the big deal about a mere origin star shattering?" Fang Chen refused to admit defeat. "Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it." After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down. Princess Tianqin walked over and whispered, "Recently, Lin Yi and Yin Tong have been very active ever since they learned of your situation. They've won over most of the new disciples, trying to force you to hand over the position of the chief disciple. Fang Chun, get out here. At this moment, a series of curses that contained the power of Origin reverberated above Origin Gathering Mountain. After Fang Chun heard it, his face darkened. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. Trash, you don't have the right to be the chief disciple of the new disciples. If you know what's good for you, quit. Princess Tianqin and Mad Bladely were furious. Before Fang Chen was crippled, they didn't care about him at all. Now they were adding insult to injury. Creak. Mad Bladely couldn't take it anymore. He rushed out of the door and shouted. Who was it that severely injured Yintong with one punch? A loser dares to yell in front of senior brother Fang. You're courting death. Mad Bladely, I think you're the one courting death. Yintong held back her anger. The position of chief disciple belongs to those who are capable. Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. His cultivation path has been cut off. It's a waste of resources to continue occupying the position of chief disciple. Yintong said, moreover, when he defeated me, I said that one day I, Yintong, would come for revenge. Now the time has come. Despicable and shameless. Princess Tianqin's face was cold. Yintong had the audacity to say such high-sounding words in front of all the disciples. She was really thick-skinned. What? Are you scared? Are you going to be a coward forever? Fang Chen's cave abode was on the 9th step. They weren't qualified to go up, so they could only use provocation. Get out. Senior brother Fang has no time to deal with small fries like you. Mad Bladely closed the door after saying that. At the square below Origin Gathering Mountain, many disciples looked at each other, waiting for Yintong's order. Senior brother Yintong, Fang Chun must know that he's no match for you, so he doesn't dare to come down. If he keeps hiding in the cave abode, we can't do anything to him. Damn him. Everyone said angrily. Keep scolding. I'd like to see how long this guy can endure. 3 days. Yintong and the others cursed at the foot of Origin Gathering Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. In the 8th cave abode on the 9th step, Princess Tianqin and Mad Bladely couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to rush out several times, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. Whoosh! On this day, Fang Chen suddenly got up and strode to the door. Creak! The door opened, and Fang Chen strolled out with his hands behind his back, looking down. Bastard, you finally dare to show your face? Facing Fang Chen, Yintong wasn't afraid at all. She mocked him coldly. I, Yintong, now officially challenge you as the chief disciple. If you lose, give up the chief disciple position and get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the disciples. Then he said softly, You used to respect me as the chief disciple. But now, you want me to give up the chief disciple position? Is it because my origin star has shattered? Everyone lowered their heads, feeling a little ashamed. Cut the crap. Either accept my challenge, or give up the chief disciple position. Yintong said impatiently. He didn't give Fang Chen any more choices. He forced Fang Chen to give up the chief disciple position. Do you know what I experienced in the Tsang Kingdom? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Everyone was silent. Fang Chen continued, You dare to come here and threaten me without even knowing the truth? Who gave you the courage? Humph, don't scare me with the higher-ups. Challenging the chief disciple is the rule of the heaven-defying alliance. I, Yintong, didn't break the rules. Kaboom! However, as soon as Yintong's voice fell, a thunderous sound came from the distant sky. Then, the petals fell, and a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Which one of you dares to bully Fang Chen? The delicate voice echoed in the sky above Origin Gathering Mountain. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that it was Lu Lanxi, a senior disciple of the Yi clan. Miss Lu Lanxi? Yintong was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Lanxi to come here. Miss Lu Lanxi, may I ask what brings you here? Humph, didn't you want to challenge Fang Chen? I'll fight in his place. You can fight as many people as you want. I'll take them all, Lu Lanqi said coldly. She wore a black dress, outlining her perfect figure. With the cold aura emanating from her, she looked like an ice goddess. She turned to look at Fang Chen, who didn't move. Miss Lu Lanqi, you've misunderstood. We're not threatening Fang Chen. Now that his origin star is broken, his strength is greatly reduced. He's no longer qualified to be the chief disciple. Lu Lanqi waved her hand and interrupted him. It's not up to you to decide whether he's qualified or not. Get out. I don't want to fight today. Don't let me see clowns like you in the future. Lu Lanqi released a terrifying aura that swept across the sky and earth. Seeing this, Yintong kept retreating, her expression changing. Miss Lu Lanqi. He wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Lanqi's expression, he hurriedly turned and left. Lu Lanqi was a senior disciple and the granddaughter of Yunluo Peak Master. Yintong didn't dare to offend her. Seeing Yintong and the others leave, Fang Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 35:19. In 3 months, I'll be waiting for your challenge in the annual assessment of new disciples. As soon as he said that, the entire foot of Jiyuan Mountain was in an uproar. Countless new disciples were dumbfounded. His source star was shattered, and his cultivation path was cut off. Most importantly, his cultivation level had fallen. From then on, he would be a cripple. However, he dared to accept the challenge of Yintong, a disciple of the Saint Plane. Everyone was very surprised. Who exactly gave him the courage to do so? Even Lu Lanqi was stunned. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Fang Chen turned around and returned to the cave residence. Is this guy joking? He's definitely playing to the gallery. His source star is shattered. This is already a well-known fact. I don't believe that his strength hasn't fallen. Humph, senior brother Yintong lost to him back then. Now he can finally take revenge. Just wait. In 3 months, he'll have to give up the position of the chief disciple. Some were shocked while others sneered. Yintong, in particular, burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. Okay, I'll give you 3 months. Then Yintong left with many disciples. The news of Fang Chen accepting Yintong's challenge spread quickly. Many peak masters gathered at Yunluo Peak. They were very surprised. Why would Fang Chen make such a decision? Little Shi, you were there at the time. Tell us in detail what happened. Did that new disciple, Yintong, force Fang Chen to agree? Giant Fire Peak's master raised his eyebrows. He almost rushed to Origin Gathering Mountain to question Yintong. Humph, a mere new disciple. Does he think he can turn the world upside down? How can he compare to Fang Chen's contributions to the heaven-defying alliance? Besides, Fang Chen's potential is ranked among the top in the history of the heaven-defying alliance. Although his source star is shattered now, no one is allowed to humiliate him. The other peak masters also expressed their absolute support for Fang Chen. They believed that if the Sky Sword Peak Master was here, he might rush to Jiyuan Mountain and cut Yintong down with his sword. Sheer, tell us about it. Lu Lanqi was his granddaughter, and Fang Chen was someone he had high hopes for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the Jinyan grass he had originally intended for his disciple, Xiao Fan, to Fang Chen. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally had to take care of it. Grandpa Peak Masters, I was there at the time. Yintong took advantage of the fact that she had entered the Saint Realm and Fang Chen's origin star had shattered. She took the opportunity to make trouble. She brought many new disciples and forced Fang Chen to give up the chief disciple position. Lu Lanqi briefly explained what had happened that day. The Peak Masters were enraged after hearing the news. Abuse? Giant Fire Peak's master gloomily asked, how did such a person join my heaven-defying alliance? Yintong seems to be one of Elder Mo's people, just like Lin Yi, a Peak Master reminded. Oh? Central Weave? When he heard Elder Mo's name, the giant Fire Peak Master's face darkened even more. When he said the words central domain, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. That's enough. In the end, it was Yun Luo Peak Master who spoke. According to she, Fang Chen willingly accepted Yintong's challenge. I've seen him before. According to his steady character, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Since he chose to fight with Yintong in the new disciple assessment 3 months later, I think he must have some confidence. Giant Fire Peak Master shook his head. How big was the impact of the shattered origin star? The Peak Masters couldn't be clearer. Fang Chen wanted to use his own strength to condense the origin star again? Was it possible? Obviously, it was impossible. The Peak Masters looked at each other and discussed animatedly. In the end, the Peak Masters reached a unanimous decision. Since Fang Chen had agreed to this matter, they couldn't easily interfere. At least, they couldn't show up before Fang Chen's life was in danger. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the other disciples. Secondly, they were also very curious. Fang Chen had unparalleled potential and was extremely mysterious. Could he create a miracle? They would wait and see. Jiyuan Mountain, 9th Step, 8th Cave Abode. Senior Brother Fang, you're too reckless. Madmanly shook his head. You haven't recovered from your injuries and your realm has dropped. You're no match for Yintong. He deliberately provoked you to accept the challenge. Princess Tianqin also said, Why don't I ask others for help? Fang Chen shook his head with a relaxed expression. He's just a loser. If we fight again, he'll still be defeated by me. Looking at Fang Chen's confident face, Madmanly was in a trance. He even had the thought that Fang Chen could defeat Yintong. But soon, he rejected this idea. No matter what, you can't go to the assessment in 3 months. Madmanly finished speaking and was about to turn and leave. Stop. Fang Chen stopped Madmanly. He knew that the latter was going to find elderly, Peak Master Yun Luo or the others. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion during this period. Don't let anyone disturb me. Fang Chen smiled brightly at Madmanly. In the heaven-defying alliance, news about Fang Chen had spread like wildfire. However, Fang Chen himself had chosen to cultivate in seclusion. When Yintong and the others heard the news, they laughed wildly. His origin star has shattered, and he's already fallen from his pedestal. Is he still unwilling to accept it and wants to use these 3 months to improve his strength? In a cave residence, Yintong sneered. Lin Yi, dressed in a white robe, raised his head and looked at the distant sky without speaking. But his expression had already said everything. Humph, that guy is too arrogant. He used underhanded means to defeat Brother Yi and thought he was invincible. Now he's finally getting his retribution. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly. She had been very close to Lin Yi, and her family also intended to marry the Lin family of the Central Territory, but she had been watching. Not long ago, her family had sent her a message that there was some crisis in the family. They had to marry the Lin family in the shortest time possible and rely on the power of the Lin family to survive the crisis. This also made her completely make up her mind. Now, she regarded herself as Lin Ye's woman. Brother Yi, Yintong is enough to deal with him. You don't have to do anything. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Yintong. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lin Ye's defeat to Fang Chen had left a great shadow in his heart. At the same time, it also made Lin Yi realize how terrifying Fang Chen was. That guy has secrets. Suppress him and pry open his mouth. Lin Yi had the domineering aura of a superior. Yes, senior brother Lin Yi. On the 9th step, in the secret chamber of the 8th cave residence, there was a small formation around Fang Chen. He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the endless power of the origin of metal gathered in the formation. Inside his body, 4 origin stars rotated slowly. Without one, there seemed to be a lack of balance. The 4 origin stars rotated clumsily. Everyone thinks that it's almost impossible to condense an origin star after it's shattered. Fang Chen shook his head. In his mind, the inheritance insights that the Blood Cavalry Saint had left for him appeared. It clearly recorded the method to condense an origin star. Condensing an origin star is a secret that only invincible saints can master. What the world knows is just a rumor. At first, Fang Chen was very discouraged. However, after reading the Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance insights, he found the way to condense an origin star again. Fortunately, Fang Chen flipped through the book. I have the half-perfect blood. This almost perfect bloodline can help me condense an origin star. The number of origin stars represented a warrior's strength and potential. Since he could condense 5, it meant that he could condense 6 or even 7 in the future. Therefore, there was no absolute balance. 3 months. Fang Chen slowly raised his palm, and rich origin energy gathered. He murmured, "Song Nation. It was once incomparably prosperous, but now it was incomparably desolate. The Song Nation's royal family was completely destroyed, and only the ordinary warriors were spared. Even the strongest Song Emperor had escaped. The entire Song Empire was like a group of dragons without a leader. Everyone was living their days in fear. After all, it was the heaven-defying alliance. Song Emperor had offended the heaven-defying alliance and killed their disciples. Would the latter vent their anger on the ordinary people? Whoosh! One day, in the sky above Song Nation, a crack suddenly tore open. The Sky Sword Peak Master walked out from it. His body was filled with shocking sword intent. He took a step forward and arrived above the ruins of the royal family. Damn the no-demon cult! He gritted his teeth and cursed. During this period, he had been looking for traces of the no-demon cult. However, the no-demon cult was too cunning and did not leave any traces. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. If I find you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. His powerful divine sense shrouded the entire royal family ruins, wanting to see if the no-demon cult had left any clues. However, after searching for a few hours, he still found nothing. Just as he sighed and was about to leave, a little beggar in the corner of the street attracted his attention. The Sky Sword Peak Master noticed that there was a wisp of black mist flashing on the little beggar's body. This is... His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the little beggar with his big hand, directly suppressing him. The little beggar screamed miserably, somewhat terrified. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Rip. The Sky Sword Peak Master tore open the little beggar's clothes, and there was a faintly discernible strange rune on the latter's chest. Others might not know, but as the Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he knew. A demon puppet of the no-demon cult? No, to be exact, a demon puppet candidate that was marked by the no-demon cult. The Sky Sword Peak Master grabbed the little beggar by the throat and said coldly, "You definitely don't know where the no-demon cult is, but the mark on your body is enough." Subsequently, the Sky Sword Peak Master used his divine ability to use the mark on the little beggar and began to search for the no-demon cult's lair. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the east with a sword in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He tore through the void and rushed towards the east. Not long after he left, the injured little beggar's body squirmed and a wisp of black mist escaped from his body, condensing into an illusion. Chapter 35:20. The little beggar's body fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. In the void, after the black mist said this, it directly dissipated. After the Sky Sword Peak Master got the clue, he went alone, wanting to destroy the no-demon cult and avenge Fang Chen and the many disciples who died at the hands of the no-demon cult. However, not long after, a piece of news spread in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, causing a great commotion. Even the higher-ups and many Peak Masters were shocked. What had happened? Why did the Sky Sword Peak Master's life slip show signs of cracking? On this day, a solemn atmosphere filled the meeting hall of Yunluo Peak. Many Peak Masters looked very solemn. They sat in their chairs with heavy hearts. Sitting at the head of the table was the Vice Palace Lord of the Tao Palace. What the hell happened? The Vice Palace Lord's voice broke the silence of the meeting hall. Everyone looked at each other. Yunluo Peak Master stood up and said, "What happened in the Tsang Kingdom made the Sky Sword Peak Master very angry. He is a person who abhors evil and did not want to wait at all. He went to the ruins of the Tsang Kingdom alone to find traces of the no-demon cult." After a pause, Yunluo Peak Master continued. Not long ago, he excitedly sent back a message saying that he had found some information about the no-demon cult, and that it is very likely that he has found the real nest of the no-demon cult. However, no one expected that this news was the last message from the Sky Sword Peak Master. After that, the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance found that the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master showed signs of cracking. The cracking of the life slip means that he is seriously injured and is struggling on the verge of death, but there is still a glimmer of hope. The Vice Palace Lord said. The Sky Sword Peak Master was a Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had a high status and his combat strength was also very strong. If such a strong cultivator was lost, it would be very painful for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I have a feeling that the Sky Sword Peak Master is most likely suppressed by the no-demon cult, or the power behind the no-demon cult. He shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Otherwise, his life slip should shatter soon. However, after so long, the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master did not shatter. The person who spoke was the Giant Fire Peak Master. Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with the Giant Fire Peak Master's guess. What is the no-demon cult doing? Peak Master Yunluo asked. Back then, the no-demon cult was a new force that developed into a top force in a very short period of time. However, it did not pose much of a threat to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. One day, the Heaven-Defying Alliance accidentally discovered that the no-demon cult was actually cultivating a forbidden art from ancient times. This secret art was extremely cruel and required the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of martial artists' primordial spirits. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had declared war on the no-demon cult. In the end, the Sans Demon cult was forced to flee. Only a few of their upper echelons survived. After that, the no-demon cult went into hiding. Who would have thought that the Sans Demon cult would appear again, and even more brazen than before, targeting the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I remember Fong Chen saying that what the no-demon cult really cares about is the blood of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. I'm guessing that they're collecting the blood of various geniuses as a sacrifice. Could it be? The Giant Fire Peak's Master's expression suddenly changed. They want to open that seal? Hearing this, even the Deputy Palace Lord of the Tao Palace's face darkened. No matter what, no matter the cost, we must find the nest of the no-demon cult. The news of the Sky Sword Peak's Master's disappearance set off a storm among the disciples. Even Fong Chen, who was cultivating, stopped his seclusion. Whoosh! In the secret chamber, Fong Chen's body was surrounded by thick blood, vaguely forming a scarlet armor. The life slip cracked, which means that the Sky Sword Peak's Master is not dead. Thinking of the fact that the no-demon cult was collecting the blood of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples, Fong Chen guessed that the Sky Sword Peak's Master was most likely imprisoned by the no-demon cult. Thinking of this, Fong Chen clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his eyes. The Sky Sword Peak's Master had saved his life. Now, his fate was unknown, which made him hate the no-demon cult even more. No-demon cult, one day I will personally eradicate all of you. After venting his anger, his heart finally calmed down. For the time being, he could only rely on the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. With Fong Chen's current physical condition, there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! Fong Chen took a deep breath and temporarily forgot this news. Then his gaze fell on the origin star in his body. The 4 origin stars rotated slowly, exuding a sharp gold origin power. Behind the 4th origin star, there was an origin wrinkle condensing. After 2 months, I only condensed a wrinkle. Fang Chen shook his head, still somewhat dissatisfied with this state. According to the blood cavalry saint, his bloodline was infinitely close to the perfect bloodline, and he could use this to condense a new origin star. But my realm has finally re-entered the saint realm, Fang Chen said. The moment the origin star shattered, the origin power in his body dissipated, and his realm fell directly to the yin-yang origin realm. After 2 months of hard work, he condensed the origin wrinkle again, and his realm finally returned to the saint realm. Although he was only a first-level holy king, it was enough. There is still a month, the origin wrinkle should be more condensed. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 3-month deadline had finally arrived. All the new disciples on the entire Jiyuan mountain walked to the square. Today was the day of the assessment of the new disciples. Senior brother Yintong is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to the distance. Yintong, dressed in blue, strode over with an extremely confident smile on his face. Beside him were Lin Yi and Fairy Zixio. Senior brother Lin Yi is also here. It seems that senior brother Lin Yi is worthy of being the chief disciple of the new disciples. Yes, Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. Who else is senior brother Lin Ye's match? What a pity! Some people felt sorry for Fang Chen, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Fairy Zixio. She was radiant and had an outstanding temperament. Her purple dress outlined her perfect figure, and she walked lightly behind Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi with a very gentle gaze, like a little girl. Some people who knew the truth looked at Fairy Zixio with respect. They knew that Fairy Zixio had already given herself to Lin Yi, and could be considered Lin Ye's woman. Originally, everyone respected her only because of her appearance. Now it was different. She was the daughter-in-law of the Lin family of the Central Territory, and Lin Ye's woman. These 2 titles were a little scary. Among the new disciples, no one dared to provoke her, and many even flattered her. Senior brother Lin Yi. Senior brother Yintong. Fairy Zixio is getting more and more beautiful. Laughter could be heard in the crowd. Hearing everyone's praise, Fairy Zixio looked up at Lin Yi, who was very calm and nodded gently at her. Immediately, Fairy Zixio blushed. In the distance, Senior brother Fang, are you really going to accept Yintong's challenge? Lunatic Li shook his head. In the past 3 months, he had tried to persuade Fang Chen countless times, but Fang Chen did not listen at all. Princess Tianqin did not speak. She knew Fang Chen too well. Once he had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. At the same time, she was also very curious. Could Fang Chen create another miracle? Many people saw Fang Chen, and their eyes were full of mockery. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yi and Yintong strolled over. When the 2 came in front of Fang Chen, Yintong sneered, "You still dare to come? When you first came to the heaven-defying alliance, I told you that no matter how strong your potential is, it is only potential. It cannot be transformed into actual battle strength. Moreover, only a genius who has crossed the thorny forest and successfully survived can be called a genius." Lin Yi sneered. "However, your origin star has shattered." His words were full of mockery. "Now, what do you have to compete with me for the chief disciple of the new disciples? Humph, when the test begins today, I will let you know how regretful your choice to come to the heaven-defying alliance is." Yintong bared her teeth. Fairy Zixio and the others also said some harsh words. Fang Chen looked up, and his eyes swept over the crowd. "When I was doing the task for the heaven-defying alliance, where were you? When I avenged senior brother Huatsang and the others, where were you? When I fought against Lord Song, where were you? Although the heaven-defying alliance was a force, it was more like a group, an extremely united group. However, now, Fang Chen had done so much for the heaven-defying alliance, even at the expense of shattering an origin star. When he returned, he was mocked and ridiculed by Lin Yi and the others. Fang Chen laughed, but his heart was cold. Hearing Fang Chen's words, some disciples lowered their heads in shame. Humph, only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists, Yintong said. If you are still a man, fulfill the promise you made 3 months ago and fight with me. The strong only speak with their fists? Fang Chen repeated this sentence with a mocking smile on his face. Yes, Yintong has a point. Only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists. Lin Yi nodded. His words further confirmed Fang Chen's cowardice. The heaven-defying alliance doesn't need trash. Either give up the chief disciple position or get lost, Yintong said viciously. You, madman, Li said angrily. You were defeated by senior brother Fang, and now you want to take revenge while he is injured? Don't you have any shame? Why did you take a detour when you saw senior brother Fang before he was injured? Isn't it because you are afraid of senior brother Fang's fists? Madman Li and Princess Tianqin truly felt like everyone was kicking a man when he was down. Fang Chen waved his hand, stopping the two agitated people. Chapter 35-21. Fang Chen did not say much. Just as Yintong and Lin Yi had said, the strong only spoke with their fists. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. However, Fang Chen felt a little disappointed. He had done so much for the heaven-defying alliance. When he learned that senior sister Mengxiao was in danger, he immediately searched for her in the Tsang kingdom. If not for that, he would not have ended up with his source star shattered. However, these sheltered flowers had always cultivated in the heaven-defying alliance and never cared about the outside world. They were so proud of themselves, thinking that they were 1 in a million. It could only be said that such people were idiot. Dong. The sound of a bell rang between heaven and earth. After 9 consecutive rings, many of the upper echelons arrived. In the square, on the rostrum, all the new disciples focused their eyes here. Many peak masters took their seats on the rostrum. Elder Li was the person in charge this time. He stepped forward and looked around, then said, You have been in the heaven-defying alliance for a year. During this time, you have been cultivating in Jiuan Mountain. Today is the time to test the results of your cultivation. The heaven-defying alliance did not accept mediocre people. Even if the disciples had unparalleled potential during the entrance examination, but after entering, they improved slowly or did not improve at all. They were not qualified to continue cultivating in Jiuan Mountain. Survival of the fittest was natural selection. This truth was applicable in every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. The test for the new disciples is very simple. There are 2 conditions. Elder Li said slowly. The first condition, which was the most basic and rigid condition, was that one's cultivation had to reach the saint realm. Some of these new disciples were in the Yin-Yang origin realm when they entered. For many disciples, to be able to join the heaven-defying alliance, one must have great potential. With their talent, they could basically enter the saint realm after cultivating in Jiuan Mountain for a year. The second condition was that one's combat power was at least 2nd-level Holy King. The disciples recruited by the heaven-defying alliance all had monstrous talent. The upper echelon's requirement for them was to be able to fight above their level. Among the many disciples present, the lowest was a 1st-level Holy King. Their combat power was at least comparable to a 2nd-level Holy King. In fact, these 2 tests were relatively simple and boring. What really excited many disciples was the ranking of the new disciples. The top 10 would be able to enter the origin source secret realm to cultivate, and the chief disciple would be able to obtain an origin source pill. This reward made Lin Yi and Yintong extremely happy. The reason they targeted Fang Chen and forced him to abdicate was because they had their eyes on the origin pill. Who? After Elder Li finished his explanation, Fang Chen took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. As expected of the heaven-defying alliance, they were truly generous. They actually took out priceless origin pills to reward their new disciples. The origin source elixir was an elixir formed by a saint-level expert using his own rich origin source energy. This elixir contained extremely pure origin source energy. Ordinary saints could greatly improve their understanding of the origin by absorbing it. To Saint Realm martial artists, the allure of the origin pill was too great. Of course, there were also the rewards for cultivating on Origin Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had a total of 5 Origin Mountains, each corresponding to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Every Origin Mountain contained an origin. When a martial artist cultivated there, they could comprehend the purest origin and even comprehend Origin's secret technique. "All right, let the test officially begin," Elder Lee announced loudly. There was a stone tablet in the square, which was used to test a martial artist's combat strength. One disciple after another walked up to the stone tablet to take the test. Lin Yi turned his head and looked coldly at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm, which made Lin Yi laugh. "Pretentious. You better pray you don't meet me in the challenge. Otherwise, I'll make you stop in the top 10, Yintong said proudly. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything. Fairy Zixio approached Lin Yi and whispered, "His origin star has shattered. He is destined to fall here. Brother Yi will be the one standing at the peak in the end. What right does someone like him have to compare to Brother Yi? A one-time failure doesn't mean anything. Only by reaching the end can one be qualified to look down on the world." Lin Yi finally spoke. He looked at Fairy Zixio lovingly. Everyone around was envious of this immortal couple. Fang Chen ignored Lin Yi and Yintong's sarcasm. On the rostrum, Peak Master Yun Luo glanced at Fang Chen and exclaimed softly, "This guy?" He felt that Fang Chen's aura seemed a little different. "The top 10 reward this time is not bad," Peak Master Juhua said. The quota to cultivate on Origin Mountain was extremely precious. Even some veteran disciples might not be able to get it. However, the higher-ups would take out 10 spots to reward the new disciples. It was really not easy. Yes, the competition for the top 10 this time must be very fierce. I wonder if Fang Chen can make it to the top 10. If Fang Chen's origin star was not shattered, they naturally wouldn't have any doubts. Because Fang Chen in his peak state was invincible among the new disciples. That was the problem. Hearing Peak Master Juhua's words, the other Peak Masters fell silent. Fang Chen's temperament is not comparable to ordinary people. If it were someone else, they might have broken down after suffering such a heavy blow. "Grandpa, look. He is very calm and seems to have a card up his sleeve." Behind Peak Master Yun Luo, Lu Lanqi said. Her words immediately broke the silence on the rostrum. Many Peak Masters also nodded. In the distance, on Jiuan Mountain, many veteran disciples were watching. At the top of Yunluo Peak, Xiao Fan stared at the test square with cold eyes. Fang Chen? He had been in seclusion before and had only come out recently. As soon as he came out, he received very bad news. The golden fire herb that his master had prepared for him was given to a new disciple. Most importantly, this new disciple seemed to be very close to junior sister Lu Lanqi. After some inquiries, Xiao Fan's hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. Senior brother Xiao Fan. A disciple who was closer to Xiao Fan suddenly appeared. "Can you bear Bai Yang's death?" Xiao Fan was silent. The disciple continued, "Let's not talk about the golden fire herb first. I think Bai Yang's death may have been caused by Fang Chen," he said. Fang Chen and Bai Yang had a dispute on Yunluo Peak, and the latter wanted to stand up for Xiao Fan and become enemies with Fang Chen. The news that came back said that Bai Yang had died at the hands of the Tsang Kingdom. However, only Fang Chen returned alive out of the 5 people at that time, and no one knew what the truth was. Anyway, the dead told no tales, so whatever he said was the truth. Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically. Countless possibilities appeared in his mind. "You mean?" However, he soon realized the true meaning of his junior brother's words. The disciple nodded and chuckled. I heard that the Deputy Palace Lord of the Tao Palace wanted to take him in, but his cultivation path was cut off after his origin star shattered. The Tao Palace can't take him in. Even the peak masters seem to care about him on the surface, but in reality, they have already given up on him. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The heaven-defying alliance did not accept mediocre people, no matter how dazzling and powerful you were. Now you have become a cripple. You are no longer qualified to stay in the heaven-defying alliance. That was the reality. Xiao Fan thought for a long time and then nodded. I know what to do about this matter. Let's talk about it after the disciple test. Time passed. 6 hours later, the first phase of the test for the new disciples finally ended. All the disciples had fulfilled the first condition and stepped into the saint realm. However, there were 15 disciples who did not fulfill the second condition. Their potential was at the bottom of the many disciples, and because of their comprehension, their combat strength did not meet the standard. The disciples who did not pass the test have left the mountain. Elder Li said ruthlessly, "Of course, you were once disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. If you want, you can report to the worker peak. When you reach the standard, you can become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance again." The 15 disciples who had been eliminated had gloomy expressions. Worker disciples were in charge of the daily lives of the many official disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. They were the lowest level of workers. Becoming a worker meant that their cultivation resources would be greatly reduced, and they would most likely be stuck forever. However, this was the rule of the heaven-defying alliance, and they could only follow it. "I'm willing to stay at the worker peak," a disciple said. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. The 15 disciples were taken away by the worker peak deacons. The other disciples who remained were moved. No matter where they were, strength was the absolute truth. Okay, next is the competition for the top 10. Elder Li briefly explained the rules of the competition in his previous life. Every disciple had 2 chances to challenge someone, and once the chance was used up, it could not be used again. If the weak challenged the strong, the latter could not refuse, and this gave the majority of the disciples a chance. The rankings on this file are your comprehensive strength rankings for the past year. These are the top 10 disciples for the time being. Elder Li called Fong Chen and the other 10 to the side. Now, the challenges begin. If the challenge was successful, they could replace the person who was challenged. Fong Chen's name was in the first place. This meant that he would be challenged by many people. "I challenge Sound Eye." As soon as Li Zhonglai said this, a disciple jumped out. "You're not my match," Sound Eye said coldly. "Whether I am or not, we'll know after we fight. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Sound Eye's eyes flashed as he used a terrifying eye technique that instantly enveloped the challenger. A miserable scream was heard as the challenger was instantly defeated. "Whoosh!" everyone exclaimed. After a year of accumulation, Sound Eye's strength had become even more terrifying. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li could not help but sweat for Fong Chen. In the first battle, Sound Eye shocked everyone with his powerful eye technique. His cold gaze turned to Fong Chen. "Are you ready?" 3 months ago, Fong Chen had accepted the challenge at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. Now it was time to fulfill his promise. On the rostrum, many peak masters smiled as they watched this scene. They did not expect Sound Eye to challenge Fong Chen right from the start. Chapter 35-22. A year ago, Yintong had entered the heaven-defying alliance in high spirit. At that time, he was like the pride of the heavens. In his eyes, everyone else was vulnerable. Among the new disciples, only Lin Yi, who also came from the Central Territory, could suppress him. Moreover, because of his family, he was willing to make friends with Lin Yi in a humble way. However, as soon as he entered, he was defeated by Fong Chen. At that time, Yintong felt unprecedented shame. Today was the battle to wipe away his shame. Are you ready?" For Yintong, he had no choice. He challenged Fang Chen to avenge himself and relieve the hatred in his heart. Secondly, it was for the position of the chief disciple. Lin Yi had made it clear that he wanted to be the chief disciple. Therefore, he would personally take action and teach this arrogant guy a lesson for Lin Yi. Of course, he also considered that if he failed, it meant that he would fall out of the top 10. But, so what? Could he, Yintong, not even defeat a guy with a shattered origin star? Thinking of this, Yintong shook his head. His deep eyes couldn't hide his anger. Every time he faced Fang Chen, he couldn't control his emotions. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Even the peak masters on the rostrum looked at him with half-smiles. 3 months ago, he publicly accepted the challenge. Was he ready now? Tap, tap, tap. Under the gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen slowly walked out and walked onto the battle ring. Many new disciples didn't recover until he appeared in front of Yintong. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Is he crazy? He actually dares to accept the challenge? Stupid guy. Does he want to win the sympathy of the higher-ups in this way? Ridiculous. For countless years, there had been countless talented disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Many of them ended their cultivation path for some reason. On the surface, the Heaven-Defying Alliance said that they wouldn't give up on any disciples. However, in reality, the status of these disciples was greatly reduced. They couldn't even get any cultivation resources and could only fend for themselves. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would soon follow in the footsteps of these disciples. Now, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could only use this method to prove that he was once the chief disciple of the new disciples. Are you finally done being a coward? Looking at Fang Chen in front of her, Yintong sneered, her face full of mockery. Fang Chen raised his head and said indifferently, "A loser is still a loser." His words instantly infuriated the Sound Eye. The latter glared at him. What's the point of arguing? Fang Chen shrugged and said no more. In the square, Lin Yi closed his eyes. He already knew the result of the battle, so there was no need to pay attention to the process. This kind of trash wants to compete with Brother Yi? Does he have the qualifications? Fairy Zixio said coldly. Your origin star has shattered. I'd like to see who gave you the courage to stand in the arena. Many of the disciples present had the same thoughts as Fairy Zixio. In fact, most of the disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li looked at each other and nodded heavily. No matter what Fang Chen had become, they always believed that a miracle would happen. I know Senior Brother Fang's character very well. He is calm and steady. He will never do anything he is not confident of. Madman Li pondered. Since he accepted the challenge of Yintong, he should have a certain degree of confidence. I hope so. In the arena, the two of them faced each other. However, the many peak masters on the rostrum smiled even more. They saw that the two people in the arena had completely different expressions. Fang Chen was calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Yintong seriously at all. Moreover, he looked very confident, as if the shattering of the origin star had no effect on him. On the contrary, Yintong was different. His eyes were full of anger, but there was a trace of vigilance in his heart. Losing to Fang Chen had left a shadow in his heart. Fang Chen, today I will let you know that the chief disciple position is not something you are qualified to touch. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Yintong was a little impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used his strongest attack. Buzz! A terrifying divine consciousness was released and instantly filled the sky, forming a circular barrier that enveloped Fang Chen. At the same time, the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Whoosh! A dazzling light, accompanied by dense origin energy, burst out. As the dazzling light traveled, it merged with the soul energy that enveloped the arena, erupting with an even more dazzling power. Heavenly Eye Annihilation. Yintong was best at eye techniques, and the foundation of using eye techniques was super powerful soul energy. At this moment, he released his eye technique perfectly. What a terrifying eye technique! In a year, Yin Tong has actually grown to such a level. How terrifying! Can Fang Chun withstand it? The sound of discussion was endless. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of that dazzling light. The surface of Fang Chen's skin flickered with a weak light. Blood flowed through his body as the 4 origin stars rapidly revolved. The wrinkled origin star that had not fully formed was surrounded in the center, constantly absorbing origin energy. I've said that a loser will always be a loser. Even if I give you another 100 years, you can't defeat me. Fang Chen was full of confidence. Seeing that the light was about to burst out, he made his move. He suddenly used the universe sword technique. After the hidden star sword spun a few times in the void, it slashed at the light that burst out. Buzz. At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit gold core also spun rapidly. Majestic soul energy rushed out, directly suppressing Yin Tong's soul energy. Crack! With Yin Tong's soul energy suppressed, the power of Yin Tong's attack was greatly reduced, and it was easily dispersed by the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Smoke filled the arena, and a terrifying airflow rippled out. The smile on Yin Tong's face suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. Your primordial spirit. He was proud of his primordial spirit, but now he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had condensed a golden core, and it was close to the limit. How is it possible? He shook his head wildly, unwilling to accept this fact. After the primordial spirit reached the golden core realm, it was very difficult to make further progress. Yin Tong's primordial spirit had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm. But now, the primordial spirit of Fang Chen, who they called a cripple, had reached the peak of the golden core realm. This was simply unbelievable. Boom! On the rostrum, many peak masters stood up one after another. Even they found it unbelievable. Normally, the primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm could only be condensed by Saint. In the heaven-defying alliance, there were geniuses who had succeeded in condensing primordial spirits in the Saint Emperor realm. But there had never been a Saint King. This guy's primordial spirit, Giant Fire Peak Master laughed heartily. He had been worried about Fang Chen before, but now he was finally relieved. A primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm. What a genius! He should have no problem in the top 10. Peak Master Yun Luo and the others sat down one after another, and the smiles on their faces grew wider. Behind Fang Chen, Lu Lanqi's eyes flickered as he studied Fang Chen curiously. Kill! Yin Tong yelled and continued to attack. You still don't want to give up? This time, Fang Chen didn't hold back and directly attacked with his sword. The 6th move of the universe sword art was suddenly performed. A sword shadow of 10,000 feet swooped down from the sky and cut Yin Tong's pupil technique into pieces as if it were tofu. Poof! Yin Tong was severely injured. The third eye on his forehead was bleeding, and he spat out blood. He flew backward and hit the ground. The entire square was silent. The result was completely out of their expectations. Fang Chen actually defeated Yin Tong so easily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Wasn't his origin star shattered? Why is he still so powerful? Countless exclamations came from the crowd. Lin Yi frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Fairy Zixio opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Fang Chen wins this battle. Elder Li's voice pulled the disciples back from their thoughts. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with a grave expression. Some disciples who had mocked Fang Chen were terrified, afraid that Fang Chen would settle the score with them later. Fang Chen faced everything calmly. There was no ripple in his heart. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. If you want to become the chief disciple, you have to bear all the abuse. When the time is right, you have to use your fists to do the talking. What do you think of Fang Chen? Peak Master Yun Luo suddenly asked. Lu Lanxi was puzzled. Fang Chen is excellent in all aspects. His temperament is also far better than his peers. I have high hopes for him. Peak Master Yun Luo smiled. You're already so old. It's time for you to, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Lanxi stomped her feet in anger. Peak Master Juhua and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Yun Luo, can you not be so shameless? Every time there is a good disciple, you use some tricks to get him to Peak Master Yun Luo. Now you want to use your granddaughter to get Fang Chen for you? Fang Chen's potential is obvious. If he can condense his origin star again, he will definitely enter the Holy Ji Palace. Don't even think about it. Let the younger generation choose their own marriage. Don't you think so? Peak Master Liu said. Lu Lanxi nodded, but what Peak Master Liu said next made her dumbfounded. What do you think of Li Hua of Liu Peak? Because of Fang Chen's violent performance, the atmosphere in the battle for the top 10 became tense. Especially Lin Yi. He had been very confident about his position as the chief disciple, but now such a change had occurred. He thought of many things in an instant. He even wondered if Fang Chen's origin star hadn't shattered at all. But he quickly rejected this idea. How could the news announced by the higher-ups be false? But, if his origin star could still explode with such terrifying strength, then the chief disciple battle would be troublesome. The reason why myths are called myths is because no one can break them. A year ago, you were crowned as a legend. Now I will break your legend with my own hand. Chapter 35-23. Yin Tong had lost. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Her source star had shattered and no one was optimistic about her, but she had slapped them in the face in such a way. Many peak masters on the rostrum had strange expressions and smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen some clues and were looking forward to the battle for the top 10 even more. Yin Tong was known as the strongest among the new disciples, second only to Lin Yi. However, she had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Lin Yi finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. Fang Chen looked at Lin Yi, who had stepped onto the platform. A year ago, I could defeat you and Yin Tong. Today I can still do it. Fang Chen's words were filled with endless confidence. His body also exuded a domineering aura, as if everything was under his control. Originally, the battle for the top 10 had been very exciting. However, things had changed after Fang Chen defeated Yin Tong. You're improving, but so are others. Lin Yi didn't care about Fang Chen's mockery at all. A year ago I lost to you. Or rather, I lost to carelessness. He, Lin Yi, had never acknowledged Fang Chen's strength. He also didn't want to accept the fact that he had been defeated by Fang Chen. Even today, he still thought that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. Over the past year, he had been cultivating the ancestral secret techniques of the Lin family. After the family learned of what had happened to him in the heaven-defying alliance, they had even sent him some treasures to help him cultivate. After a year of silence, he had already stepped into the second-level Saint King realm. It was no exaggeration to say that his combat ability was close to that of a fourth-level Saint King. This kind of potential was already very strong in the heaven-defying alliance. Today, he was facing the first seat of the new disciples. Whether it's the test reward or the seat of the first seat, I will defeat you. In Lin Ye's mind, he already had a comprehensive plan. He was prepared to use Fang Chen as a springboard and step on his shoulders to reach the peak of life. His gaze swept across the rostrum. Many peak masters had come to participate in the test for the new disciples. This was a great opportunity. If he showed extraordinary potential, he would definitely attract a peak master. Perhaps he might even be able to become his direct disciple. In the heaven-defying alliance, although they were all disciples, their statuses were vastly different, and cultivation resources were even more important. Therefore, he had to rely on himself to fight for it. Lin Yi looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. We're still considered fellow disciples, so I don't want to attack a cripple." He was using words to belittle Fang Chen. The latter was indifferent. He raised his hand and pointed at the defeated sound pupil. "He said the same thing just now, and you saw the result." Fang Chen said proudly, "There are indeed many senior brothers in the heaven-defying alliance who are stronger than me, but you, Lin Yi, are not one of them." From beginning to end, Fang Chen had never regarded Lin Yi as an opponent. Not in the past, not in the future. "Humph, your origin star has shattered, and you still dare to be so arrogant?" Lin Ye's expression changed abruptly. Fang Chen shrugged. "So what?" Confidence. It was Fang Chen's invincible confidence. His origin star had indeed shattered, but in the past 3 months, with the help of the secret method left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, it had already condensed into a crumpled form. He only needed an opportunity to completely condense it. Lin Yi waved his sleeve, and 4 black lights appeared in his palm. Whoosh! The 4 lights shot out from 4 different directions and towards the 4 corners of the arena. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless rays of black light soared into the air from all around the arena. They intertwined with each other and formed a terrifying black barrier. There were purple flames burning on the black barrier. A terrifying aura spread out. Many disciples on the square could not help but retreat. They were intimidated by this terrifying aura. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. Soon, someone recognized this formation. The Lin family really put in a lot of effort to give this talisman to Lin Yi. On the rostrum, Yun Luo Peak Master stroked his beard and said, "Limitless demon slaying formation. I once fought with a saint from the Lin family in the Central Territory and experienced this formation." Giant Fire Peak Master's pupils constricted. "This formation is very powerful. Even a saint would find it difficult to escape from it. However, setting up a formation requires great strength. Lin Yi is only a Saint King, and he cannot activate the formation. I did not expect the Lin family to give him such a precious talisman." Talismans were made by the most powerful formation masters in the world. Carving a powerful formation into the talisman would reduce the difficulty of controlling it and make it more convenient for the weak to use. Of course, the weaker one was, the weaker the formation's power would be. However, even so, the limitless demon-slaying formation that Lin Yi had set up with the talisman was enough to render a Saint King powerhouse helpless. If a 4th-level Saint King is trapped, there is basically no way out. A 5th-level Saint King might have a chance. Demonic Array Peak Master nodded. Among all the Peak Masters present, he was the most skilled in formations and had the most right to speak. As he spoke, he did not forget to shake his head and sigh. If Fang Chen had been at his peak, he might have been able to break the formation. However, his source star had been shattered and his strength had been greatly reduced. It would be difficult for him to break the formation. Lin Ye's strength was close to a 4th-level Saint King. With the limitless demon-slaying formation, it would be difficult for the new disciples to defeat him. Brother Ye's strength is not something you can imagine. Fairy Zixio snorted. She was also shocked. The Lin family's strength had once again shocked her. Not only him, but all the new disciples in the huge square were also stunned. On the faraway Yun Luo Peak, Xiao Fan was also stunned when he saw the limitless demon-slaying formation. No wonder they are the #1 family in the Central Territory. After a long while, Xiao Fan sighed. Lin Ye's potential is not bad. When the new disciple's assessment is over, bring him to see me. Senior brother, are you thinking of? He understood Xiao Fan's meaning. It is said that the Lin family has disciples cultivating in the Taoist Palace. There was indeed a disciple of the Lin family cultivating in the Taoist Palace. However, he was a martial arts fanatic and had been in seclusion for 100 years. Hence, the world had long forgotten about him. It's okay. I just want to make friends with him. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the square, in the arena. Looking at the black barrier around him, Fang Chen calmed down and focused on sensing it. This is the Lin family's limitless demon-slaying formation. A cripple like you will not be able to escape. Lin Ye's voice reverberated in Fang Chen's ears. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Fang Chen being trampled under his feet. If not for the fact that this is the heaven-defying alliance and we can't kill each other, I would definitely kill you, Lin Yi said viciously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the black barrier, a strong wind suddenly blew. A terrifying force stirred the void, and terrifying ripples appeared around Fang Chen. Bang! A sword armor quickly formed on the surface of his skin and blocked the black ripples. Chapter 35-24. The strangeness of the formation could not shake Fang Chen's faith. Apart from the 3-month agreement, he also wanted to use Lin Ye's pressure to complete the last step of condensing. Therefore, even though he knew that the formation was extraordinary, he was not afraid. The surrounding black barrier is filled with poison. I'm afraid no one below the Saint Emperor level can touch it. The origin energy in the air is also being extracted. The core of this formation should be to strip the origin energy from the martial artist's body and reduce their combat strength temporarily. Fang Chen murmured. After careful observation, Fang Chen came to this conclusion. The key to breaking the formation, before he could finish his words, he felt a powerful attack coming from behind him. He suddenly turned around and soared into the air, dodging the attack. Die. Lin Yi seemed to have expected Fang Chen to dodge. He controlled the long spear in his hand and suddenly flicked it. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light as it rapidly pierced towards Fang Chen. Limitless Demon Exterminating Spear. Lin Yi roared. This spear technique was very compatible with the formation. The two complemented each other, and when used together, the power would multiply. Rip! Wherever the long spear passed, the void collapsed and violent turbulence filled the world. Primordial Chaos Sword Technique. Fang Chen quickly slashed out with his sword. As the sword shadow descended, it evolved into 6 different sword shadows. These 6 sword shadows blasted towards Lin Ye's long spear from tricky angles. Break for me! The powerful long spear ruthlessly pierced the 6 sword shadows. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard. 4 of the sword shadows shattered on the spot, while the last one lasted for a few seconds before shattering. The last sword shadow was placed horizontally in front of the long spear, firmly blocking its advance. It's useless. With the help of the Limitless Demon Exterminating Formation, the power of my Limitless Demon Exterminating Spear technique is multiplied. You can't block it. Lin Yi laughed wildly. With a flick of his wrist, the long spear spun and shattered the last sword light. It drew a perfect arc in the air and went straight for Fang Chen. Boom! Boom! Fang Chen's powerful soul consciousness formed a soul path barrier and blocked the long spear. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Yi roared and completely activated the 4 talismans. Suddenly, the infinite demon-slaying formation surged with heaven-defying power, instantly sucking away all the origin energy on the stage. Even the origin star in Fang Chen's body seemed to be sucked out. Lin Yi held a long spear in his hand and charged over with boundless power. Dong! Boundless power crashed into the Soul Dao barrier, trying to tear it apart. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes and wholeheartedly focused on the origin wrinkle. At the same time, he was using the Soul Dao barrier to slowly draw Lin Ye's attack power to the folds of origin. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Chen was playing with fire. The slightest carelessness would cause his origin star to shatter and his body to explode. Wealth comes from danger. The reason why Fang Chen did this was because he had a certain degree of confidence. Condense. When Lin Ye's attack power entered Fang Chen's body, it instantly spread out. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. He constantly formed seals with his hands, guiding this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power to quickly arrive in front of the essence fold. The other 4 origin stars spun furiously and surrounded the wrinkled origin star. The Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance said that the most important step to condense the origin star again is to draw the power of heaven and earth to refine the folds of origin. This was an extremely dangerous process. However, Fang Chun replaced it with Lin Ye's attack power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Blood Cavalry Saint's method worked. The folds of origin quickly materialized under the impact of Lin Ye's attack power. Fang Chun took a deep breath as the expression on his face became more relaxed. Fortunately, with the help of the infinite demon-slaying formation, Lin Ye's attack power is strong enough. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would have been in vain. If Lin Yi knew that he was using his power to condense the origin star again, he would definitely vomit blood. Lin Yi finally realized that something was wrong. His power hit the soul path barrier, and it was like hitting a sponge. It was sucked away bit by bit. What's going on? He felt a trace of evil. Outside, on the rostrum, many peak masters couldn't see the situation inside the infinite demon-slaying formation. They were also waiting anxiously. The disciples in the square craned their necks, wanting to know the situation in the arena. "Grandfather, you can't see it either?" Lu Lanqi asked. Yunluo Peak Master shook his head and looked at Demonic Array Peak Master. "Old Demonic Array, you're the best at arrays among us." Before he could finish, the Demonic Array Peak Master spoke up. "The limitless demon exterminating formation in front of us is activated by an array talisman. It's very unstable. If I forcefully probe it, the formation will definitely collapse and affect the battle between the two." Hearing this, the other peak masters nodded. At their level, they didn't need to say too much. Once Demonic Array Peak Master probed and the infinite demon-slaying formation collapsed, Fang Chun would be severely injured by the collapse, and Lin Yi would suffer a backlash. The heaven-defying alliance couldn't bear the loss of either of them. Everyone looked at each other and could only wait anxiously. Inside the infinite demon-slaying formation, a terrifying black aura swept through the world. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. During this time, Lin Yi tried countless methods to kill Fang Chun, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he was a little stunned, because he felt that the spear in his hand was getting out of his control. What's going on? He forcefully maintained the power of the infinite demon-slaying formation and approached Fang Chun. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and maintained a charging state. Whoosh! Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. In his body, power surged and the 5th origin star condensed again. At this time, the 5 origin stars in his body floated and merged with each other. He felt a majestic power burst out. "It's all thanks to the Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance." Fang Chun sighed. If it wasn't for the Blood Cavalry Saint, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level and condense the origin star again. Buzz. He opened his palm and the half-perfect blood flowed. Rip. He clenched his fist and punched out with full power. Dong. Through the Soul Dao barrier, the punch hit the spear and sent it flying. Bang. Lin Ye's body fell to the ground and the spear fell. No. He suddenly got up and his palm sucked the spear back to its original position. Once again, he used his strongest killing move. Whoosh! Spear after spear, thousands of spear shadows filled the void. Go to hell. Lin Yi had fallen into a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chun. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the pressure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense the origin star so smoothly. Facing Lin Ye's violent attack, Fang Chun smiled. What? Lin Yi, who was in midair, suddenly panicked. At this time, Chapter 35-25. Very few people could reform an origin star after it was shattered. It would even affect the formation of an origin star in the future. Therefore, after learning about Fang Chun's situation, many people came to the conclusion that Fang Chun's cultivation path was interrupted. No matter how monstrous his potential was, it was impossible for him to grow. From then on, cultivation would gradually drift away from him. This was also why many people were unconvinced that Fang Chen was still the chief disciple. But now, there were 5 origin stars revolving above Fang Chen's head. This scene shocked everyone. Ting. On the rostrum, many peak masters, including Yun Luo Peak Master, stood up and stared at Fang Chen. He really did it? How is this possible? How did he do it? Even a palace disciple might not be able to do it. For saints, they knew a little about it. Only the top invincible saints could reform an origin star. However, Fang Chen, who was only a saint, had done it. This is unbelievable. Great Fire Peak Master's heart was in turmoil. In the arena, Fang Chen activated his origin energy and performed his strongest move. A terrifying sharp aura quickly emerged and filled the entire infinite demon-slaying formation. At the same time, gold origin energy surrounded him. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and slashed. As the sword slashed down, the everlasting demon exterminating formation shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the 4 array talismans were completely shattered. Naturally, the everlasting demon exterminating formation vanished into thin air. Such a powerful formation was split apart by Fang Chen's sword. What secret skill is that? Many peak masters on the rostrum were dumbfounded. The secret skill Fang Chen performed was beyond the scope of many people's knowledge. Even Yun Luo Peak Master and the others were shocked. Only invincible saints could possess such a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. What other secrets does this guy have? It's too powerful. Once this move is performed, no one below the 5th level Holy Emperor can resist it. Boom! In the arena, even though Lin Yi burned his blood essence and displayed the strongest move of the Lin family's spear arts, he was still unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Pucci! The hidden star sword sent Lin Ye's long spear flying, and then sent it flying. Lin Ye's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground, unconscious. 1. The air was filled with a terrifying aura of the origin of metal. Everyone was unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Heaven-severing alchemy is truly powerful. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen smiled indifferently. He was also quite shocked. The heaven-slashing alchemy technique came from that mysterious existence in the Northern Sea. He had cultivated it for so many years, but he was only at the initial stage. However, it was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if it was cultivated to its peak. At the same time, Fang Chen was even more curious about the origin of that existence and how he could create such a powerful secret skill. I'm afraid that even among the invincible saints, he's one of the top existences, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Whoosh! The quiet square suddenly burst into an uproar. Countless martial artists rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. Oh my God, what did I just see? Fang Chen not only recondensed the origin star, but his strength has also skyrocketed to such an extent? It's simply shocking. It's incredible. It can be recorded in history. Yin Tong's face was ashen. The hatred he had for Fang Chen in his heart instantly vanished. He even wondered if he should lower his head and apologize to Fang Chen. If Fang Chen held a grudge against him, his future in the heaven-defying alliance would be difficult. Many disciples who stood on Lin Ye's side were pale. They felt weak all over and could not speak. Fairy Zixio, in particular, had given herself to Lin Yi because of the marriage between the two families in order to win the support of the Lin family. Before this, she was the one who mocked Fang Chen the most. In her eyes, Lin Yi was invincible. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. The man she was so proud of had actually lost to a piece of trash with a shattered origin star. No, impossible. She shook her head frantically. She came to Lin Ye's side, helped him up, and fled the square in a hurry. Madman Li and Princess Tianqin clenched their fists tightly. They were so emotional that they could not speak. In the distance, on Yunluo Peak, Xiao Fan's body trembled slightly. His face was extremely gloomy. How is this possible? The disciple behind him also cried out involuntarily. The higher-ups must have helped him. Otherwise, how could he recondense the origin star in such a short time? The person gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Chen even more. Xiao Fan was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen again. He admitted that he had underestimated Fang Chen. What kind of secret is he hiding? Xiao Fan murmured. That secret technique is too powerful. If I can get it, I will definitely become the chief disciple of Yunluo Peak, or even the leader of all the peaks. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan was even more excited. After the examination, bring a gift and give it to Fang Chen, Xiao Fan said. Senior brother, Xiao Fan shook his head. There was no eternal enemy in this world. He had originally wanted to befriend Lin Yi, but the latter had disappointed him too much. Therefore, he decided to befriend Fang Chen instead. Because of Fang Chen's extraordinary performance, the battle for the top 10 instantly dimmed by a lot. In the following matches, there was almost nothing that stood out. The disciples who were competitive only issued a symbolic challenge. After 2 hours, the challenges were over. The top 10 were determined. Although Elder Li had already calmed down, when he announced that Fang Chen was first in this new disciple examination and the chief disciple, his emotions were still fluctuating. All right, your rewards will be given out soon, Elder Li said as he looked around at the crowd. The new disciple assessment had ended. Many people looked at Fang Chen in a different light. Some of the disciples who had previously mocked Fang Chen took the initiative to apologize and called him Senior Brother Fang. Fang Chen ignored them. All right, the examination is over. Everyone must be tired. Go back and rest, Elder Li said. Finally, he sent a message to Fang Chen, asking him to go to the meeting hall later. The Peak Masters wanted to talk to him. Although Peak Master Yunluo and the others were full of doubts, they still got up and left slowly. Many new disciples surrounded Fang Chen with envy in their eyes. Senior Brother Fang, you really gave us a big surprise, Lunatic Li couldn't help but say. You made us worry for nothing. Princess Tianqin curled her lip. Fang Chen smiled apologetically at the two. Only the two of them did not abandon him when he was injured and did not hesitate to offend the other disciples to protect him. He was quite touched. Chapter 35-26. As the core of the heaven-defying alliance, the Tao Palace was the most powerful palace with countless geniuses. Rumor had it that the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was a half-step chaotic sovereign. His most glorious battle was when he killed 9 invincible saints by himself. The 5 elements sacred realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were Saint Kings, the middle 3 levels were Saint Emperors, and the last 3 levels were Saint Invincible Saint. From the literal meaning, one could tell that he was an expert who stood at the peak of the 5 elements sacred realm. The fact that the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was able to kill 9 invincible saints was enough to show just how powerful he was. The Myriad Path world was an independent space opened by the heaven-defying alliance. The Tao Palace was rooted in the Myriad Path world, and the origin power here was unimaginably thick. There were too many cultivation resources here, and the cultivation environment made people think that they had returned to the peak of the ancient times. Since the establishment of the heaven-defying alliance, the number of disciples had never changed. 9 was the limit of the heavenly Tao, so the Tao Palace only accepted 99 disciples. To become a disciple of the Tao Palace, one had to meet certain conditions. Thick smoke filled the air, and it was like a fairyland. In the Tao Palace of the Myriad Path world, there was a majestic palace. The golden-robed elder leaned on the throne, and beside him was the Vice Palace Lord who had wanted to take Fang Chen into the Tao Palace. Palace Lord. The Palace Lord was elusive, and his level of mystery was second only to the heaven-defying alliance's leader. But recently, the Palace Lord had summoned him, which surprised the Vice Palace Lord. "Bring the little guy from Origin Gathering Mountain here," the Palace Lord said. The Palace Lord had not opened his eyes from beginning to end, but the aura he exuded made the entire palace extremely oppressive. Even the Vice Palace Lord felt oppressed when facing the Palace Lord. "Fang Chen?" the Vice Palace Lord asked. The Palace Lord nodded. "I heard about the new disciple assessment. He was able to condense the origin power again. I think he must have mastered the means of an invincible saint, or even the inheritance of an expert." The Vice Palace Lord pondered. "Even so, he still has a long way to go. He needs to experience setbacks and bumps in order to grow." "Palace Lord, there is no need to. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Tao Palace had not been so valued by the Palace Lord." He did not understand why the Palace Lord would think so highly of Fang Chen, and even bring a little saint kid to the Myriad Path world. "Just do as I say." The Palace Lord did not explain, and the Vice Palace Lord did not ask any more questions. "Origin Gathering Mountain, 9th Cave Abode, Senior Brother Fang, what did Elderly ask you to do?" Madmanly asked curiously. "What else can they do? It must be because Senior Brother Fang's performance was too shocking, so the Peak Masters went to inquire about the situation," Princess Tianqin said. Fang Chen nodded. Peak Master Yun Luo and the others were indeed shocked. They even asked him about the details. Fang Chen also gave a simple explanation, but he concealed the matter of the Blood Cavalry Saint and the half-perfect bloodline. Peak. Fang Chen shook his wrist, and a black pill appeared in his palm. This was the legendary Origin Pill. The Origin Pill was condensed from the origin energy of a saint-level expert. Absorbing it could greatly improve one's comprehension of the origin. It was a 1-in-a-million treasure. "After refining this Origin Pill, my realm should be able to return to the 3rd stage," Fang Chen said. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void distorted. Fang Chen was startled as a figure appeared out of thin air. "I am the Vice Palace Lord." The person revealed his identity. "I think Wang Daoyun should have mentioned it to you." Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Disciple Fang Chen greets the Vice Palace Lord." The Vice Palace Lord looked at Fang Chen seriously and nodded with satisfaction. "Your performance in the new disciple assessment was very outstanding. It even attracted the attention of the Palace Lord. I am here on the orders of the Palace Lord to bring you to the Myriad Path world." "Myriad Path world?" Fang Chen exclaimed. That was the lair of the Tao Palace. He did not expect the Vice Palace Lord to personally bring him to the Myriad Path world. "The Palace Lord wants to see me?" Fang Chen was a little confused. Although his performance was dazzling, it was not enough for the Palace Lord to personally send someone to pick him up. "Let's go." The Vice Palace Lord did not say much and left with Fang Chen. The glorious palace exuded an ancient aura. It was very shocking to look at from afar. "You're here?" Suddenly, a voice entered his ears and pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. His forehead was full of sweat and his heart was filled with fear. At that moment, he had fallen into an illusion. It was not an illusion set up by the Tao Palace. It was because his realm was too low that he felt the terrifying origin energy in the glorious palace and automatically fell into the illusion. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked in the direction of the voice. "Palace Lord, the person is here," the Vice Palace Lord said. The Palace Lord opened his eyes lazily and waved his hand. The Vice Palace Lord immediately retreated. Disciple Fang Chen greets the Palace Lord. Fang Chen was shocked. No one had ever made him feel this way. There seemed to be a magical power on the Palace Lord that made Fang Chen feel strange. "You are Fang Chen?" the Palace Lord asked. His voice seemed to have existed since ancient times. Fang Chen nodded. The palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace suddenly waved his hand and a jet-black light burst towards Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen cried out in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He felt his arm being hit by the light and blood flowed out. He endured the pain and looked down. He was stunned. He looked up at the palace lord and then looked at his wound. He did not know what to do. He saw the palace lord seriously looking at the drop of blood he took from Fang Chen's arm. After a long time, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, I have waited for countless years. Finally. Fang Chen could feel that the palace lord was happy from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he understood that the palace lord did not want to hurt him. His real purpose was to take his blood. Could it be? Fang Chen suddenly realized something. The palace lord looked at Fang Chen with a different gaze. Your inheritance came from the blood cavalry saint? Boom! Fang Chen's mind shook as he looked at the palace lord, dumbfounded. He knew about the blood cavalry saint? Your bloodline should not have completely transformed into a perfect bloodline. The palace lord continued. The reason why you could condense the origin star in such a short time should be because of the means left by the blood cavalry saint, right? Fang Chen was stunned. Not only did the palace lord know about the blood cavalry saint, but he also knew so much about him? Could it be that they were related? Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the palace lord. Chapter 35-27. After returning from the Myriad Path world, Fang Chen's mood was a little heavy. In the conversation with the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he learned some secrets, including the death of Blood Knight Saint. He had promised that if he was strong in the future, he would avenge Blood Cavalry Saint. But now, he felt more and more powerless. Blood Cavalry Saint had said that his enemy was the Starry Sky Knights, and even the palace lord was a little afraid of the legendary Starry Sky Knights. When he talked about it, his face was very solemn. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and returned to Jiyuan Mountain. Revenge was not within his ability for the time being, so there was no need to think too much about it. When he returned to the 8th cave, he remembered what the palace lord had said to him. What does it mean? With the perfect bloodline, he would shoulder the responsibility of the world. Fang Chen was puzzled by this sentence. Why would the palace lord say such a thing? After knowing his relationship with Blood Cavalry Saint, his attitude towards him had obviously become much friendlier. The real enemy in the God's Fall battlefield is not these so-called large sections. Fang Chen murmured. For a moment, he thought a lot. Especially the peerless existence hidden in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Why did he set this up for so long? Did he also exist in the battlefield of gods? But why had the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace never heard of such a peerless existence? And the invincible saint in the North Sea, was he really an invincible saint? Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was amazed by the power of the heaven-severing alchemy. He was even shocked after watching the mirror image battle. Everything showed that the battle of gods in the ancient times was not simple. What did the mastermind want to do? Phew! Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He shook his head heavily and tried to calm himself down. After a long time, he calmed down. In this world, undercurrents were surging, and it was very likely that another battle of gods would occur. It was useless to think too much now. The most important thing was to work hard to improve his strength. The palace lord said that when I step into the 4th level Holy Emperor realm, I will go to the Myriad Path world to cultivate. Now that I am stuck at the 3rd level Holy King realm, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. It is better to focus on comprehending the origin. The new disciple assessment battle had made Fang Chen famous. Many veteran disciples were sighing in admiration. Fang Chen's potential was unparalleled. Once the origin star shattered, it basically meant that the path of cultivation was cut off. However, not only had Fang Chen defied the heavens and successfully regathered his origin star, but he had also defeated Lin Yi with absolute strength. Especially the last sword strike he displayed, it was simply suffocating. There were even rumors in the heaven-defying alliance that Fang Chen's move had surpassed the realm of saint-grade secret arts and reached the level of a supreme secret art. Of course, this was just a guess. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been comprehending in the cave. He had gained a lot from the battle with Lin Yi. Now, he had successfully mastered the 7th sword of the Hunyuan sword art. Whoosh! In the cave, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and moved continuously. Unimaginable sword light burst out from his palm and terrifying sword chi swept across the world. Rip! When Fang Chen swung the last sword, the world changed color. The origin energy in the entire cave was completely drawn out and gathered into the sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It fiercely slashed the ground. Dong! The earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying force spread on the ground. Fang Chen stopped practicing and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were signs of cracks on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. There was a formation set up by an invincible saint on Jiuan Mountain. The space here was very sturdy. No one below the saint realm could shatter the space. It was difficult to even leave a trace. However, Fang Chen's sword had split open a crack. It was enough to show how powerful his power was. The Hunyuan sword art had reached a critical point. Fang Chen felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate it, so he stopped. It's time to go to Origin Mountain. The top 10 would be rewarded with cultivation in the Origin Secret Realm. The first place would be rewarded with an Origin Pill. Fang Chen had already absorbed the Origin Pill and his cultivation had recovered to the 3rd level Saint King Realm. However, just as Fang Chen left Jiuan Mountain, he saw many disciples gathered in the square. "Senior brother Fang is here," someone exclaimed and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Whoosh! The crowd automatically opened up a path. A disciple strode over. "Junior brother Fang." He nodded at Fang Chen and then introduced himself. "My name is Ci Hui, from Yun Luo Peak." Fang Chen remained silent as he looked at the other party indifferently. Junior brother Fang's performance in the new disciple assessment was really shocking. "You are worthy of being the chief disciple. Here, I congratulate you on behalf of Yun Luo Peak." "Thank you, senior brother," Fang Chen said. "May I know why senior brother is here this time?" Finally, they came to the main topic. Senior brother Xiao Fan likes to make friends with geniuses. Junior brother Fang's performance has gained senior brother Xiao Fan's approval. He asked me to personally invite junior brother Fang to Yun Luo Peak for a chat. Xiao Fan. Fang Chen recalled what Lu Lanqi had said. He was Lu Lanqi's pursuer and was also the disciple of Yun Luo Peak's master. He was extremely talented and had great potential. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, senior brother, but I have some things to take care of now. When I have time, I will definitely visit senior brother Xiao Fan." Fang Chen declined tactfully. Hearing this, Ci Hui frowned and was somewhat displeased. "Junior brother Fang, senior brother Xiao Fan invited you because he is giving you face. You should know what you need to do." A threat. Ci Hui actually used Xiao Fan's name to threaten him. Fang Chen sneered inwardly. Sure enough, Xiao Fan did not have good intentions. Fang Chen did not speak. Ci Hui said, "What? Junior brother Fang, do you think you are unparalleled in the world just because you have regained your origin star? No matter what, put it aside and come with me to see senior brother Xiao Fan first." Ci Hui spoke to Fang Chen in a commanding tone. More and more disciples gathered around them. Are the disciples of Yun Luo Peak so arrogant? Are they bullying us new disciples just because they are older? I've heard of this Ci Hui. She is just Xiao Fan's dog. What's there to be arrogant about? I don't think Xiao Fan has anything good to say to senior brother Fang. Someone vaguely knew why Xiao Fan was looking for Fang Chen. Ci Hui, why do you have to force him? A senior disciple spoke. Junior brother Fong has already said that he has something on his mind. When he has time in the future, he will personally visit. Humph. Ci Hui snorted and stared coldly at Fong Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. If it were before, Fong Chen might have paid attention to Ci Hui. However, after talking to the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, his thoughts had changed. He shook his head and walked around Ci Hui, ready to leave. Fong Chen. Finally, Ci Hui was angry. Boom. Ci Hui threw out a punch, blocking Fong Chen's path. Bang. A senior disciple took action and dissolved Ci Hui's fist radiance. Ci Hui, don't go too far. Get lost. Don't be a peacemaker here. Ci Hui didn't give the other party any face and scolded directly. Fong Chen frowned and was somewhat displeased. What? You're finally showing your true colors? Inviting me is a lie. I'm afraid your real purpose is to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson, right? Fong Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ci Hui had long been displeased with Fong Chen and was ready to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Today I'll let you know that a new disciple is still a new disciple, even if it's the chief disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Ci Hui attacked. Roar. A roar came out of Ci Hui's mouth. A terrifying light burst out from his body and swept across the world. Just as Ci Hui was about to launch a fatal blow, a shout suddenly came from afar. Stop. Whoosh. Whoosh. Elderly came. His face was livid and he stopped Ci Hui from attacking. Why did you attack? Elderly, I came on the order of senior brother Xiao Fan to invite junior brother Fong to Yunluo Peak for a chat. However, junior brother Fong relied on his identity as the chief disciple of a new disciple, and not only did he not go, he even insulted senior brother Xiao Fan. I couldn't take it anymore and attacked him. The surrounding people were speechless. Fong Chen looked at Ci Hui in surprise. How could a person be so shameless? Didn't he feel ashamed to lie in front of so many people? Elderly looked at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen looked at Ci Hui. Go back and tell Xiao Fan not to provoke me again. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the peak to teach him a lesson. Okay, let's disperse. Elderly waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Ci Hui snorted coldly and returned to Yunluo Peak. You were in the limelight in the test for new disciples, gaining the recognition of many higher-up. Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace met you personally. Many of the older disciples heard the news and felt that it was unfair. They were jealous of you. Elderly said. Xiao Fan hates you to the core and thinks that you stole his opportunity. If he had gotten the golden fire herb, he might have been the one to meet the palace lord. Moreover, you're close to Lu Lanqi. Xiao Fan naturally sees you as a thorn in his side. It's not just him. Many senior disciples think the same. You should keep a low profile for now. After all, Fong Chen had only been in the heaven-defying alliance for a short time. No matter how strong his potential was, he couldn't compete with the senior disciples in a short time. Therefore, Elderly reminded him. Thank you, Elderly. Fong Chen saluted. I was just about to look for you. Look for me? You're ready to enter the Origin's secret realm to cultivate? Fong Chen nodded. Okay, come with me. After a while, Elderly brought Fong Chen to the foot of a majestic mountain. This mountain was golden and dazzling from afar. Carefully sensing it, it was filled with a terrifying and sharp aura. The aura of the Origin of Gold was very strong. This is the Origin Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 5 Origin Mountains. This is the Gold Origin Mountain, Elderly said. Fong Chen's gaze swept across the void and saw the other Origin Mountains. The 5 Origin Mountains were located in 5 different positions and resonated with each other. 5 Elements Origin? Chapter 35-28. This is the Origin Mountain? Although he was standing at the foot of the Gold Origin Mountain, he could still see the appearance of the 5 origin mountains. At first glance, the 5 origin mountains did not seem to be connected at all. Each origin mountain was surrounded by extremely terrifying origin energy. However, upon closer inspection, there would be a shocking discovery. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and looked down at the 5 origin mountains from the sky. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. Fang Chen discovered a shocking scene. The positions of the 5 origin mountains seemed random, but in fact they were very particular. The origin of the 5 elements was the most basic and powerful force born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the force that maintained the order of heaven and earth. Now, Fang Chen saw that not only were the positions of the 5 origin mountains mysterious, but each origin mountain faintly emitted a thin origin aura. The 5 forces merged together and were located at the center of the 5 origin mountains. There, thick fog filled the air, and a cloud platform could be vaguely seen. "You found it?" Elderly saw this and smiled. Fang Chen was puzzled, and Elderly dispelled his doubts. "Strictly speaking, the origin of the 5 elements are of the same origin." "This?" Fang Chen's heart trembled. Legend has it that when heaven and earth were first created, the entire world was filled with terrifying chaotic force. In natural evolution, this force gradually evolved into yin and yang qi, used to stabilize heaven and earth, and then evolved into the origin of the 5 elements. Elderly gave an example. If heaven and earth were to be compared to a building, then the origin of the 5 elements was the foundation of the building, maintaining the building from collapse. Yin and yang qi were the overall structure of the building. Phew! After listening to Elder Li's words, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He looked meaningfully at the other 4 origin mountains and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that the path of origin cultivation was still very long. "You are now a 3rd-level Holy King. You can enter the origin mountain to cultivate for a month," Elderly said. At the same time, Elderly also told Fang Chen some things to take note of. For example, on the Gold Origin Mountain, the usage of other origin energies was forbidden. Once used, there was a high chance that one would be rejected by the origin mountain. In light cases, one would be severely injured, and in heavy cases, one would die. The origin source secret realm is on Origin Mountain. As for where the entrance is, you can find it yourself. Remember, you only have 1 month. Fang Chen nodded. With a leap, he jumped halfway up the mountain and plunged into the Golden Origin Mountain. 1. Elderly flipped his palm, and a shining golden token appeared. He activated it, and golden light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire Golden Origin Mountain. At the same time, a flight of stairs condensed from the origin of metal appeared on the Gold Origin Mountain. Fang Chen strolled on it. What a dense source energy! Along the way, Fang Chen couldn't help but marvel. With Elder Li's help, he easily ascended Origin Mountain. 1. After stepping onto Origin Mountain, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that Origin Mountain was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. Standing at the edge of the mountain peak, he couldn't see the heaven-defying alliance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew past, carrying a dense source energy. It blew on Fang Chen's face, and he felt a burning pain, as if a knife was cutting his flesh. At the same time, Fang Chen also discovered that the 5 origin stars in his body were abnormally active. Rip! The origin stars broke out of his body and floated above Fang Chen's head, frantically absorbing the source energy. After absorbing the source energy, the origin stars grew faster and faster. Fang Chen also felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Condense. He suddenly fell into a state of epiphany. He sat cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, fully comprehending the origin of metal. If one's comprehension of the origin source was divided into 100%, then Fang Chen had, at most, comprehended 30%. Faced with such a sacred cultivation ground, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He fully immersed himself in it, and a few days later, he condensed the sixth origin star. As expected, one day Fang Chen opened his eyes and smiled. His guess was correct. The source energy on the gold origin mountain was enough for him to condense an origin star. Continue. After about 7 days, Fang Chen finally succeeded in condensing the sixth origin star. Whoosh! The 6 origin stars floated in the air, exuding a terrifying power. The number of origin stars represented the combat strength of those of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a genius disciple of the heaven-defying alliance could condense 5 origin stars at most. Condensing 6 origin stars was enough to enter the Tao Palace. Of course, Fang Chen had heard that someone in the Tao Palace had condensed 7 origin stars. In the ancient times, when geniuses were everywhere, there were peerless experts who had condensed 8 origin stars. 7 days have passed. I have to find the origin secret realm as soon as possible, Fang Chen muttered. Origin Mountain already had such dense source energy. He was very curious about what was in the legendary Origin Secret Realm. But now there was a problem. Where was the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Chen wandered around and walked around the entire mountain peak, but he did not find anything. Elder Li said that the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm is on this mountain peak. It shouldn't be wrong. Fang Chen frowned and continued to search. Buzz. The half-perfect blood suddenly moved and guided Fang Chen forward. After a while, Fang Chen followed the pulse of the blood and came to a ground. He had been here before and did not find anything. But this time, he found something different. On the ground, there was a painting scroll shining with golden light. The blood in his body pulsed faster and faster, and the painting scroll on the ground slowly unfolded. Rip! When the painting scroll was completely unfolded, the golden light shone brightly and Fang Chen was directly sucked into it. The sky was filled with golden light. There was no living thing in the entire space. No, to be precise, Fang Chen did not find any living thing. Is this the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Chen was sure that the half-perfect blood had helped him to come to the Origin Secret Realm. What is in the secret realm that is attracting my blood? Fang Chen murmured. He looked up and saw a desolate land. There seemed to be a building in the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flying in the air, he soon arrived. At a glance, it was the ruins of a city, submerged in sand. Above the ruins there were many stone tablets. Each stone tablet was engraved with words, and at the same time, they were wrapped in golden light. Fang Chen could feel that each stone tablet contained a majestic origin power. He even had a feeling that if he accidentally touched this power, he would definitely be minced to pieces. He tried hard to calm his heart and his gaze fell on the first stone tablet on the left. Demonic Blade Saint. At the very top there were 4 bold and forceful characters. It should be a saint, and below it were densely packed small characters introducing this demonic blade saint. He was a disciple of the Tao Palace of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had once killed 7 8th-level saints with a single blow as a 7th-level saint, and since then, he had become famous. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 Murderous, made people tremble in fear. After reading the introduction, Fang Chen was shocked. Too strong, killing 7 8th-level saints with a single blow. Fang Chen shook his head. Especially after reading to the end, he learned that this demonic blade saint had eventually become an invincible saint. Unfortunately, he had mysteriously disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, and his fate was unknown. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 Murderous, was a peak metal-type technique that countless saints coveted. Now Fang Chen finally understood. Why were so many disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance fighting to enter the Origin Secret Realm? His gaze swept across the other stone tablet. Each stone tablet represented an inheritance left behind by a saint. Among these saints, some had fallen, some had gone missing, and some were still alive. In short, They all came from the Tao Palace. Whoosh! The more Fang Chun thought about it, the more he felt that the heaven-defying alliance was too powerful. I wonder if I can cultivate it? Although the demonic blade 7 murderous wasn't a sword technique, it was an assassination technique based on the origin of metal. If cultivated successfully, one would be able to disappear without a trace, and the enemy wouldn't be able to find a trace. One could silently take the enemy's head. The sword techniques that Fang Chun cultivated, whether it was the Chaos Origin sword technique, Armageddon sword technique, Invincible sword technique, or Heaven-severing alchemy, were all head-on sword technique. This assassination technique was indeed very suitable for him. He placed both hands on the stone tablet, and immediately words appeared. 7 origin stars to cultivate it? Fang Chun curled his lips. Wasn't this threshold too high? He shook his head helplessly and turned to the other stone tablet. However, Fang Chun didn't notice that in a strange canyon extremely far away, a skinny old man with disheveled hair had woken up from his deep sleep. Perfect bloodline? The old man opened his turbid eyes. His voice was very hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating. Damn it! He dragged his tired body and walked out of the waterfall. The moment he saw Fang Chun in front of the stone tablet, his turbid eyes instantly lit up. Killing intent filled the air. Fang Chun gave it a cursory glance. Finally, he chose the 5th steel and prepared to give it a try. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as he was about to stretch out his hands, he suddenly felt a terrifying power behind him. Not good. He cursed inwardly and almost subconsciously moved his body. Bang! Even so, he was still hit by the power behind him and flew backward, smashing into the ground. Kiki! A half-perfect bloodline hasn't evolved into a true perfect bloodline. The old man walked toward Fang Chun with killing intent. Who are you? Fang Chun's pupils constricted as he got up from the ground. In the heaven-defying alliance, no one except the palace master could discover his half-perfect bloodline, but this old man in front of him discovered it at a glance. He could feel that the old man harbored great enmity towards him. He was very puzzled. If the old man was from the heaven-defying alliance, why would he attack him? If not, how could he enter the Origin's secret realm? For a moment, countless questions surrounded him. Senior, this junior is a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. I only came here to cultivate. If I have disturbed you, this junior apologizes, Fang Chun said politely. After all, he didn't know who this person was. Chapter 35-29. The sudden change startled Fang Chun. He could feel the terrifying killing intent from the old man. With a whoosh, Fang Chun retreated out of the old man's attack range. Humph! The old man sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The old man, who seemed to be on the verge of death, glowed with vitality at this moment. His eyes were no longer turbid and were replaced with a terrifying killing intent. Die. When the old man approached Fang Chun, he spread out his hands. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out. At this moment, Fang Chun was shocked, because he felt that the half-perfect bloodline in his body was trembling. It was very chaotic. This, since his bloodline evolved into the half-perfect bloodline, such a thing had never happened. Feeling the changes in his blood, Fang Chun knew that there was a trace of panic and excitement in his blood. Boom! The old man's strength was completely unleashed. A monstrous fist shadow hit Fang Chun's body directly. The latter's body did not have any strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Dong! A large pit was formed on the ground. Fang Chun's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at the old man in disbelief. Humph! The owner of the half-perfect bloodline is so weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The old man sneered. Who are you? Fang Chun asked while enduring the pain. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The old man waved his hand and said, I'm a member of the Star Knight. When he said the word Star Knight, the old man's voice was filled with pride. Back in the day, the Star Knights were all over the Godfall battlefield, and they could become the masters of this world. Star Knight? Fang Chen's pupils shrank and he was horrified. In his mind, everything he learned in the abyss of god corpses appeared. Wasn't the archenemy of the Blood Knight Saint the Star Knight? According to the notes left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, although he had fallen, the Heavenly Knights were also almost annihilated. Only a few powerhouses escaped, but they were also seriously injured and dying. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. He did not expect to meet a Star Knight in the Origin Secret Realm. But how did he get in? Fang Chen was puzzled. Looks like you know about it too. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the old man changed the topic and said coldly, "Back then, if it weren't for the intervention of the heaven-defying alliance, how could a mere blood cavalry saint fight against my Star Knight?" Fang Chen understood that the destruction of the Heavenly Knights was caused by the Blood Cavalry Saint and the Heaven-defying Alliance. If I hadn't mastered a concealment technique back then, I might have died long ago. For countless years, this king has been recuperating in the Source Secret Realm. As long as I find an opportunity, I will attack the disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance. Fang Chen was startled as he recalled Elder Li's words. A few hundred years ago, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace cultivated in the Origin Secret Realm. In the end, he suffered from Qigong deviation and died. He did not expect that it was the doing of the dying old man in front of him. Those self-righteous idiots of the Heaven-defying Alliance, if they were at their peak, this king could kill them with one slap, the old man continued. Originally, Fang Chen was a third-level Saint King warrior. In his eyes, he was like an ant. Naturally, he would not take the risk to attack Fang Chen. However, in his deep sleep, he was attracted by the half-perfect blood. No matter what, he had to kill the successor of the Blood Cavalry Saint. Fang Chen's eyes turned as he quickly thought of a way to escape. Heaven-slashing alchemy. Suddenly, Fang Chen performed the heaven-slashing alchemy. The terrifying power of the origin of gold condensed into a sword shadow in the void. Then, under the control of Fang Chen, it slashed toward the old man. Seeing this, the old man was surprised. Then, he leaped and faced the attack head-on. Boom! Boom! The strength that the old man showed was too strong. There was no way to compete with him. A saint! Fang Chen cried out in surprise. His strongest attack was actually so easily broken by the old man. Bang! After suffering a series of heavy blows, Fang Chen's combat strength decreased sharply. Escaping became a problem. What should I do? Fang Chen was anxious. He was alone in the Origin Secret Realm. No one could save him. Your secret technique is mysterious. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. The old man strode over and smiled coldly. Something's wrong. Fang Chen, who was in deep thought, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly combed through the scene of the old man attacking him and finally found a shocking scene. According to the strength he showed, he could easily kill me, but he didn't do so? Fang Chen frowned. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Thinking of the records in the Blood Cavalry Saint's letter, Fang Chen guessed that the old man was seriously injured and had not recovered. The strength that he showed now was only temporary. Let's go all out. Thinking of this, Fang Chen did not care too much. He took out the saint puppet and placed the remaining 5 blood crystals into the central control. Boom! The saint puppet released the strength of a 5th-rank holy emperor. He opened his arms and pounced on the old man. Saint puppet? The old man's pupils shrank. He pounced forward and clashed with the saint puppet. Fang Chen did not stay idle. He activated all his strength and performed his strongest attack. Heaven-slashing alchemy skill was performed again. At the same time, with the help of the saint puppet, he controlled the hidden star sword to stab at the old man from the most tricky angle. At the same time, he activated his bloodline power and injected it into the hidden star sword. Damn it! Although there were only 5 blood crystals in the central control of the Saint Puppet, and it could only display the strength of a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, its defense was unbreakable. Fang Chen's intention was obvious. The Saint Puppet only needed to restrain the old man. Being entangled by the Saint Puppet, the old man obviously felt a little anxious and his attacks became fiercer. This confirmed Fang Chen's guess. The old man could not maintain such strength for a long time. Sword shadows crisscrossed the sky. In the beginning, the old man could still withstand it. But later on, the old man's strength decreased significantly. The aura he emitted was also constantly weakening. In one confrontation with the Saint Puppet, Fang Chen's sneak attack succeeded. The hidden star sword left a mark on the old man's body. The old man roared angrily. He gave up on resisting the Saint Puppet and turned around. Taking the risk of being hit by the Saint Puppet, he grabbed the hidden star sword that was shooting toward him. Break! The old man used all his strength to hold the hidden star sword tightly and twisted it. Gotcha! A crisp sound was heard. The hidden star sword could not withstand the heavy pressure and broke into 2. Bang! At the same time, the Saint Puppet's attack landed heavily on the old man's body and sent him flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew and dust flew. Fang Chen looked around. The old man had already escaped far away. He escaped. Fang Chen saw some bloodstains on the ground not far away. The old man should be injured. Whoosh. After confirming that the old man had gone far away, Fang Chen took a deep breath and sat on the ground. In fact, he was also injured. Fortunately, he had the half-perfect bloodline to help him gradually recover his strength. The Saint Puppet stood by his side to protect him. I'm afraid that the upper echelons of the Doctrine Palace don't know that a Star Knight is hiding in the Origin's secret realm. Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the Saint Puppet. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would be dead or alive. After this battle, Fang Chen was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He rested for a while and left. Whoosh! After returning to the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen went straight to Elderly. Elderly, how long has Fang Chen been in there? Wang Daoyun asked. He was out on a mission and happened to pass by. So he stopped by to see Fang Chen's cultivation. More than 10 days, Elderly said. At this moment, Fang Chen walked in weakly. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Elderly and Wang Daoyun were surprised. Why did he come out after only 10 days? Why did you come out? Elderly asked hurriedly. You don't look well. Did something happen in the Origin's secret realm? Wang Daoyun asked with concern. After all, Fang Chen came from the 9 regions division like him. I want to see Palace Master Lei, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Palace Master Lei was the palace master who had met Fang Chen. There were 3 palace masters in the Doctrine Palace. Palace Master Lei was the strongest, followed by the other 2. After that, Fang Chen added, I have something important to report. Fang Chen's tone and expression made Elderly and Wang Daoyun feel the seriousness of the situation. They immediately contacted the Vice Palace Master. Soon, the Vice Palace Master replied and asked Wang Daoyun to bring Fang Chen to the Myriad Dao world. Let's go. Wang Daoyun nodded. Coming to the Myriad Dao world again, Fang Chen's mood was not as good as the first time. Instead, it was a little heavy. After a while, Wang Daoyun stopped in front of a palace. Palace Master Lei is inside. You can go in. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the palace. Buzz. As soon as he entered the palace, he felt a strong aura. Palace Master Lei sat quietly on the throne at the very top. Disciple Fang Chen greets Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his fist. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Cultivating in the Origin's secret realm was a rare opportunity for the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen did not hesitate to give up the remaining time to see him. It meant that the matter was very serious. Star Knight. Fang Chen told Palace Master Lei about his encounter in the Origin's secret realm. Palace Master Lei stood up immediately. The smile on his face froze and was replaced by a gloomy expression. You mean there is a Star Knight hiding in the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Chen nodded. Damn it. How dare he hide here? The most dangerous place was often the safest place. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Palace Master Lei's face turned cold. He completely believed Fang Chen's words because Fang Chen was the successor of the Blood Cavalry Sage and had a semi-perfect bloodline. This was what the Star Knights hated the most. At the same time, he was scared. If Fang Chen did not have the Saint Puppet, wouldn't he have died in the Origin Secret Realm? Go back and have a rest. I will deal with this matter. After thinking for a long time, Palace Master Lei said. Fang Chen retreated. This matter had already exceeded the scope of his abilities. He only needed to report it. He believed that Palace Lord Lei would definitely take action. Old man, you really hit it well. Chapter 35:30. Fang Chen only took 10 days to come out of the Origin Secret Realm. After returning to Origin Gathering Mountain, Fang Chen's expression was a little solemn as he kept thinking about the Star Knight. Phew! After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Saint Kiln with him. Otherwise, he would most likely suffer heavy losses. Star Knight! Fang Chen murmured. This was the first time he had seen a real Star Knight. His heart was in turmoil. Although they had never met before, he had a half-perfect bloodline, which meant that he and the Star Knight were mortal enemies. Shaking his head hard, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this. Judging from the current situation, the gap between him and the Star Knight was too big. What a pity! With a flip of his hand, the broken hidden star sword appeared. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. Deng deng deng! At this moment, Madman Li hurried over. Senior Brother Fang, you're back? In fact, Madman Li had rushed over as soon as he knew that Fang Chen had returned. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing the latter's abnormal expression, he asked, You look terrible. What happened? Madman Li stammered. At this moment, Fang Chen found a little blood on his sleeve. What happened? They came from the 9 Domains branch. After entering the heaven-defying alliance, Madman Li and Princess Tianqin had always been on his side. Seeing the blood on Madman Li's sleeve, Fang Chen was a little angry. It's like this. Madman Li gritted his teeth and told Fang Chen the whole story. After hearing this, Fang Chen was furious. Yuan Lai? Senior Brother Fang, this Yuan Lai has always looked down on us new disciples because he is a veteran disciple. He often bullies us. Not long ago, he returned from training outside and took a fancy to Princess Tianqin's appearance. Therefore, he repeatedly came to harass us. After being rejected, he even threatened to get her. Not long ago, he came to find Princess Tianqin and wanted to take her away by force. I tried to stop him but was defeated, Madman Li said bitterly. Once upon a time, he had also been an influential figure in the 9 great domains. He was incomparably proud and aloof. But now he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Time had mercilessly shattered the stubbornness in his heart. I remember that she has an acquaintance in the heaven-defying alliance? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Back then, when he did not have enough origin stones, it was Princess Tianqin who borrowed them from others. Senior Guangxin, lunatically said. After Yuan Lai took Princess Tianqin away, he immediately went to look for Senior Guangxin. He went to look for Yuan Lai. Seeing Madman Li's expression, Fang Chen guessed the result. Senior Brother Guangxin was no match for Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai is too strong. He's already a 5th-level Holy Emperor. He's always been outside, trying to break through in life and death battles. Now, he's extremely strong. He can even defeat people who are stronger than him. Madman Li said, in the same realm, there are few who can match him. It is said that there are already peak masters who want to take Yuan Lai as their personal disciple. Fang Chen nodded. Leave this matter to me. Where is Yuan Lai? Yuan Lai is at Giant Fire Peak. You stay here. I'll go to Giant Fire Peak. Seeing Fang Chen leave, Madman Li hurriedly followed behind. When the two arrived at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, a person happened to walk towards them. Senior brother Guangxin. Madman Li greeted. Fang Chen looked at the person who came, and the latter was also seriously sizing him up. You're Fang Chen? Among the new disciples, who else could earn Madman Li's respect other than the chief disciple? It was also Guangxin's first time seeing Fang Chen, and he felt that he was very mysterious. You're going to Giant Fire Peak? Guangxin said. I don't know what secret technique Yuan Lai has cultivated. His battle strength is extremely strong, and he's almost invincible in the same realm. I fought with him not long ago, and I couldn't take a single blow from him and was defeated. Guangxin blushed with shame, but he still warned Fang Chen. I won't sit by and do nothing about this matter. Fang Chen made his attitude clear. But, no buts. Since Yuan Lai dared to touch my people, he should be prepared to pay the price. With that, Fang Chen left. Guangxin and Madman Li were left looking at each other. Giant Fire Peak was not too far from Yunluo Peak, and Fang Chen soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked up, leaped, and quickly climbed up the mountain. When he reached the peak, he was stopped by the guard. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen directly stated his identity. You're the chief disciple of the new disciples? Obviously, the guard had heard of his name. His expression changed, and then he said, The Peak Master said that you can enter and leave Giant Fire Peak freely. Fang Chen was stunned, and then he smiled. Back then, when his origin star shattered, the Giant Fire Peak Master wanted to stand up for him and even wanted to destroy the No-Demon cult. He was still very grateful to the Giant Fire Peak Master. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Yuan Lai was holding a banquet with a few of his fellow disciples. Ha, senior brother Yuan Lai, you're really amazing. You went out to train for a few years, and now you're back, the white-robed martial artist said as he raised his wine cup. Senior brother Yuan Lai has unparalleled potential. He was the chief disciple of our batch of new disciples, the purple-robed woman said. Come, let's toast to senior brother Yuan Lai. Everyone raised their cups to celebrate Yuan Lai's return. On a stone bench not far away, Princess Tianqin, who was dressed in green, sat quietly. The power in her body was sealed, and she was like an ordinary person. Her eyes were filled with endless anger. After 3 rounds of wine, a disciple talked about Princess Tianqin. Senior brother Yuan Lai really has good luck with women. There's such a beautiful woman among the new disciples. She's lucky to be chosen by senior brother Yuan Lai. But I heard that this woman seems to be related to Guangxin. Who does Guangxin think he is? Everyone chimed in one after another. Yuan Lai held his wine cup and looked at Princess Tianqin from the corner of his eye. The latter was filled with stubbornness. The more stubborn she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Such an unyielding character is what I like the most. Yuan Lai sighed in his heart. Boom! Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the gate of the Purple Bamboo Academy was suddenly blasted open. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Who is it? The white-robed martial artist clenched his fist, and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He jumped up and stared at the door of Purple Bamboo Garden angrily. Amidst the dust, a tall and straight figure slowly walked over. It's you? Fang Chen, are you courting death? Purple Bamboo Garden was Yuan Lai's residence, and it symbolized the status of a direct disciple. But now, Fang Chen had blasted the door open. Yuan Lai was furious, and so were the others. A mere new disciple dared to be so arrogant. Fang Chen ignored everyone. He glanced at Princess Tianqin, and after confirming that she was fine, he turned to look at Yuan Lai. Let her go. His voice was soft, but it contained a strong anger. Fang Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the new first disciple. The white-robed disciple said angrily. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Boom! The white-robed disciple attacked. He was a fourth-rank peak Saint Emperor, and his fist skills had reached perfection. Once he attacked, he formed 4 terrifying fist shadows and blasted towards Fang Qin from 4 different directions. Fang Qin did not dodge, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Too weak. One punch, just one punch, and the white-robed disciple was sent flying. Silence. The entire purple bamboo garden was dead silent. All the disciples stared at the white-robed disciple on the ground, dumbfounded. Junior brother Bai. The purple-robed lady exclaimed after recovering from her shock. Fang Qin, you are too much. The other disciples said angrily. Let her go. There were no superfluous words, only 2 heavy words. His gaze was fixed on Yuan Lai. Crack! The wine cup in Yuan Lai's hand shattered. He clapped his hands lightly and smiled wickedly. When I returned to the sect, I heard that there was a monster among this batch of new disciples. You were able to reassemble your origin star after it shattered. I did not believe it at first, but now it seems that you are much more powerful than the rumors say. Defeating the white-robed disciple with 1 punch was enough to show that Fang Chen's combat strength had reached the 5th rank Saint Emperor. However, this was not enough for Yuan Lai to take him seriously. Let her go. A cold voice reverberated above the purple bamboo garden. Who gave you the guts to break into the giant fire peak and destroy the gate of the purple bamboo garden? If you don't give senior brother Yuan Lai an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of the purple bamboo garden. Everyone present was a senior disciple. Although they were not as strong as Yuan Lai, they were close. How could they not be angry after being humiliated by a new disciple? As a senior disciple, how could you do such a shameless thing? Fang Qin said. She is just a new disciple who wants to cultivate in peace, but you kidnapped her because you are strong? Humph, what do you know? It is her fortune that senior brother Yuan Lai has taken a liking to her. Bringing her to the purple bamboo garden is to let her cultivate in a better environment. The purple-robed woman shrieked. That's right, senior brother Yuan Lai has good intentions. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even came to the purple bamboo garden to cause trouble. Do you really think that senior brother Yuan Lai is a pushover? Fang Qin laughed. There were actually such shameless people in the world. They did not even have the most basic sense of shame. There was nothing to say to such people. She did not do it willingly. Although he was furious, Fang Qin resisted the urge to attack. So what? The strong are respected. Senior brother Yuan Lai is strong enough. Why can't he become her Tao companion? In their eyes, the strong could do whatever they wanted. They would never think that what they were doing was wrong. Yuan Lai looked at Fang Qin mockingly. Princess Tianqin and I like each other. We will choose a date to hold the ceremony for becoming Tao companions. I can understand that you are angry because of a beauty. If you leave now, I, Yuan Lai, will pretend that nothing happened today. Yuan Lai said it in a dignified manner. Fang Qin was even angrier. Do you think that the strong can do whatever they want? Yuan Lai did not reply, but his expression had already expressed it very clearly. He looked at Fang Qin coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. If I am strong enough, I can kidnap you to Origin Gathering Mountain and make you my servants. Is that okay? Fang Qin's heart calmed down. Chapter 35-31. Princess Tianqin stood up, looking anxious. She shook her head at Fang Qin. Even though she hated Yuan Lai, the latter's strength was too terrifying. A rank 5 Holy Emperor could unleash the strength of a rank 6 Holy Emperor. He was a terrifying opponent. Hence, she did not want Fang Qin to take the risk for her. Don't worry, I'm here. Fang Qin smiled at her and waved his hand, asking Princess Tianqin to come to his side. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light pierced through the air, shattering the air in front of Princess Tianqin. The latter had just lifted her foot when she froze on the spot. Princess Tianqin is an important guest of the Purple Bamboo Garden. Are you really going to do this? The purple-robed disciple threatened. Seeing this, Fang Chen shrugged and ignored the murderous gazes of Yuan Lai and the others. He walked straight towards Princess Tianqin. Come back with me. Fang Chen grabbed Princess Tianqin's wrist and turned around to leave. How dare you! Finally, the purple-robed disciple could not hold back and attacked. His body floated in the air like a great rock spreading its wings. Every single movement he made would bring about a huge gale and a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Chen. Hand of lightning and fire. Ziqing roared and stretched out his hands. With the flames of lightning, he slapped Fang Chen's back. Be careful! Princess Tianqin exclaimed. Fang Chen stopped and stomped his foot. Sword armor instantly formed and covered his body. He then threw out a punch at lightning speed. Dong! The two fists collided and shook the sky. Terrifying flames shot up to the sky. In the sea of fire, two figures stood proudly. Yuan Lai's eyelids twitched and his brows furrowed even tighter. Bang! In the sea of fire, Ziqing could not resist and fell to the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky also dissipated instantly. The white-robed disciple and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that Ziqing was vomiting blood and had lost his ability to fight. Some of the weaker disciples felt their throats dry and could not say a word. This was too shocking. With just a single punch, he was able to heavily injure the disciple of the giant fire peak, Ziqing. How much power did that require? Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that this person's cultivation was only a third-level holy king. Fighting across 2 stages? Every small realm in the 5 elements sacred realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The gap between them was huge. The difference in origin comprehension between a 3rd-level holy king and a 5th-level holy emperor was unimaginably huge. However, Fang Chen did it. Outside the Purple Bamboo Academy, many giant Fire Peak disciples had gathered. They looked into the distance and saw this shocking scene. Heavens, senior brother Ziqing actually lost to Fang Chen? This guy is simply a freak. Too freakish. I wonder if senior brother Yuan Lai will be able to defeat him. Many people began to talk about it. At the same time, they were also very curious. After defeating Ziqing, Fang Chen's calm gaze fell on Yuan Lai. I don't want to be your enemy, but if you continue to be like this, then let's talk with our fists. Senior brother Yuan Lai. The other disciples surrounded Yuan Lai, waiting for him to make a move and suppress Fang Chen's arrogance. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Lai took a step forward with an imposing aura. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if everything was under his control. From the beginning to the end, he had never treated Fang Chen as an opponent. In his opinion, the latter was just a new disciple with slightly greater potential. This kind of greenhouse flower would never know to keep a low profile without experiencing life and death situations. Well, after being away for so long, many disciples in the sect seemed to have forgotten his existence. You have great potential. They thought that Yuan Lai would directly suppress Fang Chen, but who would have thought that he would actually say such a thing? For someone like you, cultivating in Jiuan Mountain is a waste of your talent. Why don't you come to the giant fire peak? In the future, you can enter and leave the Purple Bamboo Academy as you please. Yuan Lai continued, I will treat you like a brother and help you cultivate. Everyone suddenly understood. Although he said he was a brother, he was actually a servant. To let a new chief disciple be his servant, this Yuan Lai's tone was too arrogant, wasn't it? Everyone was a little excited. The more it was like this, the more it indicated that a fierce battle was coming. They really wanted to see the battle between Fang Chen and Yuan Lai. Would the new chief disciple be stronger, or the veteran disciple? Let's wait and see. Hearing Yuan Lai's words, Fang Chen also nodded gently. What you said makes sense. I can agree to your request, but can you really help me cultivate as you said just now? Fang Chen asked. Some disciples sneered in disdain. He was so domineering just now, but didn't he bow in the face of benefits now? Yuan Lai narrowed his eyes. Although I am not the chief disciple of the giant fire peak, I still have some connections. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. As long as you can give me 10,000 origin pills, or give me a few Invincible Saints' secret techniques, I will reluctantly come to your Purple Bamboo Academy to cultivate, Fang Chen said with a smile. The disciples were stunned. What kind of joke was this? 10,000 origin pills, even the giant Fire Peak Master couldn't take out that many. Besides, even if he could, he wouldn't give it to him alone. As for the secret techniques of the Invincible Saints, it was needless to say. In the huge God's Fall battlefield, the Invincible Saints were already the top existences. There weren't many Invincible Saints in the entire heaven-defying alliance. Every secret technique was a priceless treasure. How could it be given away casually? Fang Chen's request was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was deliberately humiliating Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's face was cold as he looked over. What's the point of this? Fang Chen shrugged. You were the one who invited me to cultivate. Now that you can't fulfill my request, what else is there to say? Yuan Lai nodded. He finally understood that Fang Chen had been playing with him from the beginning. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Yuan Lai said. I, Yuan Lai, may not be strong in my life, but no fellow disciple has dared to humiliate me like this. Can you, a new disciple, bear the price of my anger? Boom. Yuan Lai opened his palm, and a terrifying airflow swirled in his palm. Everyone knew that Yuan Lai was completely enraged. Last time, a disciple provoked me. In the end, his arms were broken by me. His path of cultivation was cut off, and he died of depression. Yuan Lai still didn't make a move. He was accumulating power, and using his power to oppress Yi Futian. He wanted to force Fang Chen to bow his head in front of everyone. Only in this way could he crush the pride in the depths of his heart. Fang Chen was still very calm when he felt the cold aura coming at him. He motioned for Princess Tianqin to step back and face Yuan Lai alone. Be careful. Princess Tianqin was a little worried. Seeing this scene, Yuan Lai was even angrier. The woman he valued was flirting with another man in front of him. Good, very good. After I defeat him, you will stay in Purple Bamboo Garden forever. You will serve me, water my flowers, and sweep the floor. Chapter 35-32. A dignified giant fire peak disciple has such tolerance? Yuan Lai wanted to regain his face, so he asked Princess Tianqin to look after Purple Bamboo Courtyard for him. But in Fang Chen's view, this was simply nonsense. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. The only way to solve the problem was with fist. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at senior brother Yuan Lai? The previous white-robed disciple retorted coldly. A loser has no limit to losing face? You, the white-robed disciple, still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yuan Lai. He took a step forward with an imposing aura. Fang Chen was not to be outdone and stepped forward. I really want to know how strong the new chief disciple of this batch is. As Yuan Lai's voice fell, a terrifying aura rose into the sky. Above his head, a fire dragon circled. This is... A disciple recognized this secret technique and cried out involuntarily. This is one of Giant Fire Peak's secret techniques, Thunder Fire Purgatory. Oh my god, it's really Thunder Fire Purgatory. Yuan Lai has actually cultivated this secret technique. It's too terrifying. What has Yuan Lai experienced all these years outside? All the disciples were dumbfounded. Giant Fire Peak had 3 top secret techniques, and any disciple of Giant Fire Peak could cultivate them. However, it was too difficult to cultivate them. Over the endless years, there were very few disciples who had cultivated Thunder Fire Purgatory. Boom. Yuan Lai was not careless. He used his trump card, Thunder Fire Purgatory, and the thick fire dragon in the sky contained an extremely strong fire origin. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out flames, rushing towards Fang Chun. Crash! Fang Chun took out a long spear. This was a saint treasure found in the Sumer ring of the No Demon cult's disciple after killing him. The hidden star sword was shattered, causing him to have no suitable weapon, so he could only use it. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. Although there were some restrictions to using a long spear to perform a sword art, the attack power was still not weak. Poochie! The long spear carried a sharp aura as it pierced into the fire dragon. Immediately, the fire dragon in the sky started galloping. Crack! A crack appeared on the long spear. Fang Chen's body was forced back. However, at this moment, Fang Chen did something that no one expected. He gave up on the spear and stomped his feet. With a leap, he jumped onto the fire dragon. 1. His entire body was covered in sword armor. At the same time, he was enveloped by the power of the origin of metal, temporarily blocking the attack of the origin of fire. Roar! The fire dragon constantly swayed, trying to shake off Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun took advantage of this opportunity to drip his half-perfect blood onto the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon let out a miserable cry, and the flames flickered as if the fire dragon could collapse at any moment. Courting death. Yuan Lai soared into the sky. His body merged with the fire dragon, and he clashed with Fang Chun. In an instant, a sea of fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, completely enveloping Fang Chun and Yuan Lai. On the giant fire peak, many disciples could not see the battle clearly. It's too scary. The lightning fire purgatory is really strong. The lightning fire purgatory has 9 levels of attack. I wonder which level has Senior Yuan Lai cultivated to. No matter what level it is, it's not something that Fang Chun can contend with. None of the disciples on the giant fire peak had high hopes for Fang Chun. Princess Tianqin clenched her fists and bit her red lip. She was very worried. Boom! A berserk energy descended from the sky. The terrifying fire dragon suddenly dissipated. 2 figures quickly descended and stood on the ground, facing each other. Their bodies were slightly battered, and their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Who won? Many disciples were curious. Who had won this battle? The atmosphere instantly froze, and the air was filled with an invisible aura. After a long time, Fang Chun moved. He glanced at Yuan Lai, turned around and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he left with Princess Tianqin. He's leaving just like that? He barged into the giant fire peak alone and caused havoc in the purple bamboo garden. Senior Yuan Lai is letting him go just like that? Some disciples were puzzled and looked at Yuan Lai. However, they were shocked to find that there was a trace of blood at the corner of Yuan Lai's mouth. There were also burn marks at the corner of his clothes. News of this shocking discovery spread like wildfire. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Even though they did not know the result of this battle, they knew. However, everyone knew that Yuan Lai was injured. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. After the news spread, the new disciples were all shocked. And the disciples on the giant fire peak were spreading some negative news about Yuan Lai. What an interesting guy. In the other courtyards of the giant fire peak, some powerful disciples grinned. Fang Chen's strength has exceeded my expectations. His potential is indeed very strong, and he deserves to be the chief disciple. As for Yuan Lai, although he has been wandering outside, his improvement is not that great. He has not completely mastered the lightning fire purgatory. It can be said that he lost because he underestimated his opponent. It can be considered a lesson. Of course, there were also some veteran disciples who were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chun. Among them was the second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian. Bang! In a courtyard, Yang Xian slammed his palm on a stone table with a gloomy face. A new disciple dares to cause havoc in my giant fire peak. Who gave him the courage? And that Yuan Lai, I thought that his strength would have improved after he came back from training outside. What a disappointment. He was prepared to rope in Yuan Lai, but now it seemed that there was no need. Investigate all information about Fong Chen. He wants to use my giant fire peak to become famous? Dream on. Yang Xian said. Of course, this matter had also reached the ears of the giant fire peak's master. The latter smiled meaningfully and did not say anything. The matter of Fong Chen charging into the giant fire peak alone was still fermenting. But as the person involved, he did not care at all. Origin Gathering Mountain, 9th Step, 8th Cave Abode. Princess Tianqin's face was apologetic as she hesitated to speak. On the side, Lunatic Li gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. He had never admitted defeat in his life, but in front of Fong Chen, he did not even have the courage to chase. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be like this. Fong Chen raised his head and glanced at Princess Tianqin. The latter's cheeks were slightly red as she lowered her head. Senior brother Fong, Yuan Lai is a vengeful person. You stepped on him to become famous this time. He will definitely not let it go. After the excitement, Lunatic Li calmed down. Fong Chen shook his head. It's fine. A mere Yuan Lai is not enough to worry me. But there's no need to say any more. I have my own plans, Fong Chen said. By the way, help me find out if there are any Saint Stage artificers in the Heaven-defying alliance. The hidden star sword was shattered and urgently needed to be repaired. This was the most important thing.